Oh, coward. Hey, you guys, what's up? She can struggle with her length. What's up, you guys? Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Oh my gosh. You guys, I have to tell you what happened today. I have to tell you what happened today. Well, this morning, Chad, people are crazy. People are really crazy. Get in here, people. Get in here. Give y'all 2 minutes to get in here, then I'm going to start the show. Oh, Lord. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Sorry, my voice is going. My voice is starting to leave me. I feel like John the Baptist. My voice is starting to leave me. Get in here, get in here. 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to start the show in 1 minute. I'm starting at 2 minutes because I'm tired. Where is my chapstick? Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Hey, Jojo, what's up? Make sure you like the live, Jojo. Make sure you like the live. Sorry, my voice is not going to be at its best today because I'm starting to lose my voice. Child. I think right now I'm probably like at 15 videos. Hey, La Journey, what's up? It says I think I'm already. I think I've made it over like 15 videos. Oh Lord, my voice. Hey Janet, I love your red dress. It was very pretty, very very pretty. Okay, we're about to start the show, you guys. So this was not even planned. Like it was not planned for today, but I just felt like doing this. So today we're going to talk about Megyn Kelly. Okay. Because this lady, she has a lot to say. Megyn Kelly has a lot to say. Hey, Rachel. Megyn Kelly has a lot to say. And I just felt like it's really important for people to, especially Black people, to understand how much white America just hates Black people overall. Whether you're looking at white liberals or you're looking at white conservatives, right? People who say, oh, these are the same people, especially white conservatives, right? Because the thing about white liberals do believe that color matters, right? They believe in your color, your gender expression, your religion, your immigration status. So they don't pretend not to care about that. They care about your identity, right? White liberals care about your identity. White conservatives, right, are the ones who are always screaming so loudly, your color should matter. Everything should be colorblind. It should be about how hard you work. May the best person get the job. We got to stand by the Constitution, right? And today white conservatives, right, are required to live by everything they preach. They can't do it. They really can't do it. So today, color matters. And I'm going to show that with Megyn Kelly, color matters because we're going to look at Megyn Kelly, how she talks about Karmelo Anthony, right? And then we'll look at Megyn Kelly and how she talked about Kyle Rittenhouse. Then we'll look at Megyn Kelly and how she talked about Daniel Penny, okay? There's even a page on here where she says, there's one video, yeah, you see? Right here, she says, oh, Daniel Penny is a hero, right? We're going to compare all of that. So when it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, what makes him a hero? When it comes to Daniel Penny, what makes him a hero? And it's somehow, when it comes to Karmelo Anthony, she has a problem, right? And for every single case, the only thing that changes is complexion, right? It's complexion. Even with Kyle Rittenhouse, I didn't know he was 17. I didn't know he was 17 when he was out here shooting people like this, okay? But he was 17. When he went to trial, he was 18. I didn't even know that. Okay. So we'll look at how she talks about Karmelo. Then I'll show like a little bit of how she talked about Karmelo. Then we'll look at how she has talked about Kyle Rittenhouse. Maybe I'll show you guys what Kyle Rittenhouse actually did. And then we'll talk about Daniel Penny. I'll probably show you what Daniel Penny actually did. Then we'll see how she covered Daniel Penny, how she had to say, what she had to say about that. And then we'll come back to her talking about Karmelo Anthony. And I'm sure you'll realize that there's a huge distinction, right? Because these white people, especially white conservatives, they are really happy when a white person kills a Black person, or I even Cal, he didn't kill a Black person, but he killed like white people, but they were BLM sympathizers, right? So they were supporting Black people to some extent. But we'll see when a white person kills either a Black person or white people who support Black people, right? Versus when a Black person is presumed to have unalived a white person, right? These are the same people who said DEI must die. But like, should it really die though? I don't know. So let's look at this first video here. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. I'm gonna play this one. So it says Karmelo Anthony family speaks out in a bizarre presser after high school stabbing. So even that is really bizarre. The title is really bizarre. But let's go. Let's go.
Karmelo Anthony.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? So she starts off by saying that the Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing. Now, let's be so for real. Okay? One person was stabbed, presumably, allegedly. One person is dead. When it comes to the Kyle Rittenhouse, we'll see how many people not only died, but how many people he injured, right? Karmelo had a knife. I think Kyle Rittenhouse had some kind of war type of weapon, type of gun he had with him, right? We'll see the kind of weapon Kyle Rittenhouse had on himself at 17, right? So Karmelo Anthony, 17, with a knife, right? Kyle Rittenhouse, hold on. These people are so funny. Right? Okay. This is Kyle Rittenhouse. Here you have Kyle Rittenhouse at 17 with whatever kind of weapon he had. Let me see. What kind of weapon did Kyle Rittenhouse have? So he was 17 years old. Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying an AR-15. Jesus. These people are so fake. Sorry. Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying an AR-15 style rifle, specifically a Smith Wesson M&P 15 chambered in .223-5.56 times 45. What the freak is this? Let me look at this weapon. What the heck is this? 17 years old. Okay. YouTube. Like, these people want to act shocked over a knife. They're so funny. Let's come over here. Let me see. Okay. So this is the weapon that Kyle Rittenhouse had. So I guess it's an entry-level AR-15. Let's see. Let's see.
15. A M&P 15 Sport 3. We're going to tell you all about it. Tell you all about the M&P Sport 3 here, but before we do, please hit that like and subscribe button. Let YouTube know that you dig our content. In exchange, we'll provide you with a cringy gun meme. Oh, what's around here? So, oh. All right, so the M&P 15 Sport has been around since about 2010, 2011. It's been a real value proposition for Smith & Wesson. One of the cool things about it is it's always been in that $600-700 range.
It's $600 and $700. I don't even think the knife Karmelo had cost that much money. Okay.
On features, you could get a decent rifle that was reliable and relatively accurate. The original came out, and then they had some improvements on the edition, and then the third is still yet even further refined. So we'll go through some of the features here and talk about what is going to contribute to that ultimate low price and provide you with that value. Starting off at the buttstock, this is a real value proposition here. This is the old M4 carbine buttstock. There's no padding whatsoever. You've got a plastic cheese grater type feel back here. And then you've also got the sling loop here on the bottom. Now, obviously, it can collapse up to multiple different positions, but you've also got this wonderful hole in the top that seems to attract beard hairs like no other. Then moving forward, the A2 grip, again, that is a pretty low-cost item, and it's still functional. It's one of the first things a lot of people change out when they get a rifle like this. Your controls are not ambi. They're only on the left side, and then a fairly mil-spec trigger. But moving up to the charging handle, very mil-spec. It's not very different from previous versions. You've got a forward assist here, and you've also got the dust cover. Believe one of the previous versions didn't have it either. So moving forward, full front end here with a mid-length gas system, which is an update. And then they've also done a
it's okay for a
free-flow
17-year-old
front
to
end.
have a weapon like this. But where these white people draw the I almost said they draw the knife. Where they draw the line is at a knife. Hold on.
Up here. And the accuracy is proven out in that. We were getting around 1.5 inch MOA on this. And then, of course, following off with the A2 birdcage style muzzle device on the front end. Also worth.
Okay. So why does the 17-year-old have a gun like that? Why does he even have such a weapon? That is so crazy. So hold on. So once again, Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying an AR-15 style rifle, specifically a Smith Wesson MP-15. Okay. And here he is. Here he is. No one hired this boy to be security. Nobody hired this boy to come down there. I also think he comes from a whole different state, right? Okay. Nobody asked this of this boy. 17 years old. 17. I hope you guys see this. Make sure you like the live. 17 years old. And when it comes to Kyle, hold on. When it comes to Kyle, she was excited to defend him. She was excited when he was found not guilty. Okay. But somehow when it comes to Karmelo, she's saying, oh, the case is, it's so disturbing. Hold on. Actually, let me play what Kyle Rittenhouse actually did. Hold on. Let me play what he actually did. What was Kyle Rittenhouse? Crime. Let me see. Okay.
And I'm here with a bunch of, they're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in...
They're not being paid to be there, but they're doing it in service to the owner. Why? Is he their family? This is crazy. So they can do it. You can be 17 and do militia-like activities. Okay.
Service to the owner. We got militia.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie.
So he's 17, and he went to that other state. And mentioned, and pay attention also how they mentioned that he used to be a lifeguard, right? But Karmelo saved a child that was drowning. That stuff is not being mentioned. Okay, let me say it again.
As a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way.
Well, he's 17, and he's saying that his job. So he's saying that they don't even know because they haven't seen the knife. That's how you know they haven't read the police report. They have not seen the knife. Okay. They haven't seen the knife. The knife is right here. Where the blue tarmac is, that's where the knife is. Because it was raining so much. They didn't read the police report. Had they read the police report, they would know where the knife is. Okay, or where the knife was. The knife was where the knife at that time is where the blue tarmac is. Because it was raining. It was raining a lot. So they didn't want to touch it. So they put the blue tarmac over it. So they haven't seen the knife themselves. No one has seen the knife. They covered the knife. So they're full of it. But what we do know, and what we can see, is that Kyle was standing outside with, what's it called? He was standing outside looking like this. There's no second guessing this. This is him, right? So they have no idea. They have no idea what the knife looks like. They're just surmising because, like I told you yesterday, white people, first of all, they love to lie. Second of all, it's hysterical people. Third of all, they're paranoid. Fourth of all, they have psychosis. They haven't seen the knife because they've made up their mind to believe the worst about Karmelo. They haven't seen the knife. They haven't seen the knife. But this gun, this AR style weapon, we've seen it, okay? It's right here. And he's even on video holding it and telling people that's his job. What job? How can it be a job if you haven't been paid? You're not getting paid. You don't have a contract. Nobody's paying you. You don't have a contract. You're 17 years old. Why are you there? To be an instigator. And even like for white people to even find that, like they find this acceptable. Like a 17-year-old who goes out there, he leaves a state for a different state to do militia business at 17. right? So now imagine the psychology of like Austin Metcalf, because Austin probably had the same mindset. He was also 17. Hunter's 17. They're all 17. But somehow these 17-year-old white boys always think that they have some kind of militia, vigilante superpower over other people. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. So he's right here with this AR-15 type of weapon. But that's okay for white people. Where white people get shocked is when they heard, oh, there's a knife. A knife? You are okay with an AR-15 on a 17-year-old. But you are so indignant when you hear that a 17-year-old had a knife at a track meet. You're not serious. They are truly not serious. It's a very, very unserious people. And that's the thing about racism. It's like it will embarrass you every single step of the way. Right? Because when you make a choice to be racist, you make a choice to be an idiot. And anybody who chooses idiocy will always be embarrassed. Make it make sense.
I have my rifle because I don't protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
Video also shows officers thanking the armed civilians and handing out the water.
We appreciate you guys, we really do.
Then things escalated.
Ammonia, gasoline, mixed together and it's causing an ammonia problem.
And what does that do?
So mind you also, who is there, right? I can even understand saying like, oh, we're doing militia work because there's no like armed forces, like there's no police, there's no sheriff, right? But we heard in this video, there was law enforcement. Law enforcement was there. So if law enforcement is there, they even have tanks. You have law enforcement, they have tanks. Why does the 17-year-old need to start shooting people? Once law enforcement shows up and they even show up with tanks and stuff, why doesn't the 17-year-old retreat? Then they say that Karmelo should have just ran away or like whatever, he should have retreated or something like that. So my thing is, why doesn't the 17-year-old retreat? Once law enforcement comes in, law enforcement gives them water, law enforcement congratulates those people, and they're coming here with tanks. So if law enforcement has tanks and you still feel like you need to do something, no, he went there looking for problems. He went there trying to kill somebody. And to me, this kind of behavior is what you call first-degree murder. It is premeditated. Because if there's no law enforcement, I can understand why you're doing militia work. The moment law enforcement pulls up, and they pull up in tanks, y'all, these are tanks, y'all, okay? These are tanks. Right behind them, these are tanks. There's law enforcement. Why is he still here? Why is he still here? Let's say it again. Hold on. This is crazy. You see? This is a tank, right? Law enforcement is there, so why is he still there? There's law enforcement, there's law enforcement, there's law enforcement. Why is he still there? At 17, why is he still there?
Handing out the water.
We appreciate you guys, we really do.
And they say, we appreciate you guys, we really do. So once law enforcement comes, why are they still there?
And things escalated.
Ammonia,
Law enforcement, look at all these tanks right behind him. But he's still there.
gasoline, mixed together and it's causing an ammonia problem.
And what does that do?
It causes irritation to the throat and eyes.
Rittenhouse would then use his assault rifle.
So then he uses rifle on three people. Three people. Like these people are so ridiculous. So he used the rifle on three people. Allegedly, Karmelo's knife was used on one person. But this is not disturbing. This is not disturbing. This is perfectly normal. Let's keep going. I cannot stand these people and their hypocrisy.
Claims in self-defense. First, Joseph Rosenbaum, which is shown in the defense team video. 4 shots at
Okay, so when we see Rosenbaum here, what is he doing?
The DA and Rosenbaum video.
Okay.
First,
So they
Joseph
said
Rosenbaum.
that when Austin Hunter, they walked up to Karmelo, they asked him to move. I would assume he's saying the same thing. And they're saying you should keep it fair. Does the man have a weapon? White people are so racist. They're just so racist. Here is the man. Here's the first man, right? He's saying, I don't know, maybe he's saying like, leave. Why are you here? F you. I don't know. But according to white people on the internet, if somebody only uses their fist, you should also use your fist. If somebody only uses words, you should only use words, right? Especially according to, what's the man's name? What's his name? What's Officer Tatum? Officer Tatum. There you go. These people are so funny. They are truly, truly funny. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me find this video. Where is it again? No, it had to be this one, right? No, that's not the video I'm looking for. Where's the video that I'm looking for? Is it this? Where am I? I'm right here, right? Hold on. What do you say again?
Disproportionality of use of. Because you say, touch me and see what happens. That's where they develop premeditation, meaning that he knew he had the knife. He concealed the knife, so they didn't know he had the knife, but he knew and premeditated, when they touch me, I'm going to stab them. No matter what force is being used, I'm going to stab them. And then they said they touched him, and he said, well, hit me, and I'm going to stab you. The same scenario. He could walk away, but he didn't.
So why did he also ask Kyle Rittenhouse to walk away? Did Officer Tatum say, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse also should have walked away? Or only Karmelo should walk away? But the white boy, he should stand his ground. But the black boy should walk away. This is crazy.
Me, and I'm going to stab you. The same scenario. He could walk away, but he didn't.
Why did Kyle Rittenhouse also walk away?
Because he knew that if they touched him or did anything, he wanted to stab and kill whoever was in his way.
So does not apply to Kyle Rittenhouse, right? If he's there, the police is there. The police come after a while. They come with tanks. He has an AR, like he has almost like an AR-15 style rifle, right? The man is saying, I don't know, leave. I don't know, maybe he's cussing him out. Why doesn't he leave? Because right now, if the man just has his hands, right, and you have like an AR-15, you overpowered this man. So because you overpowered this man, you should retreat because you have more force than this man. But no, he stays and he kills this man, right? But when it comes to Karmelo, who is facing two twins who both weigh 65 pounds and over, he needs to retreat. He has a knife, but he needs to retreat. Kyle Rittenhouse, he has an AR-15 rifle. He does not need to retreat, even though the people that are coming against him only have their fist. And maybe they know jiu-jitsu, what do I know? But they only have their fist. They only have their fist. So why doesn't Kyle Rittenhouse retreat? Why don't you ask Kyle Rittenhouse to retreat? Why does he retreat? He's not needed. There's law enforcement. Why is he still there? Why is he still there? This is insanity. Hold on. Where's this fool?
Doing.
That's what Kyle also did. He killed the people. He killed the people. Okay.
The proportionality of force. First of all, self-defense can't be initiated. You can't initiate a conflict and then claim self-defense. Second, the use of a deadly weapon has to be proportional.
Here's the man again walking towards Kyle. Here he is walking towards Kyle. He has nothing in his hands. His hands are right here. He has nothing in his hands. So how is that proportional?
In self-defense. First, Joseph Rosenbaum,
so
which is shown in the defense team video.
So if he has nothing in his hands, why is Kyle Rittenhouse using a Smith & Wesson on this man? For what purpose? For what purpose? And that's how you see this is all DI foolishness. There's one measure for some and there's another measure for others. This is crazy.
Meaning that if I just grab your t-shirt and say, man, move out the way, and you shoot me to death, that's disproportionality of use of force.
Kyle Rittenhouse should have been found guilty then of murder.
As a person that used deadly force have to have evidence that a reasonable person would believe that person feared serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A black eye is not serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
Okay. So here's the video again. If this man is walking up to him with like there's nothing in his hands, what was the serious fear of a bodily injury, especially when you have almost like a Smith & Wesson? Make it make sense.
First, Joseph Rosenbaum, which is shown in the defense team video. 4 shots, and Rosenbaum,
He
who
shot
the DA
him 4 times. He didn't even shoot this guy once to like scare him. He shot him 4 times. Wow.
says was unarmed, was killed.
He's running again, looking for other people. Here he is running again.
The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots. killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun. At close range, Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and
So
turned
they see
himself
him
in
with a
the
gun,
next
didn't
day.
even arrest him. That's white privilege. I ain't never seen this. What? So after he shoots off these people, he's still not arrested? Oh my God.
Puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in the next day. Video.
Wow. Wow. So he shoots a person. He runs out. Now I get it, because Officer Taylor was lying. The reason why the second man ran behind him, because he had killed the first person. Then he shoots that one. Then somebody else sees him with a gun. They're trying to restrain him because they don't know he could be an active shooter. So he tries to hit him with a skateboard because they don't know what the heck this, like, are you an active shooter? And then all these tanks and all these police cars and nobody arrested this white boy. Oh my God. And he was acquitted. Oh my God. When I tell you, do not feel bad about supporting Karmelo. I didn't even know it was like this. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. A 17-year-old doing all of this. And he was not arrested. They let him go. He went home and then he turned himself in when he felt like it. Jesus. And you see, and this is why America is so racist. I will never stop saying it. This is a racist country. It is a race. Like he shot people, he murdered people, and then he shot other people. And he was not arrested on sight. Even he knew he was wrong. He going like this. Then, oh, it's okay. But in that case, they're not going to say, oh, because he's white, he got off. Always deflecting, always lying, always projecting. And you see, and this is why today with social media, they have made it their purpose to make people dumb and to reduce people's attention span to 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, because they know if we make it shorter, there's so much we can leave out and just feed people a convincing narrative. He did not have to kill these people. This is utterly ridiculous. Nobody threatened this boy with any sort of weapon that he would say, oh, I'm fearing for my life. He shot the first man 4 times. Then he shot all the other people. And he's not even shooting to maybe injure you so you don't injure him. No, he's shooting to kill. He went there that day looking for blood. He went there to be a murderer. And he got off first degree murder. But then Megyn Kelly wants you to believe that the Karmelo Anthony case is very bizarre. It's very peculiar. They're a bunch of racists. They are a bunch of racists. This is racism. They are a bunch of racists. We saw this for ourselves. This is insanity. This is insanity. Let's start over. Hold up. Wait a minute. This is insanity. Let's start this video over. Oh my gosh.
There was a call.
Bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms.
Well, first there was a call to arm. Chief Miskinis, as you know, this is insanity. This is insanity. Look, let's read this. Chief Miskinis, as you know, I am the commander of the Kenosha Guard, a local militia. Okay, hey, Lena, we are mobilizing tonight and have about 3,000 RSVPs. So what did the police force do to make sure they could also contain the militia? They wanted these people to kill those people. White people are racist. They are racist. We have volunteers that will be uptown, downtown, and at the entrances to other neighborhoods. Our effort has made national media. I ask that you do not have your officers tell us to go home. Oh, wow. Oh, geez. Y'all read this. So they wanted the police to be complicit. White people are racist. But never forget that the police in America started to arrest slaves to keep the slaves from running away. We're going to look at the root of the police in America. I'm going to play a video. Hold on. I ask that you do not have your officers tell us to go home under the threat of arrest as you have done in the past. We are willing to talk to KPD and open a discussion. This is a militia, and they're making their request known to the police force. The audacity, white people, white privilege. It is evident that no matter how many officers, deputies, and other law enforcement officers that are here, you will still be outnumbered. What are you even talking about? These people want to kill people. They are dangerous. These are dangerous people. So 3,000 of y'all, and he was still scared. So there's 3,000 of y'all who RSVP to go there. Every single one of you has an AR-15. That white man walked up to him. He did have aggression. I'm not gonna lie. He did have aggression, but he had nothing in his hand. When you have an AR-15, you already overpower him. Hey, Queen, and you don't even shoot him once. You shoot him 4 times with an AR-15. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? Then the other guy runs behind him because he thinks he's an active shooter. I'm like, it makes sense why he ran by him and knocked him down. Because you're like, did he just kill someone and he's trying to get away? I'm like, oh, crap. Then he shoots him. The other guy's like, oh, my God, is he out here shooting people? So that's why he tried to knock him down with the freaking skateboard. It makes sense now. They're always lying. And that's why they always give you a 1-minute resume, a 2-minute resume, because they are leaving so much out, because they want to feed you a convenient narrative. They're a bunch of disgusting liars. A 17-year-old with an AR-15 looking for problems for free. He's 17. He's joining a militia. A militia. Karmelo was on a track team. They are so disgusting. You cannot save the soul of white America. They're a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. He is 17 years old, and he has joined the Kenosha Guard or whatever, a local militia. He traveled all the way down there at 17 years old. Did he even do his homework? Was he done doing his homework? Was he done turning in his group project? Does he even have a high GPA? What do we even know? This boy got so much time and he has no supervision. Hey, Nafisa, no supervision. What kind of parents, especially white parents, allow their 17-year-old to go and join a militia? A militia at 17. Barbarians, bunch of barbarians. And then they make their request known to the police officers. Do not arrest us. Don't tell us to go home because you're going to be outnumbered. Are you kidding me? So you can do more with your bare chest and the AR-15 than law enforcement in tanks. You can do way more than law enforcement in tanks. Because I'm like, these people watch these movies. They watch all these movies and they really think they're invincible, that bullets can go through their bodies and still live. They consume too much TV. They are seriously mental, like they are seriously unhinged. He is 17 years old. What kind of parents would allow their child to be 17 and join a militia if it's not a white family, a white American family, a boy raised by a white American mama? And I'm pretty sure his mama's overweight. I am pretty sure she's some big back white American woman. Hold on. Let me see his mother. Let me look at his mother. What did I tell you? Did I tell you she's overweight? Did I not tell you she's overweight? You already knew. You already knew. I told you. I'm starting to recognize Austin Metcalf. The mother is overweight, morbidly obese, big back, orthopedic shoes wearing white woman. Kyle Rittenhouse, look at his mother, fat. Like I'm telling y'all, the kids don't have structure. These children do not have structure. They don't have structure. These mothers let their kids do whatever. You think she was supervising that son? You even think she loved her son? What kind of woman lets her 17-year-old go all the way down to wherever to join a militia with an AR-15? She allows that boy to order these weapons online and to bring that into her home. A white woman, a morbidly obese, high-calorie, orthopedic shoe-wearing, highly processed food-loving white woman, white American woman. Because you know, Ivana Trump, she would have never. Because Eastern European women, they don't raise their kids like this. They do not raise their children like this. I told you she was fat. I had never seen this woman in my life. I promise y'all. On everything I love, today is my first day setting my eyes on this wide load. I had never seen this woman in my life. But I already knew she was fat. I already knew she was morbidly obese. I already knew. I already knew. Every single one of these white aggressors, these white boys that are terrorists, have obese mothers. Did you even see the one who shot the people at the university? Let me show you something. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you his mom. Okay? Let me show you his mom. What's his name? What's this boy's name? Child, where's this lady? You see? What did I tell you? Fat. What did I tell you? Fat. What did I tell you? They're all fat. They're all obese. Look, it's not a joke. They're a mess. They cannot raise these boys. They're single moms. They're morbidly obese. They have no structure. They're addicted to processed food. They love junk food. They don't clean their houses. They don't raise their children properly. White American mothers. Bunch of sloth. They're all slutty people. They're a bunch of sloths. They don't clean the house. They don't feed the kids right. They don't cook, don't clean. They're fat. They like to shop at Marshalls and Ross, always shopping with coupons. They're the kind of heifers to bring coins and change to the self-checkout line. You're like, bitch, what the fuck are you using coins at the self-checkout line? The type to even steal from self-checkout. And never fail. And never bought no damn vegetable in her damn life. Okay? This bitch, if I put broccoli, asparagus, you name it, in a lineup, she couldn't identify shit. Don't even know her damn vegetables. But I bet you she loves chicken, though. I bet you she knows the entire KFC menu. I bet you she knows the entire Papa's menu. I bet you she knows all the Chick-fil-A menu. And all the special summer drinks. And the special this and special that. You need to go look at her DoorDash account and her Uber Eats account. Instead of raising her kids, having structure over their children. Every single one of these women is morbidly obese. Every single one of these mothers is morbidly obese. There is no structure. They're too heavy. They're too heavy. They're too heavy to get up and raise them kids. 200, like what, 50 pounds short of showing up on my 600-pound life. Huh? Unbelievable. 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 Every time you see these white women, huh? You see these white women who raise these crazy ass white kids who go around hurting people. It always gives this. They're always 20 pounds away from seeing Dr. Now. They're always 20 pounds away from seeing Dr. Now. Unbelievable. Everybody fat. They're all fat. They're all fat. Ivana will never. Melania will never. They don't know how to raise children. They don't know how to raise children. This is crazy. Kyle, he is the mama. Fat. Their hair is always awful because they don't eat enough. They don't eat enough proper food. You know, they don't have enough iron. So their hair is always like limp. They always have like this limp hair, like they're about to be balding. Here's this mother right here. Huh? Look, what is she smiling for? What are you smiling for? What is she smiling for? Hold on, y'all. I'm waiting for the picture. They're all overweight. Everybody overweight. What is her name? Where's her picture? Here she is. What is she smiling? Look at her. Look at her. She can't even fit in that shirt. Look at her suffocating. Look at this. High-calorie human. How can you even be a sheriff? She can't even run. When was the last time she ran a mile? When was the last time? No, this is crazy, Thomas. This is crazy, Thomas. It is crazy, Thomas. Thomas, there is a pattern here, Thomas. There is a pattern. There truly is a pattern. There is a pattern. There is a pattern. There really is a pattern. But I'm like, every time I see these women, every time I see a white boy out here terrorizing people, I already know what the mama looks like. I already know what the mother looks like. What it looks like. Look at this one. And look at this one. Okay? So this is Austin's mother. Yeah, they all have thinning hair because they don't eat enough iron. They don't consume proper meats because they eat too much processed food. So they're iron deficient. And also, not to be offensive, but I'm already offensive. But the thing is, like, white people, because they're very pale, they don't have enough melanin. So they can be vitamin D deficient. They can have vitamin D deficiencies because they're very pale. They don't have enough melanin. So it's like they tend to have iron deficiencies. That's why sometimes they can get so white that when you touch them, like they can turn yellow, right? Or like gray and stuff because they have low hemoglobins. You know what I mean? They're like I'm already offensive, so what the heck? You know what I'm saying? So it's like they don't eat enough. They don't eat enough proper food. So they're iron deficient. They're usually anemic. So their hair is always really thin. You see? Look at her hair. Her hair is very thin. She's already balding. Look, she's balding. See? Overweight. They're always morbidly obese. Yeah, because you don't have enough melanin. It's a real thing. Thomas, not to be mean, huh? But it's a real thing, though. It's the lack of melanin. It makes it so that white people, especially as they get older, they have to really take their vitamin D. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Because when you, what's it called? It's a real thing. That's why when you look at black people aging versus white people aging, we don't age as much. Like we don't wrinkle as much. We don't see our veins and stuff as much because we have more vitamin D because we have the melanin. We have more melanin. You understand? White people don't have that. So when they get to a certain age, as they start aging, they have to consume more vitamin D. It is very, very serious. Now, when you're looking at a person also who's morbidly obese, because she is morbidly obese, right? It's like the processed food. It's too much processed food. Okay? It really don't crack because of the melanin. I'm telling you, right? You understand? But it's like the hair is always thinning, low iron deficiency, and also vitamin D deficiency. Sometimes you can also have vitamin A deficiency, but they all need a multivitamin because they don't have well-balanced diets, but it's processed food. So this is Austin's mother, okay? Here is Kyle's mother. Look at his mama. Look at the mama, y'all. Okay? Look at the mother. I need to do a special live on these mothers. I need to do a special live. What is going on with morbidly obese white women with thinning hair and early signs of balding and their boys being criminals? That needs to be talked about. Okay? That needs to be talked about. But here's the mother. Here's Kyle's mom. And do you think that she had any control over that boy? No. She barely has control over her food addiction. Look at her. And it looks like she lived a hard life. And I'm pretty sure she's not even that old. But she looked like she lived a hard life. And you know why? Because maybe she did opioids. Maybe she took drugs. Look at her skin. Look out. She's too young for her skin to be sagging like this. Dehydration, right? Only God knows. Dehydration, drug addiction. But this lady, she did not give Kyle any structure. You guys, you will never have a child that is raised in a loving house with two invested parents that's going to go sign up for a freaking ass militia. A militia at 17? Why would you even have this mindset? Most 17-year-olds are planning to go to college, not to go join a goofy ass militia. Yeah, Tommy, I'm sure she's very young. She just looks old, like she's had a hard life because most likely she's battled an addiction. Most likely she has battled an addiction, right? Now we come over here. Here's this other white woman. Her son went and shut up that school. And she's also morbidly obese. Okay? She's also morbidly obese. And my thing is also, even with the sheriff force, how can y'all keep somebody on the force that can't even run a mile? This lady looked like she struggles to get out of bed in the morning. Can she even properly fit in her police car, in her sheriff car? She looked like once she come to work and sit in that chair, she can never get up. Because the chair going to be stuck to her behind, just like this. This is her. This is her. Okay? She's so damn big. The chair going to be like this. This is her. The chair going to be stuck in there. Okay? Make it make sense. Look like when you sit down, the entire chair just straps your behind. That's a wide load. That is a wide load. Somebody say, beep, 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 beep. That's a wide load. That's a wide load, sis. I see why you ain't got no man. Who gonna lift that up? Imagine having to lift her legs up. Oh, hell no. Who want to die early? Who got that kind of life insurance that they're going to put their life on the line? And matter of fact, you die lifting this up, they might even deny your claim. The fuck? Y'all, let the insurance people find out why you dead. Let the insurance find out why the man is dead. Because you try to lift up Phoenix's leg because you want to have sex with her. They said, what, sir? You killed yourself. Okay, claim denied. Claim denied. Claim denied. You're about to go mess up your life, mess up your back, die early, messing with them wide loads like this. One leg at 300 pounds, the other leg 300 pounds. It ain't worth it. Ain't nothing about this worth it. Ain't nothing about this coochie worth it. Ain't nothing about her cootie cat worth a damn. Are you kidding me? You gonna get your insurance claim denied. Go around and mess with this foolishness. Go ahead and mess with this wide load. You gonna get your insurance claim denied. They gonna deny that claim. And you better pray it's not me. Because if I find out that you died trying to lift Phoenix's legs, I say, is you dumb or is you stupid? Your mama dropped you as a baby or what? You out your mind? You didn't see how big she is? Huh? When you went to her house and you saw her bed, did she even have a box spring? I bet not. She probably had a mattress straight on the floor. On the floor. Probably busted every single mattress, no, every single box springs, no to mankind. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Are you crazy, sir? Are you crazy? You out your damn mind. Claim denied. He wanted to die. That's a form of suicide, bitch. That is a form of suicide. You died trying to mess with this. You died trying to have sex with her. You died trying to lift up her leg. That's a form of suicide. Yeah. Claim denied. Okay? Claim denied. F around and find out. F around and find out. You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. These people are really crazy. You are seriously crazy. You are out your mind. You are truly out your mind. And look at the son she raised. Okay? I don't even know if he has, and I'm trying to be offensive, but I don't even know if he has Down syndrome or if he's just too happy. What do you have? Down syndrome or you're just too happy? Okay? Look at him. Look at him and look at his mother. Like Phoenix, what exactly are you happy about? Don't raise a whole shooter, an entire killer. Okay? Went to school and just blew up all his friends. And he got her gun to do it. He took her gun and he went and killed his friends. She's so damn sloppy. Couldn't even put her gun away. Where was that gun? Where did you leave that gun that this boy had access to that gun? He went to that school and he shot up all his friends. He shot up all of his friends. Of course she's a single mom. They're usually single mom. Okay? The only thing is in America, they want Thomas in America. They want you to believe that it's only black mothers who are single moms and who have a hard time raising boys. No. The vast majority of women raising boys alone have a difficult time. You understand? That's why, for the most part, at a certain age, a boy has to go live with his father. Because as a woman, you can't do it. But these goofy ass bitches think they're feminists. They drink the Kool-Aid of feminism and they think they can do it all. It really leads to exactly, and no matter the ethnicity, right? No matter the skin color. If you're black, you're white, you're Asian, you name it. If a father is missing, bad behavior, just bad behavior. But my thing is, as a police officer, as a sheriff, right? Where the hell did she leave that gun? And I promise you, she does a better job protecting her Twinkie, protecting her Twix, her candy addiction. If this was a Twinkie or some Skittles or some Popeyes, or some Chick-fil-A, I promise you, she would have guarded that fast food with her life. You already know this. If there was food, y'all, I'm talking candy, I'm talking Chick-fil-A, I'm talking Popeyes. You know dang well she would have guarded that 12-piece with all her life. Okay? 12-piece, Popeyes. Bring it up. Foolishness. This is out of order. This is out of order. Okay? You already know. If instead of a gun, they asked Phoenix to protect a 12-piece from Popeye with 5 biscuits on the side, a side of mashed potato and some corn and some black eyed peas, you know damn well she would have saved that thing with her damn life. Because this heifer loves food more than she loves keeping people safe. And you already know, truer words have never been spoken, Lacey. You know I don't lie. You know I don't lie. You know I don't lie, right? And this was a 30-piece. A 30-piece nuggets. Yes, from Chick-fil-A. You already know she would have guarded and a lemonade on the side. And a lemonade on the side. You know damn well she would have protected that food with all of her life. The cookies, the large fry, the extra sauce, the Chick-fil-A sauce, the Polynesian sauce, the honey mustard sauce. She would have fought for that food. And she would have kept that food with all of her might. Okay? This heifer don't even walk 1,000 steps a day. But I promise you, she would have walked 1,005 steps. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. This heifer right here, we already know. She can't even walk 1,000 steps a day. But for that fast food, though, she would have walked 1,005 steps just to keep her safe. You know she damn stingy. I even wonder if she shares her food with her son. Because he looked like he don't eat right. All that sugar, all that fat. Huh? Probably the type to go to a McDonald's and see that the ice cream machine not working and throw a whole tantrum. Huh? Probably the type to go to McDonald's and see that they're out of cookies and want to fight everybody in there. Huh? Because her glucose level is too damn high. Huh? Because her insulin levels are too damn high. Huh? Should have gotten your ass on Ozempic. Should have got your ass on Moderna. You were lost that way. Your feet would have been swift and quick. You would have hit that gun. Huh? Make it make sense. Should have gotten your ass on the Zippy. The Zempy. You dropped the whole 200 pounds, Phoenix. Your feet would have been quick and swift. You would have hit that gun. Too damn lazy. Because all you care about is food. All you care about is eating. Eat and eat and eat and eat. Girl, get you some exercise. Get you some damn exercise. You know, and let me say this right. Let me say this. Let me also say this. For as wrong as what this boy did, it's very wrong. You don't go to school and shoot your friends. You don't go to school and shoot your friends. But maybe that's just how he played because he ain't got no friend. You think she took him to the park? Huh? You think this wide load, processed food loving ass heifer, orthopedic shoes wearing heifer, that's big back of a mother. Okay? You think she took this boy to the park? You even think she could play with him, huffing and puffing like an old ass AARP dragon? Huh? Them old ass dragon that even Hollywood don't want to put in the movies. Huh? All she does is get out. She just gets out the couch. Hey, for me, just gets out the couch. It's giving a heart attack. Her heart can even take it. So maybe he grew up lonely because mama was too busy nurturing her food addiction instead of being there for her son. Oh, I said what I said. Huh? We already know. Just getting out the bed. Heart rate shooting up. Zone 6. 196 beats per minute. It's giving a heart attack. Exactly. And you see, so why are you, and you see how dumb these women are, Thomas? Do you see how dumb these women are? So you are fighting for custody when you don't even have the energy to raise the boy. You see this? They are so damn stupid. These women are so stupid. They're just dumb. And they're so prideful. Instead of being reasonable. You had a highly contested, tumultuous custody battle. Why? Just so that the boy can be a killer? Exactly, Thomas. Thomas, let me tell you, Thomas, I love you. I really do. You are a very cerebral, even keel white person. I really do love you. Thomas, you make too much sense. You make too much sense. So you fight this man to keep the custody, even though you're 500 pounds. So you can't play with him. You can't take him to the park. You can't even walk him to the bus stop because he's probably embarrassed. Mama out here looking like Ellie the elephant. Huh? Mommy out here looking like Ellie the elephant. Y'all know Pocoyo? Do y'all watch Pocoyo? Do you watch Pocoyo? Huh? Here's the mama. Mama out here looking like Ellie the elephant. No, I'm not gonna call you that. No, that's not me. No, I'm not gonna call you that. That's me. I'm not gonna call you that. Okay? Right? Like your mama out here like Ellie the elephant. You're 600 pounds, ma'am. Right? You are 600 pounds. You're overweight. You're morbidly obese. You're probably pre-diabetic, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Why do you want custody? Why do you want full custody when you're not going to be involved in this kid? You can't play with him. You can't run with him. You can't keep up with him. You can't take him to the park. You cannot help this child have a normal social life. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. Even when you look at his face, he looked like he could have had Down syndrome. He looked like he could look at his face. Not trying to be mean, y'all. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm serious because I don't play about that. I don't play about Down syndrome. I don't play about that. But I'm saying, look at his face, though. Look at his face. Look at his face and look at the shape of his head. He looks like he slightly escaped having Down syndrome. So he could have had learning disabilities. So it's too much for you. Why don't you let the daddy have the baby? Why don't you let the man raise his son? Why do y'all want custody so badly when you're going to do a horrible job? You're not physically fit. You have no intention of losing weight. You have a hard time controlling your emotions. You are extremely, extremely lazy. Can't even keep a gun safe. But it could be that the young man has Down syndrome because look at his face, y'all. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at him. Look at the shape of his head. And this one I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not. Okay? Because nobody asks for Down syndrome. Like it's a thing. Make sure you like the live. Make sure you like the live. So for the love of child support, you're going to keep a baby you can't raise. Because these women, they're so delusional. They think their boys are going to stay small forever. They grow up. Little boys are cute, but they grow up. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. They will become men. They don't stay tiny forever. They become men. They grow more muscle than you. Their voices get deeper. Like they become men. You are a woman. So yeah, when he's small, you can maybe control him. But what about when he transitions into manhood? Are you actually equipped for this young man? No. Exactly. You know what? Because mom gets to get child support to help her financial plan. Exactly, Thomas. And the children are suffering because these women are so obsessed with child support. This is ridiculous. Even me, I have 3 boys. I am not fighting my husband. If we ever get to a place, knock on wood, that we have to go for a divorce, he can have them. I'm not doing this, y'all. And my husband, he's 6'7". So God forbid all these kids are 6'7". They're not about to beat my ass. They are not about to beat my ass. I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not looking up to talk to a person. Okay? I'm not doing this. I'm not raising boys, men. Oh my gosh. I'm a woman. I'm feminine. I'm not doing this. You have to be honest. No, you got to be honest. The little boys, when they're 5, they're 6, they're 7, they're cute. They're little people. So they're easier to tame. But they're not all going to be they're not going to stay like that forever. You have some boys, even like from the age of 12 to 14, they grow 2 feet. 2 feet. Look at Barron. Look at Barron, y'all. Barron Trump at 12. Look at him at 12. Okay, this is Barron. Remember how small he was? Even then, he wasn't. Look, he's kind of close to his dad, kind of close in height, right? But we remember Barron was so small. Look at Barron. You see? Here's Barron, little baby Barron. You see that these people, the boys are not like girls. They don't grow like girls. It's like when you're trying to raise a little cub, right? Okay, he's a little lion. It's cute. Okay, let's look at this, y'all. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Right? Let's look at Barron. Okay, so here's Barron. Okay? Over here, he's 12. He's like maybe less than 12. Okay, that's cute. Did we ever think he was going to be like a freaking giant? Hell no, I didn't even see it for him. Like, what? Huh? Here he is as a baby. Oh, these goofy ass heads. Okay, here is Barron as a baby. Would you ever think that he'd be like 7 feet tall? Hell no. But this is baby Barron. Who could have thought this boy gonna be a freaking giant like this? Here he is as Barron is so cute. Okay, Barron is my baby. That's my baby, right? Like, look how small he is. Small baby Barron. Small baby Barron. Okay. Oh, you see his face more. That's so. Oh, Barron, look at your pretty eyes. He's so cute. Such an adorable. I love him so much. He's so classy. Okay. Here's baby Barron. Here's baby Barron again. Here he is. He's grown up a little bit. He's so charming. Here he is, being a little teen. Mommy's like, you better stop. Look at the Eastern European woman. I'm going to give you one nasty look. You better get your life in order. Don't play with me. becoming a little teenager. Okay, look at that. Look at this. Look at him now. He's almost there. Look at his dad's shoulder. Look at his shoulder. He's almost there. Right? Now let's look at Barron now. This dude is a freaking giant. Look at Barron now. Look at him now. He towers over people. He towers over people. The boy, look at him. Look, this is crazy. This is really crazy. This kid just towers over people. You would think he was standing on some kind of steps or something. No, the boy just towers over people. He is huge, Thomas. Now imagine raising a giant like that as a single mom. Girl, are you insane? Send him back to his daddy. Are you crazy? Are you actually crazy? I'm not raising a boy that's 7 feet tall by myself. He's about to beat me up. Imagine him looking at me like this. God, son, no. We are not doing this. I am not doing this with you. Like crazy. Go see your daddy. Okay? Go to your father. Barron, this is out of order. Even his dad does not like to stand next to him because he's so tall. He is so tall. But look at how quickly baby Barron went from like being the baby Barron to almost to a 7 feet. Like he's 7 feet, gentlemen. He's so freaking handsome. Like it's so crazy. Yes, everybody was shocked because he was so small. I'm like, Barron, how? When did this happen? And I don't even think he's done growing. This boy's gonna be 7 feet tall, y'all. He's not done growing. He's not done growing. But when they came back, I saw Barron. I was like, who is this man? I said, is that Barron? What the freak? When did you get this tall? This is so crazy. Imagine raising a giant by yourself. Now, you have some boys, they're not going to be as tall as Barron, but they get muscular. They get big, and their voice gets deep. One day, I called my son, my oldest, his name is Trey Ray. I said, Trey. He said, yes, mommy. I was like, what the fuck is in my house? Who the freak is in my house? Your sons go from having these highly pitched voices, hey, mommy, hi, mommy, to one day you say you call your son, and your son says, yes, mommy. You're like, what the freak? Who is in my house? Yo, that day I was like, what the fuck? Who's in my house? I was like, Trey, your voice is changing. What is this? You know? But it's like, it's so crazy. So he's not done. He's still got like 2 to 4 more years. Oh, he's going to be 7 feet. Okay. Oh, see, how did I know? How did I know? He was kidnapped. So she kidnapped the baby. So, okay. Oh my God. You see, I told y'all, I'm not trying to be mean. But when you look at him, you can kind of see that he almost could have had Down syndrome. Because look at the shape of his head. Look at the shape of his head. Look at his eyes. You know, not to be mean, hon, not to be mean. Right? You know? Oh, I don't want to show babies. Let me see if I can show a picture. Because you know me, I follow pages. I hate people do that, but I do. I'm a supporter of babies with Down syndrome. They didn't ask for that. You know, they're beautiful people and they're very sweet. Usually, I guess if they're surrounded well, but she couldn't do it because she's overweight. But all these beautiful babies, they're very beautiful. Nobody asked for that. Down syndrome is a genetic mutation. It just happens. It just happens. But when it does happen too, we have to understand that the babies, they're going to require more help. So it's when you can't do it with one person can't do it. You know, one person cannot do it. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. You know, it's a lot of work. So you don't want to do that by yourself, especially when you know that you are already overweight. Yeah, but look at his eyes though. When I looked at his eyes and the shape of his head, I was like, he looks like he could have had Down syndrome, like right here, and then like this, and then right here at the forehead and his neck. You know, he looked like he could have had Down syndrome. You know, so my thing is, why are you fighting for custody? They both should have been mature and said, okay, we're going to raise this child equally. It's like, okay, I can have him when he's a baby, and when he gets to a certain age, he'll go live with you. But I'm like, you still have to co-parent. So you kidnapped him, you fought for custody, right? And you see, you kidnapped the boy, you fought for custody, and now he's a murderer. Imagine being in prison and having like Down syndrome. That is absolute cruelty. That is absolute cruelty. You see, he was on medication for ADHD. And do you look at how big she is? I will never stop saying it. Look at how big she is. If she came and be mindful of what she eats, do you think she was careful in making sure he was taking his medication? Maybe not. Do you think she was checking to make sure he was taking his medication? Probably not. Because maybe he didn't take his medication. And maybe he had not been taking his medication and she was not checking. She needs to be charged for this. Yeah, she needs to be charged for this. She needs to be charged for this. Because once you decide to fight with all your might for custody, you want custody, I want custody, I want custody. Okay, if the boy has issues and he has to be take medication, you need to make sure he takes his medication. Because what's the point of fighting for custody and not being thorough with the child and his medication? You have to sit there and watch him drink his medication. No, because maybe for a week now or 2 weeks or a whole month, he has not been taking the meds and she's not checking. She's not checking. Too busy doing all this. Y'all gotta start losing weight. And what is this? So for me, Marlene, where I stand, I even feel like this young man, maybe he should go to like prison for like a few years, but she needs to, like the full time, she should do it. Okay, large march. No, she needs to do it because this is her fault. This is her fault. He was born. He doesn't have everything in there. You know what I mean? He's delayed. So once you kidnap him, you fight for custody, and you finally get the custody, you have to do a damn good job. You got to take him to his appointment. You got to make sure he goes to his therapy stuff. You got to make sure he takes his medication. And you have to sit there and watch him drink. Then make him open his mouth and double check. Double check. But I'm pretty sure he had not been taking his medication in probably over a month now. So that's why he had an episode. And then she didn't protect the weapon, knowing damn well that you have a child in the house that can have an episode if he does not take his medication. Whatever he did, it needs to be on her ass. Not him. Unfortunately, the state should have guardianship over him. The state should have guardianship over him. And whatever he did, she needs to be held accountable. She wanted custody. There you have it. You wanted custody? There you have it. You wanted custody? There you have it. There you have it. There you have it. You wanted custody, right? You're going to go to prison. You're going to prison. Because we even have the 8th Amendment. Like, you can't do like cruel, unusual punishment. Okay? Exactly. She neglected herself. So how was she going to raise a child with special needs? She failed her son and she failed society. And she also failed her police department. Because the gun he took is for work. It's for work. And my thing is, not only when you come home, you should make sure that you separate the stuff for the magazine from the chamber and make sure there's nothing in the actual gun itself, right? And also you should have it locked. You should make sure it's super locked. And her dad was a racist, and what is she? A neglectful, big back, high calorie, orthopedic shoes wearing of an idiot. Worried about her father. Her father might have been a racist, but she didn't go to prison, did she? Okay, let's say your daddy probably was a racist, but you didn't go to prison. So as racist as he was, he made sure that you knew how to be a good citizen. So why didn't you do the same for your son? Yeah. Like, because she wants us to feel sorry for her. I don't give a damn. Your daddy was a racist, but you never broke the law. Your daddy was a racist, but you got a job. You have a career. So he did certain things good. Nobody's perfect. He did certain things good. You decided to fight for custody. Why are we even talking about your daddy? Oh, trying to distract people because you want a virtue signal. I will not feel sorry for you. You made a choice to fight for custody of a child with special needs. And you did not give this baby everything he deserved to make sure he was going to be healthy, of a sane mind, and not hurt other people. Why are we talking about your daddy being a racist? That's nothing new. I'm bored. I am seriously bored. Your daddy did not raise your son. You did. So stop deflecting. I told y'all, white women always deflecting, lying, and gaslighting. Why is she even talking about her daddy being a racist? Why do we care? He talked about Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks is dead. What the heck? She's dead. He can talk about the dead. What you gonna do? Rise up and fight him? I don't know. But your father did not raise your son. You raised your son. So why does he turn out to go and kill his friends like this? Because you chose to not even check that he was taking his medication. You chose to leave the gun unprotected, and you left the magazine in there, knowing dang well that he has to be on his meds. Otherwise, something really, really bad can happen. You did all of this. So for me, whatever he did, they need to indict your ass. You need to stand trial. And if they want to give this boy life, it should be your life in prison. And in him, he's going to be like the state will have custody over him. They have guardianship over him. Because this is crazy. You cannot have children with special needs and come in the house with guns and weapons, not even like separate the stuff, like make sure you don't have any kind of bullets left in the gun, lock it up safely, and make sure it's nowhere for him to find it. And make sure that you have a passcode or some kind of code that he can never think of. You did this. He never would have been able to buy a gun of his own. You did this. You truly did this. We cannot put a person with Down syndrome on still, oh, look at what you did. That doesn't make sense. He has Down syndrome. Like, what the heck? She did this. So lock her ass up. And maybe back then, because, you know, when you're in prison, they give you exactly what you need, not what you want to eat. Okay, that's going to be like her weight loss boot camp. Okay, she's going to turn prison into a weight loss boot camp. Dr. Now going to be so proud of you. Okay, you're going to go to prison. They're going to feed you just what you need. And I need you to stay. I need you to stay your fat ass away from the commissary. I need you to stay your fat ass away from the commissary. You're going to be in prison. They're going to feed you what you actually need, like your carbs, all your macros going to be right. Your carbs, your protein, and your fats. Then you know you're going to stay away from the commissary because you done way too much junk food. That's why we're here now. You're going to stay the F away from the commissary, and you're going to learn once in your life to stop running away from your emotions and to deal with your emotions. Okay? Like, this is crazy. Okay? Exactly. Like she said, what Emily said, what does her dad have to do with her parenting? If you have a toxic, racist, etc. parents, you are supposed to thrive to do better for your kids. She had a duty to raise her son. She passed on her trauma. This is all her doing. Yeah, like seriously, no. Like we are like even when you get sentenced, the judge needs to write an order to the warden. They have to keep your ass away from the commissary. No snacks, no candy, no soda. That's going to be another form of punishment. You will never have a Coke, a Sprite bottle, ever, anything. You will never have any more soda in your life. No more chips in your life. Okay? You're going to learn to eat vegetables, your proteins, and your fats, and a little bit of macros, and your carbs. That's it. This is it. This is reckless. I don't know how we got here, but my point was to say that all these white kids who terrorize people, okay, all these white boys who terrorize people have morbidly obese mothers because there is no structure. There is no structure in the home. Okay? There is no structure in the home. And it needs to stop. It truly needs to stop. Okay? Now, one more time for the one time. Let me play my video on Ivana. Where's Ivana? Where is Miss Ivana? Okay, hold on. One time for the one time. My auntie Ivana has a message for the people. Okay, I think in America, like we need to have like a boot camp for white American mothers to have like training sessions with Eastern European mothers. It's gonna be good for them. Wow. You see? But let's see what Megyn Kelly has to say about that. Let's see what Megyn Kelly has to say about that. Hold on.
I think to any parents, if you give the kids schedule and the discipline, you go and they get up at 7, they go to the school at 8, they go from the school, they have after school activities, then they do the homework, they have a dinner, and they go to sleep, busy. Okay, they have no time to get in trouble. Ivanka did the piano lessons, ballet lessons, singing lessons. The boys were the karate, the ice skating, skiing, the golf, tennis. Keep your kids busy. They have no time to get in trouble. At 7 o'clock, they in the bed and they in coma. I gave my kids enough money to be able to give the friends, buy the pizza or buy the hamburger.
Okay, you see how she said she gave her kids enough money to just buy pizza and a hamburger, right? So how exactly did Kyle Rittenhouse get the money to buy this? Because the man said that this weapon here is like $600 to $700. If it's $600 to $700, where exactly did Kyle Rittenhouse get the money to buy this? This is insanity. This is insanity.
And take them out. But that was it. And then you teach your kids the value of the money.
Mm-hmm.
I would take the kids to Europe on the months of June and July. And months of August, they had to return back to America from age of 10. They were working on the cutting the grass on the Trump golf courses. They had to go and clean up the boats in Atlantic City, which I ran because there was a shipyard, or Ivanka was working in the flower shop and all that. And they were making $4 to $5 an hour, 9 to 5. And eventually, Donald Jr. was like a 14. And he came to me and he said, Mom, why you don't raise us from $4 to $6? And I said, you know why? And he said, why? I said, because you did not ask. You don't ask, you don't get.
Oh, the queen, yo, that's the queen.
I sing to
an icon, forever an icon. Okay, but you see, the one thing about Miss Ivana, may she rest in peace, is that she's Eastern European. She's Eastern European. And I'm gonna keep saying it again. Eastern European women, they're like Southern Black women. No, she ain't black. Hey, Simone, I haven't seen her in a while. Eastern European women are like, I keep saying this. Eastern European women are like African mothers. They're like Southern Black American mothers. Because, you know, I think sometimes like people think that all Black people, even here in America, people think all Black people, all African Americans are the same. I said, no, you have to check the location, right? But a traditional Southern African American woman, you're not about to do foolishness in her house. You are not about to do foolishness in her house. An African mother, you are not about to do foolishness in her house. An Eastern European mother, you are not about to do no foolishness in her house, because a child will stay in the child's place. And what's understood does not have to be explained. Now, when we talk about like anybody who is liberal, like white liberals and things like that, and this is when you start, the kids start being crazy. You know what I mean? So here's Megyn. That's Austin's mom. Right? I'm going to do it again, y'all, because I'm not going to stop doing this. Okay? That's Megyn. Right? Here is Kyle Rittenhouse. That's his mother. So do you think she was raised also in a structured, conservative family with a mom and a dad where you understand like you need to raise children to act like children and behave like children? Of course not. Also overweight. Okay? Also morbidly obese. Right? We come over here. Here we have Phoenix. Right? Here we have Phoenix. Another one, morbidly obese. And her son goes and he shoots people. Right? So I'm like, white American women, especially those who are liberals or those who are feminists, like they want to raise kids by themselves. They fight for custody of boys, all this weird stuff. I can do whatever a man can. Here's what we get. Because boys need their father. But these women do not want to let go of custody. They don't want to let go of the child support. So they want to keep the kids. They want to keep these boys. And one day, these boys become big. They become big people. And then guess what? And then guess what she says? Where is she? Huh? Let her say it. Okay. 225 pounds. Did y'all get this? Hold on. Let her say it again. Let her say it again. Okay. Let Megyn say it again. This is crazy. They can't do it. They're not doing a good job. And they usually raise boys that are overly aggressive. This is crazy.
It's your baby. Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys.
Both of them are big boys. So what do you think? What do you think was going on in the house? Yeah, they're very strict. They are very strict. And that's why nobody did no foolishness. Because, they don't play. They don't play. People think all African Americans are the same. No, you have the northerner African Americans, you have the southerners, you have the Midwest, you also have the California people. They're all crazy. The California, they're crazy. In the north over here, they're crazy. But I'm like the South people, the Southern people, and Midwest people, like Southern African Americans and like Midwest African Americans, right? They like, especially the old school people, they don't play. They do not play with the foolishness. They don't have time for this. They do not have time for this. They do not have time for this. You understand? When you go to the north and you deal with northerners, especially people who have liberal values, mothers who are feminists, they let their sons stay in bed. They go, first of all, they go to bed real late, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and got no idea what this child is doing on the internet. You understand? They let these boys close their doors, don't even know what the hell they're doing. They don't keep up with where they're going on these websites. Where are they going on these websites? Nobody keeps up with that. They go to sleep late. They wake up late. They let these boys on Saturdays, on Sundays. The boys are sleeping until 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 2 in the afternoon. And these mothers are sitting there watching a young man sleep until 2 p.m. Are you kidding me? He gonna sleep until 12 p.m. Oh, I went to bed late. Well, too bad. Get up, take a shower, make your bed, find you some business. You understand? Ivana said it. Her husband's a billionaire. She was also a multimillionaire. But she made her children wake up at 7 o'clock. They had to go to the golf course and cut the grass. They had to go to the shipyard and wash the boat. Ivana had to work at the flower shop. You gonna work. We're rich. You ain't rich. You broke. You gonna work. You gonna clean. You gonna wake up early. You gonna make your bed, take your shower, and find you some business. I've said this all the time. Boys, especially boys, should not be in bed past 8 o'clock on a Saturday. For what reason? Because think about the kind of husband he's going to be. If you allow your son to sleep until 8, 9, 10, 12, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, what kind of husband is he going to be? He's going to want his wife to do everything. Are you crazy? A man who thinks he has the right to live a soft life. Boy, you a man. Get your ass up. You get up 7, 8, or 9. Get up. Make your bed, take your shower, and find something to do. Look at your calendar. Do you have anything to turn in for school? Okay? You gotta give children structure so that way when they go to college, when they go out there, they don't need you. Because you have raised them to have structure, to be independent, and to be responsible. So many parents today, especially liberal parents, it's not even just white, it's also black people, it's Asian, anybody who espouses the notion of liberalism. They raise these children like they're eggs. Oh, my child is so special. My child is so precious. I need to let my child do whatever. If you raise a child not to have structure, you will forever have to raise that child. When he's 20, you're going to raise his ass. When he's 25, you're going to raise his ass. When he's 30, you're going to raise him. At 40, you're going to raise him. He's going to have children in these goofy-ass relationships, and he's going to bring the kids to you. You're going to be a grandmother. You're going to still be raising kids. And whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Men and boys have to be raised differently. They're boys. You got to put structure on boys. You cannot play with these people. Because if you don't raise them right, not all of your life, you're going to have to raise this boy. And you're going to have to pay his bills. You're going to have to do this and do this. Yes, it was good for you. I'm about to stay in bed until 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning. You better get your ass up. You need to get your ass up. Find you some business. Find you something to do. You get up, you brush your teeth, you take a shower, you make your bed, you come downstairs for breakfast, and you need to find you something. There is always something to do. There's always something constructive to do. Too many boys today are raised like women. They're raised like princesses. They're raised like little girls. The mom does everything. She makes his bed. She washes his sheets. She makes his food. She cleans his room. She makes excuses for him. What the freak are you doing? What the freak are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And this is why also America today has a serious crisis with manhood, because we have too many young boys being raised by single mothers. It's unhealthy. And I even feel like if the father is not good, or he's a demon, or he's in prison, I even feel like these boys should go to a military academy. Boys need to be raised by men, not women. Because the vast majority of mothers are enablers. The vast majority of women are enablers. You raise your son like he's a woman, like he's a princess, like he's your husband. That's your son, sis. And one day he has to be somebody's husband. He will be somebody's father. You got to raise him for that responsibility because time goes fast. Time, it goes real fast. You got to raise your son that one day he will be a man that you're proud of. Raise your son that one day he will be a husband that you're proud of. Raise your son that one day he going to be a father that you're proud of. Raise your son that one day he going to be a grandfather that you are proud of. Children need structure. They need discipline. They need order. And also they need to have consequences for bad behavior. You don't love your children when every time you withhold consequences or punishment because you don't want to hurt their feelings. But somebody out there going to beat your child or even stab your child. And you cannot be mad at anybody but yourself. You cannot be mad at anybody but yourself. Because God never built the woman to raise a son to a man. That's not the role of a woman. That is the role of the father. Let the father raise the sons. You fight for custody, you fight for custody. And the next thing you know, the boy is a complete failure or the boy is gone. Always making it, oh yeah, he was a good boy. He was a good boy. Oh, shut up. Mothers have a tendency of always embellishing the good nature of their sons. You have no idea who your son is when he's not next to you. Stop the foolishness. Stop the foolishness. Who your son is when he's next to you and who he is out there, you have no clue. I really despise how parents want to always act like, oh, I know my child so well. I knew my son so well. No, you only knew the son he wanted to be in front of you. You have no idea what your kids do behind your back. You hope they act good, but you don't really know. Okay? Like, this is crazy. You got to give these children, especially boys, because boys can be dangerous, like for real. It's like raising a cub to a lion or even raising a pit bull. When they're small, it's cute. But if you miss raising them, like it's like, missing your exit, it's really bad. Or going into, like, you go through a ramp at the wrong speed. Some people can get killed. It is a serious responsibility to raise a boy to a man. It's a serious responsibility. And I think America has done such a diabolical job convincing women, right? Convincing women that they can replace a man, that they can raise a boy to a man, that they can raise a boy better than the father. This is crazy. This is nasty work. This is nasty work. And that's why these boys are out here misbehaving, right? I don't think you would have felt. If you want to be a successful parent, you can be a successful parent. Everything is about mindset. If you are willing to put your heart into something and you are willing to learn and take accountability when you mess up and commit to doing better, you can do it. Nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible, right? Okay. What did you say? What did he say? Well, I can't be mad at anybody because I think the internet and people on platform like this is going to get Karmelo 20 years or more in prison. You're saying all kinds of foolishness, Chris, but thank you for the money. Okay? Thank you for the money, right? So that's that. But it's like, yeah, they there's a thing about Oedipus, oh my gosh, Oedipus Rex, right? Where it's like the accomplice, like a boy can fall in love with his mother, like it's very, very bizarre. Is it this one? Let's see what Jordan Peterson said. Let's see. What is he saying?
Now, here's how to your children. Some of you will take this road, so maybe this will help you do it better if that's really what you're into. So the thing to do is make sure that your marriage is quite hostile so that you have a lot of underlying resentment to your partner. And that will encourage you to subtly turn one of your children or more of them against that parent without them really knowing it. And you can do that by covertly reinforcing them when they do that, or ignoring them, that's even better, when they do the opposite. So, maybe your daughter is being nice to your husband, you're really mad at him, so that you make it known to her using one strategy or another that you don't really approve of that sort of behavior. So that's a pretty effective way of doing it. Then the next thing to do is, this works really well if you have a young boy and you're a woman. It's like, you want to develop a lot of hostility towards your husband, so you really don't want to have anything to do with him, and you don't really want him to even touch you. And because of that, you're not even really all that happy about men. And so then you do two things, is that you turn to your son, because he's kind of harmless, and you make your relationship way closer than it should be with him, and you encourage all sorts of things that are really kind of on the edge of acceptable behavior. And at the same time, you repress and crush that would develop him to turn into the kind of monster that you think your husband is. So that's really effective, and people can do that for like 20 years, and the outcome is that I have a lot of business as a therapist, because I do see this sort of thing. And a lot of what happens in therapy is that it's an interesting thing, is people can solve all sorts of problems, like of a very large number of sorts. But one of the commons is they cannot get away from their families. They can't break those initial, isn't even break them. The family can't negotiate a way to allow the person to manifest the independence that would be necessary for them to have their own life and their own career. And so they're struggling, and they're caught in these often ugly nets, like often unbelievably ugly nets, and they can't get out of them. I knew this guy once who had a mother who basically was trying that trick, and she was very smart and had lots of tricks up her sleeves, and there's just no way he was going to go for it. He rebelled at every possible moment, and he basically became, I would say, somewhat hyper-masculine in response, which is an interesting lesson with regards to the hyper-masculinity that boys often develop if they're raised by single mothers, because they tend to go one of two ways. And he just fought her at every step of the way, and it didn't happen. But one of the things Jung said, which I loved, and you can really see this in the Crumb documentary, is that the Oedipal mother basically entices the child, says, look, here's the deal. You don't have to do anything, but you don't get to leave. But if you don't leave and you don't do these difficult things, then I'll take care of you. And the child has a choice all the way along there. I mean, obviously, he's outclassed in some sense, but it's not as obvious as you'd think. Little kids are tough, and they make decisions all the time. And so Jung thought about it more as a conspiracy than as something imposed on the child by the mother. And I really like, it's actually a conspiracy between mother, father, and child, actually. And I think that's a good way of looking at it, even though it's really rough, because, well, should you hold the child responsible? Well, yes, but judiciously and not completely, because then if you deal with someone like that as an adult and they're trying to escape from it, you have to go all the way back and figure out how the hell it happened. And then they have to adjust, they have to figure out where they opened the door, like inviting a vampire in, because they can't come in unless you invite them in. So don't invite them in, because once they're in, they're really hard to get rid of, and they'll take all your blood.
And you know what is so weird? So how do you call it? You call it Oedipal mother. I really think that Megyn was an Oedipal mother, because the way Hunter talked about his brother, it's not normal. Listen to this, y'all. It is not normal. The way he talked about his brother, I'm like, the kid is just 17. Y'all tell me what you think. He's talking about a 17-year-old. Listen.
A man has a family. A man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too.
He did everything for our family. How is that even normal?
And he did everything for.
He did everything for our family. Exactly. This is going to be another live. This is going to be another live. Okay. Did Austin have what's it called? A Oedipal mother? Because I'm like, the way this lady, hey Mark, I'm like, because I remember how he talked about his brother, and I'm like, that is too heavy for a 17-year-old. That is just too heavy for a 17-year-old. That is just too heavy for a 17-year-old. He said, oh, the man had a family. He did everything for our family. He is 17. He is 17. What do you mean he's doing everything for the family? Where is the daddy? But he wants to sit here and then go to a news conference and act like he's this involved father. He's a joke. I'm going to expose that white man for the scam that he is. Do y'all remember this? I was like, why is he saying this about a 17-year-old? Look.
He did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. Real strong. And I know I'm strong too, but
what the heck?
And has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too.
He did everything for our family. He was a strong man. Not trying to even be funny, but I'm saying, like, Austin is 17. For you to even call Austin a man is out of order. This is what they do to even black boys. A black boy, they'll call him a man if he's 17, 16, or 13. Austin is 17 years old. How can he be a strong man? He's a human being. He is 17. He is 17. Exactly. He's your twin. Where's your father? I know he's out here getting the money from the GoFundMe, playing the fake Christian. This is wrong as hell. I was like, when I heard this, like the first time I heard, I'm like, this is bizarre. He's a strong man. He's the man of the family. He did everything for us. What the fuck? Where's her man? Why don't she get remarried? Let her say it again.
A man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
Look at this. He was a strong kid. No, y'all. I understand now. Not trying to be funny. I'm being serious. Because Austin, I'm kind of torn. But not trying to be funny, y'all. Not trying to be funny. These goofy ass people. Oh, yes. These goofy ass people. I'm talking about Megyn and her fat ass. I'm talking about Hunter and his lying ass. I'm talking about Jeffrey Metcalf and his scamming ass. These 4 people put too much pressure on Austin to be perfect. You see, this is why these lives are going to help all of us up. They're going to help all of us. These people, these 3 demons, they put too much pressure on Austin. They put now I even feel like crying. How can you say that your own twin, he is your twin, y'all the same age. How can you say he was a strong man? He was a strong kid. What the freak? He is 17 years old. So y'all shit is so unregulated that this boy had to grow up sooner than he did. And I told y'all, Hunter started this. Hunter got him killed. Because I said, Hunter, he's the type to start shit and then his brother has to finish it. Because him, his mother, their father, they ain't shit. They really ain't shit. Because what did he tell y'all? Let's go back to 5 minutes. These people are evil. They are really evil. They are so evil. They take advantage. They take advantage. Listen to his ass.
I don't mind what happened. There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move.
You see? What he said? What he say? We asked him to move. Y'all need to listen carefully. There was a kid sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. Do you think Austin is involved in that? Listen, you got to listen. And every time he lies, I'm telling y'all, this kid, he's not a good liar. Every time he lies, he does something funny with his eyes. Look at his eye movement again. Look at his eyes movement again. They go from here, straight right here, over here, over here, over here. Every time he lies, them eyes of his start spinning out the orbit.
Don't mind what happened.
He's looking here.
This kid,
looking here. Look.
Before I knew his name now,
look at his
this
eyes.
kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move."
Okay, what did he say? What did he say? What happened? Oh, Teresa. Bye, girl. Bye, Teresa, girl. Bye-bye. Bye, Teresa. Bye, babe. Another life. See you in another life. Okay? My brother stepped in and said, you need to move. Exactly. Exactly. Bye, Teresa. Yes. Emily, watch all his interviews. When he starts to lie, his eyes start to do this. Like you know how like your mouth can lie, but your body says everything else. You know what I mean? Like your mouth can tell lies, but your body does not follow suit. Your body does something else. Okay. Okay. He stepped in. My brother stepped in. So does that mean that when the initial confrontation, when the initial confrontation occurred, was Austin involved? That's why I say they keep wishing harm on Karmelo, but everything they wish on Karmelo is going to be Hunter. It's going to be for Hunter. Right? We asked him to move. He started talking aggressive, talking reckless. My brother stepped in. Your brother stepped in. What does that mean? Austin was not involved. The initial confrontation, Austin was not involved. You understand? Even me, I might even have to in the afterlife, I might even have to apologize to Austin because I said maybe he was on steroid because I'm not understanding all this rage at 9 o'clock in the morning. But why are you so mad like this at 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain? But now I understand. Austin, ever since the mama got a divorce, he had to be the man of the family. And it's like you have to understand how heavy that is for a person. Because even me at 17, I was not thinking about caring. I had to take care of my little siblings, but I didn't have to be the woman of the house. That's just too damn much. But imagine at 17 years old, your mama, a grown-ass woman, she counts on you. Your daddy, a grown-ass, skimming-ass man. Okay, here's the mama, overweight, does not want to get her life in order. Here's the mother, because she can't get a man. She don't want to be attractive. She don't want to lose weight. She probably only has a high school education. She barely make enough money. Okay? Barely make enough money. She put all her bullshit on Hunter. Can't get a man. She gets the love from Hunter. For Austin. You can already see it. She turned Austin into her man. Then you look at this goofy ass Hunter who decides to pick a fight over a non-issue. He decided to make a fight, him and somebody else, him and that wee person, they need to get charged. You got Hunter and his other friend deciding to make an issue out of a non-issue. Okay? Then you have this fool, only God knows why they filed for divorce. And you know he's not an involved father. Because if he was involved, there is no way that the Hunter would say, oh, this man had a family. He was everything to us. He took care of us. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. Where the freak is your father? Emily said it. Where's Emily? Huh? Emily, where's your message you have? Okay, exactly. Emily said he's your twin. Where is your father? This is not normal. This is not normal. Austin was more than the golden child. They put too much pressure. Okay? 17-year-old without a father asking for trouble. Sorry. And who's to say that he was not even asking Hunter and Austin for money? This man ran to open a GoFundMe. This criminal, he needs to be exposed. This deadbeat father, he needs to be exposed. Huh? Look at him. And now he has more money than the mama. This man is ridiculous. He has more money than the mother. Y'all, I swear to y'all, I'm going to do another live for this man. I'm going to do another live just for this man. Oh, I got time for this man. I got time for this man. He was not an involved father. He was not involved. He was not involved. Everything was on Austin. Look at him. And look, he's taller too, huh? Look at her. That's the mom. Look how short she is. These people here, they put everything on Austin. I can see why he has so much aggression like this. This is crazy. They both do it. She's also, when she talks about Austin, watch her body language and listen to how she describes him. Compared to Hunter, her body language is more than reminiscing about her son. The same day he went to open a GoFundMe, all he thought about was day one was the money. So sorry, y'all, cancel, sorry. Okay, so this man right now is almost at $500,000. But yet he's not the primary custodian. He does not have custody of these boys. He doesn't even have full custody. He is not the primary custodian. And they want to talk about Karmelo and his GoFundMe. White people and racism. It's so sad. It's so sad. Right? The mother who raised the children since they were 4 years old, she only has $183,000. And you see, this is how you see that these racist white people are not good people. Because if they were actually good people who cared about money and wanted to make sure that nobody took advantage of the money, they would say to themselves, why have two GoFundMes? Why does one family have two GoFundMes? That don't even make no damn sense. And if anybody should have a GoFundMe, it should be the one that has been raising the children. So who has been raising the children full time? It's Megyn. It's not Jeffrey. She has full custody. They live with her. They don't live with him. You think if they live with him, Hunter would say, oh, he was a strong, strong man, a strong, strong kid. He did everything for our family. How can a 17-year-old do everything for your family? And my thing is also, at what age did Austin start to do all of this for your family? At what age? These people are crazy. They are crazy. They put too much pressure on this young man. He's still a child. How can you say he's a strong man, a strong, strong kid? Are you insane? He's your twin. Where the freak is your father? Where was your daddy? Where was your daddy? And it's so, and you see, and this is the thing about racism. And that's why white people will always get scammed. It's crazy how you have all these white folks who want to sit here and talk about, oh, BLM, black people scamming black people. Well, here you go, white people scamming white people. Because if you were not so consumed with racism, you would even ask yourself, why does a family have 2 GoFundMe for 1 child? Why? And if anybody should have a GoFundMe, it should be the parent that has full custody. It should be the parent that has primary custody. It should be the parent that's raising the children every single day of the week. Megyn has had these kids since they were 4 years old. They are now 17. So for the past 13 years, she's been about herself raising these kids. They're out here worrying about Karmelo, how they spend the money. Why don't you make sure he's not behind on child support? Exactly, Thomas. Why does he need $460,000? How does he sleep at night with this? Seriously, Thomas. Thomas, I told you I like you very much. You make too much sense. Like, okay? You make too much sense. You're not the primary custodian. You don't have full custody. You're not the guardian. They live with the mama full time. They see you on the weekends, on holidays, and then during the summer break. She divorced you when they were 4. They are 17. 13 years. She has raised these kids by herself. You show up on the weekends. You show up on the holidays. You show up during the summer, and that's even you show up. How many times did he show up late or drunk to pick up these boys? But yet he's out here, he has the most money. Because all this Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm forgiving, y'all, it was a grift. This man is a con artist. And even Lacey said, Marlene, the best thing Austin could have done for him is die. Because now he's about to make some money off this boy. These white folks are so busy being racist instead of making sure he's not behind on child support. Because now let's assume it comes out that he's behind on child support, and here he is opening a GoFundMe, pretend to be a Christian and this and that. Because if he was paying his child support, why does Austin have to do so much? If he's paying his child support, why does Austin have to do so much? This is not normal, y'all. This is not normal. This is so not like this. I'm like, this story, the more you listen to it, it's like you hear more and more stuff. Every time I listen to this, I'm unearthing more and more stuff.
Up and do that, like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. He did everything.
He did everything for our family. Y'all, this ain't me, y'all. This is Hunter. These are the words coming out of his mouth. He would know better than I would the dynamics of his family, his dysfunctional divorced family. But he's saying he did everything for our family. So does that mean that Jeffrey never paid child support? He looks like a crow. He looks like a crow. He's like a penguin. This penguin looking ass fool. If Austin is doing everything for the family, then what is he doing? What is he doing? And that's the problem with trying to turn this racist, oh, I'm white, thou shalt not murder, all this goofy shit. Instead of actually taking your time and listening to everything that's being said. I see now. I don't even think Austin. Maybe he was. I don't know. But I don't even think he was on steroid. I just think he had a lot of pressure on him. So he saw his brother starting some foolishness. He steps in to help his brother. He wants to be the father of the house, protect his little brother, and he took it too far. He took it too far. You know, Karmelo also doesn't know him. Oh, Hunter is going through a lot of stress. He doesn't know him. They don't know each other. This is the first time they meet. And the first time he meets Austin, it's not good energy. So what the fuck does he know? He don't know shit about this man. Look how big he is. You know, if they had been friends and then Austin was not being nice, he'd be like, you know what? I know Austin, he goes through a lot because his parents are divorced and he's the man of the house and he's 17. He got a lot of pressure. You know? I'm like, to me, I could see that being more reasonable than even taking steroids. It's that the young boy, he had too much on him. He is 17 years old. He got to carry his big ass mama, his penguin ass, lazy ass father, and his goofy ass twin brother who thinks he's the younger brother. You're not the younger brother. You're both twins. You're both the same age. Grow the fuck up. Because as long as you think, oh, he's kind of like my big brother, that's not fair to him. You were born the same day at the same time. The fuck? He's not your big brother. He's your twin brother, you dumb asshole. I hate that shit. People just lack accountability. He is not your bigger brother. He is your twin brother. Y'all was born the same day, the same time. So you need to take care of yourself and stay out of trouble. No, he goes around thinking, oh, I'm the younger brother, so he does younger brother shit. And then Austin has to come behind him and clean up his mess. And I'm sure he's done this all his life. And Austin steps in, cleans up his shit. Austin steps in and cleans up his shit. This is ridiculous. Stop taking advantage of family and stop taking advantage of your siblings. Don't start nothing you can't finish your damn self. Unbelievable. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. Austin was the man of the house while his brother, the same age, was the baby of the house. Exactly, Emily. That's out of order. This is out of order. Oh, he's like my big brother. He is not like your big brother. He is your twin brother. You're out your mind. You're out your mind. And even that too, I blame Megyn because she never corrected that. She never corrected that. He is not your big brother. He is your twin brother. Take care of yourself. Grow up. Okay? Grow up. And also, I do believe that her and Jeffrey had a contentious divorce. So who knows what she was saying about their daddy around the boys. Because a lot of women love to talk bad about their exes. A lot of women love to talk poorly about their exes in front of their sons. And that's exactly what Jordan Peterson is talking about. This is what he's talking about. Let him say it again.
Now, here's how to develop an eatable situation, if you want to, with your children. Some of you will take this road, so maybe this will help you do it better if that's really what you're into. So the thing to do is make sure that your marriage is quite hostile.
Yeah.
So that you have a lot of underlying resentment to your
partner. I'm sure she had that in her marriage. And this money thing, this whole money thing is gonna cause more division. This GoFundMe thing, y'all, because you know the love of money is the root of all evil. This money thing, this huge discrepancy between what she has and what he has, it's gonna turn into something. It's gonna turn nasty, y'all. This money thing right here, hey baby, this money thing is gonna turn nasty. The divorce was nasty. She is barely tolerating his ass because she has to put a narrative out there to save Austin because she knows Austin was the aggressor. But you know behind the scenes, she mad as fuck. You know behind the scenes, she is mad as fuck. Because how dare you? How dare you? Don't raise these kids and you want to play the Christian and raise all this money. Yes, Thomas. Yes, you already know, Thomas. This right here. This is how so much crap is going to come out about these two. Y'all wait and see, y'all. The Bible told y'all money is the root of all evil. Because if you think Megyn, and she already said she's not the forgiving type. Megyn already said it. She said, I'm not the forgiving type. She said, I'm not like the daddy. I'm not the forgiving type. She knows she petty. She said it. I don't even know where she said, but I'm going to look it up. She said she is not the forgiving type. She is not the forgiving type. She already said that shit. You have to listen to people when they talk. The lady already said it. She ain't no forgiving type of person. She ain't forgiving. She ain't forgiving shit. You understand me? So my thing is, you already know the divorce was contentious. You already know she raised them kids by herself. 13 years, mad as hell, angry as hell, vindictive as hell. She holds on to grudges. So now how do you think she's going to feel when she goes on this GoFundMe and realizes that he has almost $500,000 and she's barely at $200,000? How do you think she's going to feel? And she's going to try to hold it in for a little bit, but she's not going to last. Because she told y'all she petty. And you know she loves to eat, so she can't keep her mouth shut. She fat, she morbidly obese, y'all. She can't keep her mouth shut. If her mouth was shut, she wouldn't be this big. Okay? If her mouth was shut, she would not be this big. All right? She loved to eat. She loved to eat. She loved to be petty. She loves to hold grudges. She's going to try to hold it in, but her secular nature is going to get the best of her. And do you think this fool is going to give her money? Exactly. Because Megyn went along with the lies as if they're still married. The dad can run off with the GoFundMe money. There you go. But even that's where you realize that if these white folks, these MAGA people were not so damn slow, because they're really slow, that's why they're waiting for factory jobs from China. They themselves will say, why would a married couple have two GoFundMes for one son? Right? Why would a married couple have two GoFundMes for one child? That don't make no sense. If y'all's married, you should have one GoFundMe for one child. So all the money should come together. Why does dad have a GoFundMe and the mama got a GoFundMe? And why does the daddy, who never had full custody, does not have primary custody, right? Why is he the one that he's almost at in less than 2 weeks, he's almost at $500,000. But the mother, she's not even close to $200,000. Why is that? And like Thomas said, right? I bet all this money will end up in court with both parents fighting over it. They're going to forget, as soon as they put Hunter in the ground, they're going to forget about Hunter and they're going to start Austin, they're going to start fighting over this money. And this is how so much foolishness is going to come out about this man and the kind of person he is. Because the love of money is the root of all evil. Okay? The love of money is the root of all evil. Sanique said they're going to pay everything off. But the thing is, who is they, Sanique? Who is they? Because everybody has their separate GoFundMe. So do you mean he's going to go pay off his mortgage, his cars, and then find himself a new woman? Because he's not going to give her anything. And whatever he gives her, she's not going to be satisfied with that. Because I'm sure the way Megyn talk about, I don't forgive, I'm not like him. I'm sure Megyn thinks I should have the 560, I should have the 500,000. He should have the 100,000. Because that's how she's thinking. And you know she loves food. You know she greedy. They would have questions why the parents are doing all their interviews separately. Exactly. But you know, white folks deflecting, gaslighting, and lying. Olympic sports. Marlene, the prophet that spoke to Kevin, you already know, Kevin. The lady said it. She said, I'm not forgiving. I'm not like their dad. She said that she's not forgiving. She's not like him. She doesn't forgive. Like for her, we're going to beef until we die. That's her energy. That's the kind of time she's on. So my thing is, Bobby says, so what? No, we want y'all to keep the same energy, Bobby. And no, so what? If y'all sitting here, Karmelo's parents bought this, Karmelo parents are getting rich, Karmelo, have the same energy. That's the so what, Bobby? Bet you white, right? So it's one measure for white folks, an extremely low measure. The standards are always extremely low for white people. And the standards are always high for black people, right? As soon as people ask you white folks to keep the same energy, so what? Immature bunch of fucks. Bunch of immature little fucks. Bunch of immature, dishonest, hypocritical little fucks, right? What you mean, so what? The way you white folks, when you started going crazy over this give, go, send, go, that y'all didn't even give money to, You didn't even give the money to the black people, but you want to know what the black people are doing with the black money that was donated. Huh? Why don't y'all worry about your white dollars that you give to this white scamming ass of a fool? Why don't you worry about that? Right? But you're too much of a racist to be fair. You are too much of a racist to even spell integrity. Even if I gave you 100 jars of alphabet soup, if I give your goofy ass, Bobby, where you at? Your goofy ass alphabet soup, huh? In a jar, in a can, right? It's a can, in a can, huh? Chef Boyardee, right? I know that's right. Make it make sense. If I give your goofy ass, Bobby, 100, yeah, these little fucks. If I give your goofy ass 100 jars of shit, 100 cans, because y'all only eating the cans, y'all love to eat the can, everything in the can, right? If I give your goofy ass 100 cans of Chef Boyardee alphabet soup, and I asked you to spell the word integrity, you could never. You could never. You're like, oh, I can't find it. The I. I can't find the I. I can't find the R. Right? Integrity, Bobby. Integrity. Right? Don't even have that shit anywhere in your DNA. And that's some sad shit. And that's some sad shit. Right? And that's some sad. You crazy people. You crazy people. So what? What you mean, so what? You got the Daily Wire, the Sun, the New York Times. I mean, you name it. Every white person wants to know what's Karmelo family doing with the GoFundMe. But somehow Austin has 3 or whatever, definitely 2 GoFundMes. And y'all don't even say, but if they're married, why 2 GoFundMes? If there's 1 child, why 2 GoFundMes? And also, why is the father who's not even involved having a GoFundMe? And why is he making more than the mama? Why is he collecting more than the mama? But see, in your effort to hurt black people, you're hurting this white woman. That's what you'll never get. Everything you mean to hurt us, you hurt yourself. So busy trying to hurt black people. This white woman is getting robbed. This white woman is getting robbed. And I even like her big ass. I even like the fact that she got bad ankles and she wears orthopedic shoes and she loves to lie just like she loves to eat Popeyes. You hear me? Okay? I know a high processed caloric B when I see one. Make it make sense. But even me, for as much I don't like her, I still have integrity because what is fair is fair. What is right is right. What is common sense is common sense. If you don't have primary custody, if you don't have full custody, for the past 13 years, she has been raising these kids full time. Why does he have a GoFundMe? And also, why does he have more money than she does? Like a damn penguin from Batman. Huh? He looked like a penguin. Don't tell y'all know he looks like a penguin. You can see it, right? Look like the penguin from Batman. Okay? Okay? There you go. Jeffrey Metcalf. There you go. Here he is. I knew he looked familiar. I knew he looked familiar because I know all my white villains. There you go, Jeffrey Metcalf. There go Jeffrey. I know. I always knew. Okay? I knew he looked familiar. I knew he looked familiar because I remember all my white villains. It's just like the KKK. Okay? You can never forget an ugly white man when you see one. Okay? There goes Jeffrey Metcalf. There goes greedy ass Jeffrey. There goes greedy ass Jeffrey. Waiting for his son to die of an early death at 17 for him to get rich. There go Jeffrey, y'all. I told y'all he looked familiar. Okay, I don't lie, y'all. I exposed the truth. There you go. Okay, don't tell me they don't look alike. Okay, don't tell me they don't look alike. Emily said, spell integrity without autocorrect on Google, Bobby. Okay, they look alike. He looks like the penguin. I'm like, yeah, there you go. Do you see? Money. I need to make some money. Money. Money off my son. Money. I wasn't a dad. I wasn't present. I left them when they were 4 years old. And now the son is dead. I need to make some money. Give me the money. The money. The money. The blacks killed my son. I need to get rich. I need to pay my bills. The money. The money. Okay? Yes. Get the F out of here with that foolishness. Y'all messing with the wrong one. You are messing with the wrong one. I was like, yes. This is exactly what Jeffrey looks like. The Penguin. Somebody calls Batman when you need. Where is Batman when you need a decent white man to save the day? The money. The blacks killed my son. I need to make the money. I need to go to that press conference and scare these people so I can make more money. The money. I want some money. I want the money, money, money. I want that money. Give me that GoFundMe money. Give me that feel sorry for me money. Give me that white sympathy money. Give me that white privilege money. I want that money. I need to have more money than Megyn. I need to have more money than Megyn. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The blacks. What the freak is this? Okay? It really is crazy. Okay? Like, it's crazy. It's amazing how tragedy turns into a money-making machine. Of course. There's a criminal white father in the vicinity. Okay? All right? Yeah, she's a racist. Okay? She's a racist. She is a racist. She is a racist. She's a racist. And that's why she was quick to get up there and put a narrative to make it seem as though Karmelo was this mad kid who went to the track meet to just stab her son. No, and then right after that, her son said, oh, yeah, after all, my brother put his hands on him, right? The money. I need the money. Give me the money. The blacks, they killed my son. I need to make sure that Megyn doesn't get the money. I need to have the money. Give me the money. The money. The blacks have killed my son. Okay? Give me the money. The money, y'all. Huh? I haven't raised my sons since they were 14 years old. My son had to be a man. He had to be the man of the house. A strong man. Because I was a weak man. A weak man. I was a weak man. But I'm the villain. I'm gonna be good. Give me the money. Give me that white money. Give me that white sympathy money. Give me all the money. Megyn, I'm gonna take that money. The money. Right? Out of here with that. Foolishness. Okay? These are all crazy. They are truly crazy. They are really crazy. These people are really, really crazy. They are truly crazy. Why would a man that never had full custody, never raised the kids, has not raised the kids in the past 13 years, want to do all of this? She should have this money. And you know damn well I'm right. Warrior, where you at? You know dang well I'm right. But you won't even have the decency to say, Marty, you know what? I might not be happy with you, but you're right. You won't even have the decency to say I'm right because you're a racist. You can never admit to yourself that the black woman is right. The black woman is correct. I hate this. I hate it here. I have to agree to hate the blacks. I want to hate the blacks. The blacks are correct. The blacks are making too much sense. Where's Officer Tatum? Where's Jesse Peterson? The blacks make too much sense, right? You don't have it in you to admit that, you know what? You have a point, Marlene. In you, because you hate black people. You hate black people just as much as you hate the truth, right? Because you know dang well what I'm saying makes sense. If she divorced you when the kids were 4 years old, 4. They haven't even started kindergarten yet. 4 years old. So she had to pay for a whole year of daycare. Because, you know, if you're 4, you go to daycare. Somebody got to pay for that. So she had to go to work and pay for daycare. Because they're 5. Because you start kindergarten when you're 5. Right? Since they were 4. If they're now 17, that's 13 years. 13 years, she has raised them by herself. So why does he think he deserves to open a GoFundMe? And my thing is, did he even ask her, oh, Megyn, is it okay if I open the GoFundMe for the family? No, he did this without even asking her. And that's why she's behind, because he was the first to open the GoFundMe. So most likely people thought that they were all working together. So they started giving. Then she opened her second. So that means to tell me he did not even tell her. So is that how he was moving in the marriage? Doing stuff, not telling her. Creeping around, not telling her. Spending money, not telling her. People don't change, you know. People don't change. They get worse. People don't change, y'all. They get worse. People don't change. They get worse. So he didn't even ask her. He did not even ask her, oh, Megyn, is it okay if I open the GoFundMe for the family? He didn't ask her. He did this of his own accord because he saw the media. He saw the exposure. That's why he was playing the whole Christian, the sorry father, wump, making it feel like he was always involved in, yeah, I love my sons. I love my sons. Shut up. You love your sons. You are so involved. But Hunter is telling us that it was Austin who did everything. Austin did everything. So he was not there. And instead of you white people saying, but where were you? Instead of you white people going and checking to see, does he owe child support? Of course not. Let's focus on the blacks. It's the blacks, you know. It's always the blacks. It's always the blacks. It's always the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the black. Right? It's always the blacks. Let me tell you a story about the blacks and the blacks and the blacks. They love to steal. They love to lie. They play the victim. They always cry racism. It's the blacks, I tell you. It's the blacks. No, Johnny. No, Oliver. It's always the blacks. It's the blacks. It's the blacks. It's the blacks. We have to police the blacks. You can never trust the blacks, you know. They're always lying. They have the highest murder rate in America. They steal all the money. They steal all the money. And it's the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. You gotta watch the blacks. I'm telling you, Oliver, it's the blacks. No, yes, no, yes, it's the blacks. It's always the blacks. It's the blacks, you know. I'm not a racist. I see it for what it is. Never lying to myself because life is always in 1080p. And every time I peep it, it's giving the blacks. It's always the blacks. I've read the studies. I've read the reports. It's always the blacks. I am not a racist. I'm just stating facts. It's always the blacks, right? Right? Foolishness. You people, you watch too much TV. Like you watch too much TV. Like you just watch too much TV. You watch too much TV. So you believe that it's always black people that are up to no good. And then Thomas, I bet they're all white folks. Hide the money, y'all. There's the poor blacks around. Okay? It's always the blacks, warrior. It's always the blacks. I'm not racist. I'm just stating facts. I'll put on a t-shirt. I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. I'm not racist. I'm just stating facts. And on the back, it's going to say, it's always the blacks. It's always the blacks, you know. I'm not racist. I would never be. I don't even see color. But I do see contrast. Black versus white. It's the blacks. Okay? You sound insane. You are truly crazy. You are really miserable. Okay? That's why I said you don't have integrity. You just have hatred for black people. Because anybody with integrity will be like, okay, this is also suspicious. I'm not saying that the Megyn should not get money. If you want to give to her, go give to her. You know, people have the right to give. But I'm just saying, if the mama has had full custody for the past 13 years, and she has been the one paying all the bills, especially with Austin, even Austin probably paid the bills, then it's only right that the GoFundMe should be the one for Megyn. Megyn should have the most money. There should only be one GoFundMe, and the GoFundMe should go to Megyn because she's been the one taking care of the kids since they were 4 years old. That's all we're saying. But I know I'm black, so you hate me. That's okay. I hate you too. I'm black. I ain't shit, so I hate you too. Okay? I know you hate me, and that's okay because I hate you too. It's the black. I'm black. I ain't shit, so I hate you. I hate white people. I wake up in the morning seeking for the whites, the whites, the whites. Where are my whites? I need to hate a white for the day. I can't wait. The whites. I tried to love the whites. Yes, I did. I bought myself a white computer. I tried. I got myself a white mouse. I tried. But I just couldn't do it. Oh, I tried to love. Oh, I tried to love. I tried to love the whites. But I realized I love my sheets white. I love my towels to be white. I love my blinds to be white, my phone to be white, my sheets to be white. But I just don't know if I can love the whites. You know, I try, you know. I want to love the whites. Maybe one day, oh, one day, one glorious day, I shall be able to love the whites. But when would that be? I don't know. But I'm always hopeful, you know. I'm hopeful that one day I am going to be able to love the whites. But until then, I ain't shit. I'm black, so I hate the whites. It's sad, isn't it? How much we try and we try and we try, but yet we still come short. I fall short. I would love to love the whites, but today, it's not a good day. Okay, there you go. Anything else? Like, these people are crazy. No, because you know, with white people, you have to turn everything into a musical. Okay, with white folks, you got to turn everything into a musical because this is how they receive information. You know, I'm gonna be like the Black Julie Andrews. Okay, because with the whites, do you require the jingle, a jingle, a jingle, 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 a jingle, a jingle? It makes it all tingle and tingle and tingle, right? They need jingles. White people grow up watching too much TV. Everything has to rhyme. Everything has to be like entertaining, like just like Julie Andrews. Okay, so the hood is alive with the sound of music. There you go. Okay. Like they're so crazy. They're so crazy. They are really, really insane. Okay. Like, this is insanity. We love you back, Thomas. Okay. Like, this is insanity. You have to do everything like Julie Andrews. Because, you know, she was very effective, you know. She was very, very effective. So I'm trying to be like Julie Andrews. But I'm like, make it make sense. Truly, make it make sense. One time for the one time. The blacks. The blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. I need this money. I will get this money. I will get this money. I will get the money. Okay, I will get this money. I will have this money. No, Megyn. Thank you for giving me these twins, Megyn. Thank you for giving me these twins. Yeah, yes, y'all. Hey. Thank you for giving me these twins. I gotta make the money. The blacks is the blacks is the blacks. I'm going to be rich. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna pay off my cars, my mortgage. I might even pay for a tummy reduction. I've always wanted to be skinny, you know. I've always wanted to be skinny, you know. The blacks, it's the blacks, it's the blacks, it's the blacks, it's the black. It's always the blacks. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, people. No, she's laughing. She's not offended. She's laughing. Okay, these people are crazy. So, anyways, y'all, let's get back to the story. Okay, because sometimes it's the blacks, but today it's not the blacks. So let's go back and watch this Kyle Rittenhouse stuff. This is crazy.
Online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner. We got militia on the roof here.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois, who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I can protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
Video also shows officers thanking the armed civilians and handing out the water.
We appreciate you guys, we really do.
Then things escalated.
Ammonia, gasoline, mixed together is causing an ammonia bomb.
And what does that do?
It causes irritation to the throat and eyes.
Rittenhouse would then use his assault rifle on 3 protesters, he claims,
Because you see, when you watch the video, Rosenbaum, he didn't have anything in his hands. He might have had aggression. I'm sure you can hit somebody with your fist. But I'm saying, Why are you even, you're 17. Why are you doing militia work? Now, when the police come, they should retreat. The police came in armored tanks. You should retreat. Why are you still there? Right? Because even Officer Ted was like, oh, Karmelo should have ran. Karmelo should have retreated. Okay, why didn't he retreat? He's like, oh, proportional force. How is it proportional if a man has his fist? I'm not saying he can whoop your ass now, but I'm like, he has his fist. You have an AK-15. So you have an AR-15. An AR-15, you are already overpowering him. He shot him not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times. Right? Let's assume Karmelo stabbed Austin. He stabbed him once. So we see it wasn't like, bah, 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 I need to kill you. No. We don't even know how he was stabbed. Austin could have fell off the knife. We don't even know. But I'm like, this dude, he goes there, he's 17, flies to a whole different state to be a part of a militia. Then he's like, he starts shooting people.
The DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun at close range. Rittenhouse.
You see how he's shooting people like this? You see this? Even this guy right there. Did he have to shoot him like this? Look at this guy. Look.
Handgun at close.
Look at how he shoots people at close range like this with an AR-15. You see? You see this? So he brings a gun, but they like, oh, he brought a knife to attract me. A knife, a knife. They're so
range. Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his...
And nobody's arresting him. Nobody arrested the black boy. He's not getting arrested.
His hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead?
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois.
He went home. He shot a whole bunch of people and he went home. He went home. And they call him a hero. But somehow white people are not racist. They're funny. They are really, really funny.
And turned himself in the next day.
Video of the shootings will likely be critical evidence in the trial.
Right? But we'll see, because we're here for Megyn Kelly, right? We'll see videos of Megyn Kelly being so happy, being proud that a white boy who is 17, living with his fat mama, is out here joining a militia and killing people. She thought it was good, right? We're going to see Megyn Kelly being okay with Daniel Penny, calling Daniel Penny a hero, even though nobody even touched him also. Right now, for those of you guys who don't know, hold on. Let me show you this gun because some of y'all came in late. Here is the gun. This is what he had. This is the gun he had. This is the, yeah.
Before we do, please hit that like. Hey, folks, we got our hands on the Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport 3. We're going to tell you all about it. Hey, folks, we're going to tell you all about the M&P Sport 3 here. But before we do, please hit that like and subscribe button. Let YouTube know that you dig our content. In exchange, we'll provide you with a cringy gun meme. Oh, it's around here. So, oh. All right, so the M&P 15 Sport has been around since about 2010, 2011. It's been a real value proposition for Smith & Wesson. One of the cool things about it is it's always been in that $600-700 range. Depending on features, you could get a decent rifle that was reliable and relatively accurate.
The gun that a 17-year-old had. Can you imagine? A 17-year-old. He buys this stuff and he brings it into his mother's house. And here's the mother. This is Kyle's mother. This is the mother. Right? I'm telling you, all these white women whose kids are a danger to society, they're all fat. All fat with thinning hair. Their hair thinning real bad. Okay? So let's go back to Megyn Kelly over here and then listen to her. She can't even help herself. Just have her sometime. I don't know if it's racism or starvation. Because she's so damn skinny. She's the kind of white girl that count almonds. Okay. Also, I don't know if it's is she hungry or is she really racist or is it both?
This Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing.
So she said the Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing. Right? The Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing. A boy was stabbed. A boy was stabbed. Okay. Y'all saw Kyle just out here shooting people at close range, shooting over here, shooting. But she didn't find that disturbing. The police does not arrest him. He goes home. He murders people. He shoots people at close range. He goes home, right? She does not find that disturbing. That's normal to her. Like, oh, whatever, right? This, like, look at all the, I mean, you saw the videos, right? Unbelievable. Kyle, you use a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, AR-15 style, semi-automatic rifle. A 17-year-old. So a 17-year-old has an AR-15 style semi-automatic weapon rifle. That's not bizarre to her. But she's going to tell you she's not a racist. It's the blacks, you know. I'm not a racist. I'm just stating facts. It's the blacks, y'all. It's the blacks. It's not the whites. It's the blacks. Right? So he's 17 and he's out here shooting all these people. That's not strange. No, that's fine. He's 17. He leaves his house. Did his mother even know that he was leaving to go to that place? Probably not. Too busy trying to eat some more food and more food and more food. Probably goes to bed with Twinkies and Skittles and popcorn in her bed. Okay. Here's the mother. Do you think she knew where that child was going to go? Do you think she knew what he was up to? You think she knew that he was like buying these kinds of guns and having them in her house? She don't know shit. She's a lazy, fat ass, high calorie of a white mother with no damn structure. The typical white American mom. A whole bum. A hood rat. Trailer queen. Welfare queen. Okay? You think she knew what the hell was going on? Of course she did not. 17, no guidance, no structure, no father. Okay? But that, she does not find that bizarre. But when it comes to Anthony, when it comes to Karmelo Anthony, oh, this is so bizarre. This is peculiar. It's so peculiar. Bitch, what's peculiar is your goofy ass weight at the tender age of 52. This bitch is 52 years old. This goofy ass bitch, look at her arm. She barely eats. It's like white women, they have the extreme. It's like they're either like excessively morbidly obese, or they are excessively anorexic. They don't eat. They either overeat or they don't eat. So it's always a hunger problem with these broads. It's always a hunger problem. Because, you know, when you eat too much, you're always hungry. When you barely eat, you're hungry. Okay? This almond counting bitch. Okay? So now she knows, oh, this is bizarre. What's bizarre, Megyn? The fact that he's black? Because what's the difference? Right? Karmelo had a knife. Kyle Rittenhouse had a AR-15 kind of weapon. So the AR-15, that's just normal. But then if you say that white people are barbarians, they want to ask y'all like, what you mean I'm a barbarian? How can you be okay with a 17-year-old having this kind of weapon? Are you okay? Yeah, that's just normal. A 17-year-old joins a militia. Oh, that's fine. But then if you say that white people are barbarians, they're like, oh, you're mean. You're not being nice. Why would a 17-year-old have a AR-15? For what reason? To join a militia, Marlene, right? Like it really is. Like you said, yes, hard to find a balance among the lies, delusion, insanity, and all around mental illness. Because they're racist. They are truly racist. They are truly racist. Because if you're not racist, you're going to keep the same energy. Right? If you are not racist, you're going to keep the same energy. Right? And this is why James 1 verse 8, the Bible says, a double-minded man or woman is unstable in all his ways or all her ways. Right? And that's the issue with racism, is that it makes these people mentally unstable. Because if it's a white person, they see it one way. If it's the same case, but it's a black person, oh, it's peculiar. It's peculiar. Oh, it's suspicious. It's just there's something about this. I just can't tell what it is. Yeah, it's called skin color. That's it. It's called skin color. But they think you're so dumb, or they're so good at gaslighting you that you don't see what's happening. Okay? So for Karmelo, she's saying that it's extremely disturbing. It is disturbing. Karmelo is disturbing. right? When it's Karmelo, it's disturbing, right? But when she sees all of this, but this right here is not the.
The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun. At close range, Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in the next day.
Okay. So this, a 17-year-old doing this, that's not like traumatizing. That's not peculiar. That's not disturbing. That is the norm. She finds that to be okay for a 17-year-old. But Karmelo, let's even assume Karmelo stabbed Metcalf, right? Now, that's disturbing. But this right here is not disturbing. But then she gonna tell you she's not a racist, you know? I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. Yeah, right. Anytime a white person says I'm not a racist, they a big ass racist. They're big ass racist. Okay? Like, this is crazy. Now listen to her fake ass. Listen to her fake ass.
This Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing.
Okay, so Karmelo's case is disturbing. Okay, let's keep going.
I outlaid a bit of the facts before we went to break, but what this is weirdly breaking down along racial lines because Karmelo is black. The kid he killed was white,
Okay.
Austin Metcalf.
So now and you see how she fixes her hair because she's about to lie. She's about to enter her full form as an agent of destruction. So she's like, this is like going towards like the racial line. You start off saying it is disturbing, but then you don't know why it's racial. Did you call Kyle's situation disturbing? No, she did not. No, she did not. Did she call anything that Kyle Rittenhouse did disturbing? No. Did she call what Daniel Penny did disturbing? No, she called him a hero. Exactly. But she's like, it's suddenly becoming like racial. I mean, I don't know why the blacks think that I would be racist. But yes, she starts off saying, this Karmelo Anthony case is disturbing. But Kyle Rittenhouse, even Daniel Penny, y'all saw the picture of Daniel Penny, right? Right? These are the pictures of Daniel Penny choking out the black man. But that's not disturbing. This is normal. Okay? This is normal. That's not disturbing. Putting a man in a chokehold for like over 6 minutes, however long it was, and watching the breath leave his body. That's not normal. That's normal. That's not disturbing. Of course not. I mean, what else was he supposed to do? Right? So like, this is not disturbing. Kyle Rittenhouse is not disturbing. Right? And once again, let's play it. I'm gonna keep playing this over and over. Okay?
The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun. At close range, Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm.
So, this is not disturbing. A 17-year-old. She's like, oh, he's just playing, you know. This is not disturbing. These people are crazy. Listen to what she said. Oh, sorry. Let me go back over here. Lara, say it again.
This Karmelo Anthony case is extremely disturbing. I outlaid a bit of the facts before we went to break. But what's happening now is this is weirdly breaking down along racial lines because Karmelo is black. The kid he killed was white, Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf, 17, perfect GPA, being recruited to play in various schools for college, like a football star, MVP.
Okay. Listen how she describes Austin, as if she was there. oh, he has a perfect GPA. He's an MVP. He was going to be recruited to play football. Who don't play football? Right? And this is a woman who used to work at ABC. Like, she's had a career as a journalist, right? So she knows. She knows. So I'm like, okay. What up? So Karmelo is not a football player? Karmelo don't play football? Like, he doesn't play football, right? You see how they gaslight people? So she wants you to believe that she's not a racist. But every word that comes out of her mouth is disgusting towards the black child that she doesn't even know. Doesn't even know. She's never even talked to this boy. But she's decided that he's black, he's a demon, and Austin is white, so he's the angel. Everything Austin has, Karmelo has. But listen how she talks about Karmelo, and then listen how she talks about the white boy. But somehow it's becoming racial in such a weird way. This is why we call white women Karens. This is why we refer to white women, especially women like her, as Karen. And I told y'all, in the Garden of Eden. I repeat, y'all. Okay. Okay. I repeat. In the Garden of Eden, right? God made sure to curse white women with the smallest lips he could ever design, because he knew the turbulent waters that would come out of their groins, okay? He knew the tumultuous chaos that would come out of their bosom. So he said, I'm going to make sure they have the smallest lips in the world. And yet, every day, white women across the world, but especially in America, manage to achieve the impossible. Tell lies that are bigger than the surface area of their lips. How they do that? It's a feat. Even the Lord himself is still scratching his head. He did everything in his power. These people were cursed in the Garden of Eden. Okay? In the Garden of Eden. Okay? All right? Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, wherever this is. Okay? At the Garden of Eden, I don't know. Let me see if I can show you a picture. Because it matters, right? You got to visualize this stuff, right? Got to visualize this stuff. Make the picture bigger, I guess. All right? Let me make this bigger. So, okay, I repeat. What is this? How do I get out of here? Okay, I repeat. In the Garden of Eden, long, long, long ago, long, long, long ago, in the Garden of Eden was a young white maid. Her name was Megyn. And the Lord looked at her and said, I know I have to design this woman to mirror the man, but I just know, I can sense it. That rib I took, it is a rib of lie. So that's the rib. It is a rib of lie. Okay? So to prevent her from causing too much damage on earth, I will curse her with the smallest lips, with the smallest lips, the smallest lips known to man, or at that time in the garden, or known to Adam. If you think Adam was white, or maybe his name was Brett. I don't know. Maybe Adam is black and then Brett was white. Okay, so Megyn and Brett, Adam and Eve, the black people. I don't know, right? And he thought he did a good thing. The Lord thought he did a good thing. Oh, yes, I did it. I gave her the smallest lips possible. She's going to have a hard time releasing the tumultuous waters out of her womb. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Every day, the Lord wakes up from his slumber and he's like, oh shit, what is Megyn said again? There is a war on earth. I see a war and bombings, people being jailed, children being lynched. Megyn lied yet again, right? And Megyn lied yet again, right? Every day, the Lord wakes up from his slumber and he looks down on the earth. And he sees the wars. He sees children being lynched. He sees poor black men going to prison. He sees Jonathan Majors crying for his career. Oh, yes, y'all. The Lord has seen the tears of Jonathan Majors. The Lord has seen the tears of even Jonathan Majors. He's like, oh, shit. Right? The Lord has heard the cries of who? Of Johnny Depp. Even Johnny Depp, y'all. Okay? Even Johnny Depp. The Lord heard the cries of Johnny Depp, and the Lord said to himself, oh, shit. He didn't even curse. You know, he's God. He's holy. He don't even curse. But he said that day, oh, shit. What lie has Megyn told again? Oh, shit. What lie has Karen told again? He looks at this war. He said, oh, shit. It must be Ellen or Troy. Another lying-ass white woman. Okay? Every day, the Lord looks down and he sees all the chaos in the world. And he says to himself, oh, shit. Another white woman lied yet again. Oh, shit. Let me go fix it. Okay. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay. Oh, shit. Let me go fix it. Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Uriel, Cassio. Let's go down there and fix these damn lies, because lies have consequences. Oh, shit. Megyn, Karen, Ellen. Megyn, Karen, Ellen. Ah, shit. The white daughters I never should have had. Okay? Make it make sense. It makes none. Because how is it even possible? How can your lips be so small? How can your lips be so damn small? Huh? I have a question. How can your lips be so damn small and you cause so much problems? You destroy so many lives. You barely even have lips to start. But you know what, though? I see where God messed up. It's not the lips he should have made small. I see where he messed up. God, I see where you fucked up with your design. I'm going to fix it. What God should have done, he should have given like an itty-bitty tongue. Because it don't matter. If you make the lips small, but you allow them to have a regular-sized tongue, they still going to be able to do it. You get me? He should have made the lips super, super small. And he should have made the tongue even smaller. So that anytime a white woman opens her mouth, all you hear is this. What? What happened? Okay. That's what he should have done. Right? He should have made the lips super small and the tongue of the white woman even smaller. So that every time she opens her mouth, all you hear is this. You're like, Megyn, what happened? Megyn. What? Does anybody know what she's saying? No, because she cursed. She can't destroy people's lives. Right? Karen, what happened? What again? I'm like, what? Does anybody know what she's saying? Of course not. She's cursed. She's not supposed to destroy life with the lies. Another one, Amber. Amber, what happened? What do you mean? Well, I guess she's also cursed. Can't lie and destroy people's lives. Right? That's the real issue here. He should have gone all the way with it. Small lips and an even smaller, I would even say invisible tongue. So as soon as she opens her mouth, all she can do is that's it. Okay? It's enough. It really is enough already. It's enough. Like, we are sick and tired of this. Megyn, Karen, Helen, Troy, Amber, you name it. Always lying. Stop. Sarah Jane, another liar. Always lying. Can you stop lying, please? Beth, you name it. Always lying. Stop. Like, please stop. And also stop with the microaggression. I can't take it. I hate the microaggression. Like, I hate when white women try to pull this like fake nice bullshit. You know, you're a messy ass, low down, wish you could. I mean, it depends if you're overweight, right? You wish you could do Pilates, or you are a Pilates loving demon. Okay? Stop acting like you're nice. You're not nice. We can all see through it. It's fake as hell. You know what I'm saying? You don't like me, I don't like you back. And that's okay. We have to stop being fake out here. We don't all have to like each other. But I cannot stand for the life of me when white women want to hit you with a fake nice bullshit. Like, oh my gosh, Riley. No. Oh no. Respect me. We got to stop doing this. It's like the fake. I don't even know why it's becoming racial. But then the way you talk is disgusting. Right? Because you seek to promote the white boy, and make it the other black boy sound like he's a whole demon. But then, I don't know. What did I say? Bet you said that your mother was a whore. That's what you said. I try to stop you. Right? That's what the fuck you said. Right? And you see, this is why Marlene, I never worked in corporate America. I don't think I ever could. Because the way I will cuss out these white girls, it's not going to be cute. I don't do stupid shit. I don't do stupid shit. I don't do passive aggressive. I don't fake the funk. You come at me with that goofy ass microaggression, you will get cussed the hell out. You will get cussed the hell out. And I don't care what happens after that. You are crazy as hell. Okay? You are crazy. Go play with your child. Go play with your dog. Matter of fact, go play with your almonds. Okay? Okay? All right? Okay. You are crazy. Miss me with that foolishness. Anyways, let's carry on.
Perfect GPA, being recruited to play in various schools for college, like a football star, MVP. Karmelo Anthony also said to be a good student.
So for Karmelo, she said also said to be a good student. Like, I can't confirm this. Right? So for Karmelo, she said also said to be a good student, meaning she can't confirm it. So I'm like, okay. So when it comes to Austin, did you see his GPA? Like, you saw his report card. How do you know he has a 4.0 GPA? You work at the school. You enter the grades in the report card. You're the principal of the school. No, she's not. So for Austin, even though she heard the stuff on the internet, she's stating it like she knows it for a fact. Now, when it comes to Karmelo, he's also said, I don't know, but they say he's a good student. Racist. She's a racist. And the thing about her, I think she has a daughter, right? Megyn Kelly has a daughter. And I'm like, girl, the thing about you goofy ass white women who hate black people, even though we know that back in high school and back in college, you slept with a whole lot of black boys. They love to act brand new. So many of these white girls who want to be like, right? When they were in high school, they were the head BJs in charge, just giving head over here, head over there, right? That's what they do. They go to college. They get piped from all these black boys. They get so much pipe from these black boys that when they try to marry a white man, it's hard for them to stay married. Isn't she on her second marriage? Okay, yeah, you go. Right? But we also know, I said, Megyn, you're going to play them goofy ass games. Then you're going to find out that your daughter, I don't even know how old is her daughter. Let me make sure. Megyn Kelly's daughter, hold on. How old is her daughter? Okay. 2009. So does that make her? She's 16. Her daughter is 16. Okay. Right? Okay. Let me see her child. Let me see. All right. She has a daughter. Okay. All right. But I'm like, sis, you're going to play around. You're going to play them stupid games. Right? And then you're going to find out that your daughter likes black boys and your daughter likes to give BJs to black boys. Keep playing, boo-boo. She's going to bring a whole biracial to your house. Play these games, girls. Play these games. Y'all know damn well the vast majority of you racist-ass, goofy-ass white women with the daughters, damn well your daughters have a taste for the black PP, okay? For the black plantain. Mess around, you're going to find out that your daughter does all kinds of nasty stuff with all kinds of black boys. Play these stupid games. She going to bring a whole biracial with nappy hair. And you're like, my grandbaby, right? Keep playing. You know your kids hate your guts. White people, I don't even know white people play these games knowing damn well their kids hate them and their kids do everything to make them mad. So once your daughter realizes that her mama's a racist, how much do you want to bet? Because of peer pressure, right? She's going to try to be a different kind of white. So you're a conservative, most likely your daughter will try to be a liberal, right? And because of peer pressure, because she's not going to be called a racist, right? How much you want to bet? She's going to start having sex with black boys, Latino boys, and even marry one. And also maybe bring you a biracial baby, okay? So I hope you got your edge control ready, your combs ready, okay? So you can comb that nappy hair of that the little biracial child. You will have a bunch of biracial grandbabies. I wish that for you, Megyn. I wish that for you. You will have a bunch of biracial babies. And they want to play all that goofy ass rap music at your house. Like, what's up, grandma? What's up, bitch? What's up, grandma? Okay, they're going to be tatted up. Keep running your small ass lips, bitch. Keep running your goofy ass lips. Keep running them, girl. Keep running them. And every time you run those lips, just picture your daughter doing something nasty to a little black boy. Okay? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Kevin. That's always how it goes. Because her daughter is young. She grew up on TikTok or whatever. She's not going to want to be seen as a racist. she's not going to want to be seen as a conservative. Yeah? She's not going to want to be seen as a conservative. That's why the other lady who worked for Trump, what's her name? That white lady, she worked for Trump, and her daughter was on TikTok embarrassing her every single day. And she had to quit her job working for Trump because her daughter was embarrassing her every single day. She had to stop working for Trump, right? Your daughter is going to be a liberal. She's young. She's going to give into peer pressure. And she's going to, because her mom is a racist, she's going to work even harder to overcompensate and be way, way more of a liberal because she's not going to want her friends to judge her because of you. That's how it goes. I don't know why they don't get this. I don't know why they don't get this. White girls, they get to a certain age and they start to hate their mother and they do everything to make their mothers mad. That's why the vast majority of white American women do not have healthy relationships with their mother. They hate each other. They hate each other's guts. It's like they grow up to become the woman that their mother hates. That's how they do it, y'all. That's their culture. In case you didn't know. In case you didn't know. Okay.
And possibly also getting recruited to play in college. And
possibly. This is a lady who worked at ABC. She worked at Good Morning America. But somehow she don't know how to do her research. Megyn Kelly career. Let's see where she worked. Okay, whatever her name is. Okay. Okay, so here she is, Megyn Marie Kelly. Okay, girl. Okay, so she was born in, she's a Scorpio, so you know she's petty. Okay, 1970. So she's 55. Look at her acting her at this age, 55 years old. She's so damn silly. Okay, let's look at her career. 2003, she moved to DC. She was hired by ABC. Look at all the stuff she did. Then she worked at Fox News. Like, this lady went to school to be a journalist. So it's like, to me, you know how to do your research. You know how to do your research. She doesn't want to do her research because her job on YouTube is to spew a narrative, and it's a racist narrative, and it's a narrative of hatred. If she wanted to find out what GPA Karmelo had, she could have found out. She could have said, okay, he had a 3.7 GPA. So he's presumed to be a good student. What does that even mean? It's 3.7. How? Okay, you can say that, but you don't want to. Oh, he could be recruited. No, he was going to, and probably is. He was the captain of his football team and his track team, right? Also, when he was 14 years old. So yeah. Right? When he was 14 years old, he saved a young boy from drowning, right? There are plenty of good things that she could say about Karmelo, but they don't want people to see Karmelo as a human being because he's black. You understand? Because he's black. Karmelo has to be seen as a black caricature. Okay? Right? That Jim Crow foolishness. Right? It's like the media in America ain't nothing more than Jim Crow on Hot Wheels. Okay? Right? So this is how people have to see Karmelo, right? As a black caricature, an evil black person, a black girl kidnapping a white baby, right? This is who they are. This is who they are. They treat black people as caricature in the media, something to be afraid of, something savage, something uncontrollable, something incredibly emotional. Like it's like bad voltage. It's like bad electricity, right? Something animalistic, animus, violence, hatred for white people. They hate us. They hate us because we're white. And yet we feed them, we pray for them. We give them the Bible. We gave them the Bible. They're so ungrateful. We took them from Africa. They were in huts in Africa. We brought them here from Africa, right? So this is it, right? And so they've always done this. They were doing it back then, and they are doing it today. Where every time they talk about black people, you're always diabolical. You're always dumb. You're always violent. You're barbaric. You're this, you're that. There's nothing good in us, right? So this is the angle that Megyn Kelly is taking when she is talking about Karmelo. 17 years old. She will paint this man as a man who probably did hard time for capital murder at St. Quentin. right? If she wanted to know his GPA, she could have found out. If she wanted to know that he was the captain of both his track team and his football team, she could have found out. If she wanted to know that he had 2 jobs, she could have found out. If she wanted to know that he had 3 younger siblings, she would have found out. If she wanted to know if the parents were married, she could have found out. But she doesn't want to find out because she needs to sell a narrative, a caricature. And I think she should also be sued. Okay? Any of these white people who make it their business to depict black people as some racist, racial, nasty ass, Jim Crow ass black caricature needs to be sued. If you're going to speak gently about Austin, you will also speak gently about Karmelo. You were not there, or just don't talk about it. Or just don't talk about it. Bunch of racist people like this.
And I think football. And he shows up at this track meet and apparently decides to sit in Austin Metcalf's I guess they rival teams, but Austin and Karmelo did not go to the same school.
So therefore, what is your point? Hello, what is your point? Are y'all still here? Make sure you like the video. Just know, oh, they didn't go to the same school. So what is your point? What is your point? So if we don't go to the same school, therefore what? If we don't go to the same school, therefore what? We're enemies? And that's how they think. This is how white people think. So if we don't go to the same school, therefore what? Are we enemies? Am I your enemy because I don't go to your school? I am confused. Are you a white person's enemy because you happen not to go to their school? As if you went to their school, they will even be nice to you. Right? Hold on. Is it here? Hold on. A second, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I need to find the part where he says it. So I'm like, what are you trying to say? He doesn't go to our school, therefore what? Yo, hold on. Let me play this video. I don't know where he says it. Hold on.
Is an advocate for justice. He has a long history. He didn't just spring into existence when Russia invaded Ukraine or after October. Stop putting his voice in man to stand against oppression, not opinion polls. From the Quranic duty to resist aggression. So you need to shake off this desperation for their acceptance. Stop retweeting your colonizer's sympathy. Stop praising his tardy outrage. Stop centering his voice in your resistance. This is not empowerment. This is obsequiousness in disguise. We're not waiting for the empire to approve our liberation. You understand me? We're not pleading for inclusion within their warped sense of morality. We're not guests at their table. That table was built with our bones and it's got our resources laid out on that table. You know, a good example of what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna find the part because there's a part where he says that white people are so like binary. It's like I'm either your friend or I'm your enemy. Like everything is enemy. Like everybody's an enemy. Because I was listening to that this morning. I will find it. Hold on. I have to listen to it. I will find it. Okay. So they don't go to his school. So therefore what? They're enemy.
Well, I'm not sure if he was trying to provoke a fight or something, but he decided to go sit.
So she's saying she's not sure if he was trying to provoke a fight. But why would you assume that it's the black child who's trying to provoke a fight? So just because he's not sitting, because that's not his team or whatever, so he's trying to provoke a fight. Once again, this is a woman. Once again, this is a woman who has worked in media pretty much like for the past like 20 years or so, right? So if she wanted to find out, why he's sitting there, she could have, but she doesn't want to because she's a racist. And her job is to spew a narrative. Okay, let me show you how. Let me show you why. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get this ABL video real quick. I think it's starting to go down slow. Hold on. I forgot to put this video up. ABL, where you at? Okay. Let me find this video real quickly. Sorry, you guys. I've played this video so many times. Sometimes I even forget I need it. Okay.
Metcalf was stabbed by.
Let's go over here.
17-year-old. the young man to death for telling him that he was in the wrong seat. And then I told you false and incendiary narratives out there. I wanted to give my 2 cents on the story. Let's watch this right here. This is local news out there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Tonight, we have new information from the deadly stabbing at a high school track meet.
Since 5 o'clock, Frisco police released the arrest report that details the moment officers arrived at the scene. The arresting officer writes when he reported he had an alleged suspect. The officer said Karmelo Anthony said he did it. According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting in another team's tent as rain fell.
So he was sitting in another sim tent as rain fell. Okay. Now let's go over here to Hunter. I'm like, it's right here. She can find. I'm not even a journalist. I didn't go to school for this. I'm finding this. So if you wanted to find it, you would have found it, Megyn.
If you don't mind, what happened? There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stopped at it and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So Austin is the one who put his hands on people. So he was sitting there because it was raining. Austin is the one who thought to himself, "Oh yeah, I'm so strong. I'm so powerful. I'm so white. I'm the next Kyle Rittenhouse 2.0. I'm going to grab this boy by the God knows what and just evict him from the tent into the rain." Right? So who's trying to provoke a fight? He told you, hey, Hunter was there. He told you Karmelo was just sitting there. So for you to even, for her, she's so disgusting. Megyn Kelly is so disgusting. Like, I can see why Tiffany Cross used to cuss her ass out. But she's not even worth it. Because she's a basic, petty ass, on repeat type of white bitch. There's nothing original about this white bitch. 55, narcissistic, twice married, kids by different kinds of men, you know what I mean? Barely eats, does everything in her power to compete with her 16-year-old body type, right? She's always starving herself, right? There's nothing impressive. There's nothing original about these two-tone, highlights, low light, blonde bitches out of a Clairol, yes, y'all, Clairol home care, bleaching kit, special, nothing. Okay, nothing is special about these bitches. It's like white people, it's all copy and paste. It's the same hatred. It's the same narrative. It's the same racism. It's the same everything. These people are not even original anymore. We are bored. We are seriously bored. Okay? Like basic white bitches like this, we see them all the time. All the time. And that's why most of their husbands have like corn addiction, OnlyFans addiction, Pornhub addiction, right? Because the husbands also is bored. Is bored. And that's why every time their husbands divorce their asses, they go and find themselves a hot Latina with some fake ass titties. Okay, they're so bland. They are so bland. They try so hard to be classy. We all know they was raised in the trailer park. Do you like look at her when she was younger? Hold on. What's her name again? Look at this fraudulent trick when she was when she was younger. Look at her. Look at what she used to look like. You see the tiniest lips. I told you, right? Looks like nothing. She, like you see, they look like a whole bunch of nothing. Okay? Look at the rhinoplasty. Look at how much this girl has had her nose pinched. Look at her nose, y'all. Okay? She self-hates. She self-hates. Look at the nose, y'all. Look at how many times she's had to get her nose pinched and pinched and pinched. Imagine being a white woman and not even being born with the nose of the right, like the right nose of an oppressor. Right? Let's keep going with her picture. How do I find more pictures? How do I go through oh, here she is. You see? She hit her nose. Look at her hair. Look at her hair. Right? Limp. It's always limp. Right? You see? She's a redhead. She's not even a blonde. What is this? Right? A mullet. She had a mullet growing up. So you knew she was race poor. Look at her yellow teeth. Look at the brows. Look at her eyes. She hit her nose. Right? She had to make her hair super, super blonde, fry the god shit out of her hair. Look at her hair, so damn fried, right? Look at this. She started touching her nose. She's even cockeyed. Probably had LASIK, right? Look at her going bald, cockeyed, right? Look at her. Dried hair, dusty ass extension, cheap ass extension you buy at Sally's. for $25 a pack. Too much orange foundation, too much bronzer, touching her nose. They hate themselves, always bleaching their hair. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Would you look at this? Look at this. Crow's feet. Yeah, this girl has to get so much Botox. So much Botox. Look at this. Why do y'all do this to your nose? Like, I just don't get that part. Look at this. All fake hair. Bunch of extension. I bet you she take out her. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Still cockeyed. Still cockeyed. Look at this. Look at the texture. Look at her pores. Yeesh. Yucks. Look at the rhinoplasty, y'all. Look at her. Basic. Look how much waist. You see? She was a lot bigger back then. She looked healthier here, though. I ain't gonna lie. She looked healthier. She went and starved herself so that her husband would not desire somebody else. These women are so obsessed with staying young. They would look at her. She was a lot bigger, huh? Now she went and starved herself. Starved herself. So her husband, her new husband, would not be tempted by somebody else because she knows she was left before, she can be left again. She was left before, she can be left again. Okay? Yeah. She was left before, she can be left again. That's why they get to it. Yeah. Exactly. That's why they do so much to themselves. These girls will bleach their hair. They will bleach and bleach. Get all kinds of Botox, rhinoplasty, starve themselves because they're so afraid that the white man gonna leave her for a spicy Latina. A spicy Latina, okay? A spicy Latina, okay? Muy caliente, okay? Un spicy Latina, right? She's scared. She's really scared, okay? She is really scared. They don't want to be left. They do not want to be left for a spicy, for the, what's it called? What's it called? They don't want to be left for a spicy Latina. Huh? Next thing you know, your husband out here lusting after Sofia Vergara. Huh? Porque la mujer están muy caliente. Están muy original. Están muy caliente. Huh? Caliente, mami. She knows. Jeff Bezos was married to Mackenzie. Huh? Mackenzie, come over here, girl. I need you. There you go. Here's Mackenzie. Another dry ass. You need Lizzie, super skinny, almond counting heifer who barely fed herself. She barely ate food. How can a grown woman be this small? They don't want to eat. They don't want to eat food. Look at this. How can you you're the wife of a billionaire and your teeth are yellow? Too much coffee. Too much coffee, always neurotic. You can tell she's neurotic, right? And now look at Bezos and his new girlfriend. And la novia. Huh? Un spicy Latina. Un spicy Latina. Lauren Sanchez. Okay? I told you, the white man. You see, white men, they get bored. White men get bored, y'all. White men get bored with these white women. They get bored. They get to an age, I'll divorce her, pay the money, get me a hot Latina, and have the best sex of my life. Because, you know, many of these white women also, let's be so for real. Many of these white women, they're not good in bed. You know, I'm not trying to be like too much, but many of these white women, they're not good in bed. They are boring. They are extremely boring in bed. They have websites. They have website, y'all, where these white husbands go in there and just tell all their business about how stale their sex life is, how dry their sex life is, how like they have these sexless marriages. Why do you think these white men is always so mad on the internet? They're congested. Okay. They got the blue coat, they got blueberries. Okay. So many white men are congested, y'all. Okay. They don't have regular testes anymore. They got blueberries. Okay. There you go. There you go. All right. You know me. I don't lie. There you go. There you go. This is what it looks like. Okay. Azul cojones. Okay. Yes. Tiene los azul cojones. Porque no sex. No sex. Están muy boring. Boring. Ay. Okay. They are boring in bed. Yes. And remember how Kim Kardashian had to do her sex tape multiple times? Right? Kim Kardashian had to shoot her sex tape multiple times. Multiple times. It's like, girl, what? Right? You remember? She shot the tape multiple times. How can you? It took her 3 times to get it right. Okay? I would never lie to y'all. All right? I would never lie to you. So they're extremely boring. They are boring in bed. And you know, men also want something to grab onto, right? Yeah, exactly. They drink coffee to suppress food craving. They don't want to eat. It's like they're like extreme. White people are always the extreme. They don't know how to have like a good, healthy, like balance, like middle ground and stuff, right? So they're either like excessively obese or they're excessively skinny because they don't want to eat food. Like I said, they're always hungry. So imagine having sex with a grown woman that only weighs like 120 pounds. That is not comfortable. That's not comfortable. So you see, so Jeff, he divorced the white woman and her almond cunning ways, and he went for Lauren Wendy Sanchez. Okay, like, look, Miran, you see? You see? She gonna eat some food. She gonna eat food, y'all. Okay, you see? Mira. Look, los titis. Huh? Okay, look at her arm. She eats food. She eats food. Okay? He want to sex up his sex life. He want a woman with some kind of meat. You see? Look at her. Look at Jeff Bezos. He feel like a man. Right? Because you already know. Tiene bastante cabeza. Do you know what cabeza means in Spanish? Right? Do you know what cabeza means in Spanish? Huh? ¿Comprende español? Do you know what cabeza means in Spanish? Hello, somebody. Okay? Do you know what cabeza means in Spanish? Right? Look, exactly. She's going to eat the food exactly. Huh? Comer la comida. Cocinar la comida. Huh? Comer y cocinar. So she's going to what? Comer. She's going to eat. Cocinar. She's going to cook. And then she's going to give this man some amazing cabeza. Cabeza. Okay? Cabeza from El Salvador. Cabeza from Panama. Cabeza from Mexico. Cabeza from Colombia. Cabeza con Brazil. De Brazil. Cabeza Argentina. Cabeza Bolivia. Cabeza Paraguay. Cabeza Uruguay. Cabeza Venezuela. Cabeza Perú. Están muy increíble. Muy increíble. Okay? Okay? Cabeza. El gringo is happy. Cabeza. The white man is happy. Cabeza. El gringo. Están muy feliz. Okay? There you go. Okay? Yeah. They are boring. They are so boring. They bore these men. They are bored. I'm like, y'all can look it up. The number of white husbands who self-pleasure, it's concerning. It's concerning. So they get to a certain age when they have money, they divorce these white women because they're boring. They can't cook, can't clean, and they don't even know how to get cabeza. Okay? Cabeza de Peru, cabeza de Mexico, cabeza de Bolivia, cabeza de Uruguay, cabeza de Paraguay, cabeza de Venezuela, cabeza de Argentina, cabeza de Brazil, right? They want to get the hot Latina. Okay, la mujer está muy caliente. All right? So he divorces her. He pays her goofy ass money. He lets her take the kids so he can act like a single man and have the best sex of his vida. Okay? Living la vida loca. Right? Just like that. Exactly. Yes. Always cheating. That's true. Tiger Woods was always cheating because he was bored. I think Tiger Woods also, like, he only married that white girl because he felt like he had to marry a white woman. You know what I'm saying? For his image. You know what I'm saying? But look at Sofia Vergara. And you know, and this is what these white girls are really competing with. They wish they were Latinas. They wish they had that Latina spice, but they don't have it. They try to copy it. They try to mimic it. They do not have it, right? Megyn wishes she was like Sofia Vergara. Okay? But, pero no es tan posible. It will never happen. Nunca. It will never happen. Okay? It'll never happen. Está en blanca. Okay? It will never happen. It will never happen. It won't. Look at her. You see? Look at her. Even her hair. This is fake, y'all. You know that, right? Her hair is like short, like right here. All of this is weave. She's wearing extensions. And they're not even good extensions. Because they wear synthetic extensions. They don't even know much about human hair extensions, right? They wear these goofy ass tape-ins. They look hella crazy. Look at this one, thinning hair. They're always iron deficient. What is it with these people? Anyways, look.
In the tent that Austin and his twin brother and their team, like supporting friends, were under.
Okay.
Austin Metcalf reportedly, this is from the police report, and witnesses cited their intent to get out of Austin's seat, and he turned
she's
in.
touching her face because she's just knows she's full of shit. Here is the venue. Austin had a seat. What seat? It's at a stadium. There's nothing but bleachers. What seat? There are no seats. Then she says, oh, according to the police report. What police report? What police report? What seat? It says that nowhere in no police report. Here is, what's that boy's name? Here is Hunter telling us what happened again. Oh my gosh.
Before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him
Does
to
he
move.
say that he was sitting in Austin's seat? There are no seats. There are no assigned seats. There are no assigned seats. These are just bleachers. They are just bleachers. There are no assigned seats. Hunter never even said that they had assigned seats. He never said that. But here she is lying because she's white. Because she's white.
He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
Okay.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So your 4.0 GPA, your 4.0 GPA of a student is out here physically putting his hands on people. And do you think she's going to say that to her white audience? Of course not. The police report. The police report does not say anything she's saying. She is lying. She is straight up lying. She has made a choice to lie. But are we surprised though? No, we're not. Why are we not surprised? Because she's white. We are not surprised.
To his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, touch me and see what happens. The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens. According to the affidavit, Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me.
Right? But she's not going to tell that story. Because that story makes too much sense. And that story also makes Austin the aggressor, because he is the aggressor. Who is he to put his hands on people? And this is why also this kind of enabling, covering up, lying for boys is why white American women raise boys that are dangerous. You understand? Too many white American women are so comfortable lying for their sons, covering up for their sons, you know, helping their sons paint a narrative, right? They teach their boys how to be sociopaths. They teach their boys how to be psychopaths. And this is why these women have no business raising sons by themselves. This type of enabling is so disgusting, right? You can find out what happened. The brother even said what happened, right? There are reports out there that says what happened. And the reports say that Austin put his hands on Karmelo, right? And then we saw where they were sitting. There's no assigned seats. These are just bleachers. These are just bleachers. Nobody has assigned seat over here. These are just bleachers, right? But of course, she's not going to say that because that's just too convenient to tell the truth. It's like, now she's going to make the hard choice to lie.
It said something to the effect of, you know, make me, said like, you know, if you lay hands on me, see what happens, something like that. And as he was doing it, he was reaching into a bag, and Austin Metcalf did put hands on him and tried to make.
So she said Austin Metcalf did put hands on him. So what kind of behavior is that? Watch them lie. They never, white women, and you got to be very careful because Eastern European white women, they don't do this. This is an American problem. This is a white American woman. Because Eastern, they're not like this. White American, these lazy people, they're lazy mothers. They are criminal-minded mothers. They are mothers who raise sociopaths and psychopaths. That's why they lie for their sons. They cover up for their sons. They make excuses for their sons. And they make their sons dangerous for the greater good of society. You understand? So she's saying, oh, as he was doing that, so he said, touch me. And so as Austin was doing it, he was going into his bag. So according to your story, if Austin is seeing Karmelo go into his bag, then why is he doing it? Why doesn't he say, let me refrain myself because I don't know what he's getting out of his bag? Don't even know how to lie correctly. They do not even know how to lie correctly. Because I'm like, you weren't even there. So she's making shit up. She's a white woman. You saw those lips? As soon as you see their itty bitty tiny lips start to flutter like this, run for your life. Run for your life. She's about to lie. As soon as you see a white woman and her tiny itty bitty lips start to flutter, you need to run for your life. She's about to lie. She wasn't even there. She said, well, as soon as Austin started doing it, he's reaching into his bag. So then why didn't Austin hold himself back? Why didn't Austin hold himself back? Just like, okay, what is he doing? If you see somebody reaching into their bag, why are you moving close to that person? So you think you're invincible because you think you're Thor. You think you're Captain America. You think you're some goofy ass character like Iron Man or something. What, the Incredible Hulk? I told you, these goofy ass people watch too many movies. If you see a person reaching into a book bag, why are you getting any closer? Okay? Exactly. Why are you getting any closer? Oh, he's going to his bag. And you people say, so first you say that black people are criminals. Black people have a violence problem. Black people love to kill. Black people this, black people that. No problem. So if you know that black people are such killers, if you see a black person going into his bag, what do you think he's going to get? It's like y'all don't even know when y'all want to be racist, when you don't want to be racist. Right? Well, like, I don't get it. If black people are all the evil people you say they are, if black people are these like sociopathic, crazy killers who are just out here killing and shooting, pew, 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 pew. So therefore, if you see a black boy reach into a bag, he's probably going to get a gun. So why are you getting closer? Why don't you step back and see what the freak is he getting out that bag? Right? But no, you think, oh, I'm Austin Metcalf. I'm the Incredible Hulk. I'm the Incredible Hulk, right? Bullets can't get to me. Bullets can't touch me, right? And that's why I say these white people, they watch too much TV. They really go outside thinking they're invincible. Bullets don't go through them. This don't go through them, right? Because they spend too much time watching TV. They spend too much time consuming television. That it affects their judgment. It really, really does affect their judgment. You are not serious. You are truly not serious. If you know, if you, like you, obviously you guys are not on good terms, right? You are really, you're not on good terms. So my thing is, if you see somebody reaching into their book bag, why don't you say, let me see what he's about to do? Okay? Because we just never know. We just never know. No, you're going to see him reaching. Hold on. Watch this.
They likely spent 50,000 hours.
Let me say it real quick. I think it's here. Hold on.
Then that would leave you with 20% of all Americans who know someone who's been murdered. Yeah. It's a brutal society. The people have grown up with severe and abnormal conditions in that country, all of which are deteriorative to their mental health. And now think about the fact that an adult in America today, say someone who was born in 1990, if they were born in 1990, they're 35 years old now, they likely spent 50,000 hours watching television, 40,000 hours surfing the internet, and up to 20,000 hours playing video games. That's 110,000 hours of passive media consumption. 35% of their entire life. That's more time than they probably spent working or studying or even sleeping. It's equivalent to spending every waking moment of an entire decade glued to a screen. I mean, in fact, if you want to be accurate about it, we should just subtract the time that they probably slept. You know, only count their waking hours. In that case, the average 35-year-old American has literally spent more than half of their life watching television, surfing the internet, or playing video games. Passive consumption of media, roughly 55% of their lives. I mean, no wonder whenever anything even mildly interesting happens in their life, they'll say, wow, it was just like a movie, without fail, you know? Because media is literally their frame of reference. Media, popular media, not actual experience. Now combine that with the real trauma issues that they have from growing up.
So you can see how someone like Austin Metcalf was probably walking out here thinking that he's the Incredible Hulk. Because seriously, you guys, if you know that you are a mere human being, like you're a mere mortal, and you see somebody go into their bags, you're like, I don't know, child. What was in that bag? No, you see him go into the bag and you're going to proceed to put your hands on him. Are you actually okay? Of course he's not okay. He's a white American teen who understands life through the media that tells him he's white, he's powerful, he's muscular, he can do it all, he's strong, he's invincible, bullets that go through his body, knives will go through his body, and he will still survive. Like, this is insanity. This is insanity. Yeah, he really didn't. Austin had no fear of Karmelo reaching in his bag, which proved they know they're lying about blacks being overly violent. Had they really believed that propaganda, they never would have approached Karmelo. Exactly. They're full of it. They don't even believe the lies they say. I'm like, these people are demented. They're demented. They're psychotic. Okay? They have psychosis. They're paranoid. And they're always hysterical. Because if black people are all the evil things you say they are, even me, I wouldn't have gotten close to Karmelo. Like, shit, I don't know who he is. Go get a teacher. Go get security. Go get whatever. No. So white people, black people are the number one killer, but we're still going to talk to black people and say, move and move. And then when we see the number one killer group in America open their book bag, we're still going to go towards them. Are you dumb? Then you say, oh, you have a 4.0 GPA. I don't even think he took AP classes. I do not believe that this Austin boy took any AP classes because obviously he ain't too smart. So if he took like regular classes, I can see how he had a 4.0 because it never gave smart, you know. It never gave smart. Black people commit the most homicide. Black people are violent. Black people have a problem. Black people this, black people that. Right? Isn't even that what Matt Walsh said? Where's Matt Walsh? Where's Matt Walsh? Let's go back over here. Let's see what Matt Walsh said about black people. Hold on. Let's go right here. Hold on.
Why this story has become popular. I think a lot of people on the right, on social media, blew the story up because they knew it'd be a thing that got a lot of attention. And they were also trying to prove a narrative about black violence on white people. You can see it right here from Matt Walsh. This is dated April 3rd, which is Thursday, right around the time when the story first started trending. You see what it says right here. If I told you that a young man stabbed another young man to death for telling him that he was in the wrong seat, and then I told you that one young man in this altercation was white and the other black, and asked you to guess the race assailant, every single person would know the answer immediately. Young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. We all know it. And it's time that we speak honestly about it or nothing will ever change.
So he said young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. No problem, Matt. So let's say that it's true, right? If you believe that black boys are violent, like in such a wild way, an outrageous way that is so disproportionate to white boys, right? And it's a fact, then why even approach a black boy in the first place? Y'all make no damn sense. You make no, like, which one is it? You can't have it all. So either black people, black boys are not that scary or they're scary. Like, I'm so confused. You can't wait to look at a case, and when you like somebody, black people are so violent. When you don't like someone, black people are not as violent. You cannot have it both ways. That's why I say if you're a racist, you have to commit to what you believe about black people. So therefore, If wild, what is it, young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree, that's just a fact. We all know it exactly. So why then even go up to him? Why does Hunter and his friend go up to him? Why not go get a coach? Better yet, why not go call the police? Because black boys are violent, right? They're so violent. Why would you approach a people that you know are widely, outrageously, disproportionately violent? Are you insane? Do you have a death wish? Do you truly have a death wish? Imagine me. I know for a fact that one particular group is widely, outrageously, disproportionately violent. And you think I'm going to walk up to these people? Hell no. They're crazy. If I see them, I'll go the other way. Because they are widely, outrageously, disproportionately violent. I don't want to die. So for Hunter to say, we walked up to him and we asked him to move, so they were not scared. So which one is it? My brother stepped in and said, you got to move. So which one is it? Then Austin grabbed, how can you grab somebody that you say come from the most violent ethnic group in America? Do you have a death wish? Do you truly have a death wish? Do white people make it their business to try to walk up to lions and fight lions? Do white men make it their business to walk up to bears and fight bears? No, you don't. Why? Because you get killed. Do white people make it their business to go fight tigers and lions, I don't know, and cubs? No, you don't. Why is that? Because you would get killed. Because we all know these are dangerous creatures. So we leave them alone. So if you truly believe the things that you say, you would leave this boy alone and go call the police. Right? So the fact that you accosted him on multiple occasions, y'all keep going back and forth. You were not scared. Go feed that to the migrants. They're going to El Salvador. They need something to eat on the flight over there. Make it make sense. They're a bunch of pathetic liars. And I don't know, they're a bunch of pathetic liars. And the part about that, they don't even realize that they're not even good liars is the part that's comical. You're not even good liars. That is the part that is comical. It is incredibly comical. So like, which one is it? And that's how you know it's all a grift. It is a grift. And that's why you can't be consistent. One moment they're violent. One moment they're safe enough to walk up to them. They're safe enough to grab them. Which one is it? You make no sense. You truly, truly, truly make no sense. You make no sense. So here's this idiot. He let her say it again.
He was reaching into a bag, and Austin met.
Let her say it again. Hold on.
Like that. And as he was doing it, he was reaching into a bag, and Austin Metcalf did put hands on him and tried to.
Why would you put your hands on a boy that's part of the most violent group of men in America? So he wanted to die. Like, what the freak? I hope y'all get me. Dead facts. They don't believe their own lies about black people. Why would you put your hands on someone that, number one, is a black boy, so they're the most violent, disproportionately, widely, whatever he said, savagely violent group in America? It's a problem and it's a fact. Then you see him, so first you know he's black, so he's dangerous. Number two, you see him reaching into a bag. A person you know is black, violent, savage, wump. If you see him reach into the bag, why are you moving closer to him? What are you going to do? Do you have a death wish? And that's why we say, y'all don't even believe your lies about black people. So one moment, black people are so violent. Another moment, black people are so like that. They're so weak. And they you know what I mean? They don't seem threatening, that you feel as though you can walk up to them, even when they're opening up book bags, and you believe that nothing bad is going to happen to you. Which one is it? Like, which one is it? Seriously, which one is it? Just utter foolishness.
Make him get out of the seat. And he,
once again, where is the seat? It's a bleacher. There are no assigned seats. These are all bleachers. These are all bleachers. It's a stadium. If you to run, you can sit. Okay? You can, if you want to, you can move your tent, but you don't have the legal authority to grab somebody and move somebody. You call security. You see? And that's how you know she is raising dangerous children. Imagine how she's raising her kids. That's why I tell you, when her daughter grows up, she will do everything in her power to make her mother miserable. Imagine being raised by a woman who lies like this. Imagine that. Imagine the kinds of sons she's raising. So she's also raising her white sons that it's okay for them to put their hands on people. Because they said she has 3 kids. She has 1 girl and 2 boys. So she's the type to raise her son that if you have to move someone, grab him and move him. And then mommy's going to come on TV and just lie for you because I know how to lie and do the dog whistle crap for all white people who to just put on the garbs of hatred and ride at dawn, right? Foolishness. This is so disgusting. It is so disgusting.
He stabbed him through the heart with a knife that he had in that bag. It's just a depraved act. It's a depraved act. I don't know.
It's a depraved act. Once again, let's play the video of Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh my gosh. Let's play the video of Kyle Rittenhouse. Let's do it, y'all. Let's do it.
Shots and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun at close range. Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in the next day.
Okay. Now, where's the picture? This is also the picture of Daniel Penny choking the man, Jordan Neely. Daniel Penny choking Jordan Neely, right? Like I stated, she had no issues with that, right? She called Daniel Penny a hero. When it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, she was excited. She was really happy when he was found not guilty. But somehow, when it comes to Karmelo, it's depraved. This act is depraved. It is so depraved. And this is why this is how you know and you see that these white people are racist. They are racist. They will never be able to see past color. These are the same white people who said, oh, DEI must die. We need to let people be, hired based off what they can do, not the color of their skin. But it seems like over here, when it comes time to tell the story based on the color of your skin, if it's always self-defense, so for some people it's okay, for other people it's depraved. Look at what Kyle Rittenhouse did to these people. She never called that depraved. He is shooting people at close range with an AR-15 at the age of 17. He had no business being there. That's not a place for a 17-year-old. She never called that depraved, right? But tomorrow, she gonna tell you she's not a racist. Yeah, right. Feed that to the migrants on their way to El Salvador. They need food. They need a whole lot of food. I heard they'll eat BS because I don't eat that. Okay? That is some foolishness. Penny choking out a starving homeless man begging to help to eat something. Like, child, they pick and choose. They hate black people. I think the whole point with these people is because I am white, you don't get to respond to me the way you want. I can treat you how I want. I can talk to you how I want. But when you respond, you need to remember that I am white. You need to remember I'm your master. You're my dog. I'm your master. You're his slave. That's their mindset. And that's why they never want to see black people, right, ascertain the same amount of authority that they have. So when a white person kills a black person in the chokehold, that is not depraved, right? She called him a hero. She said Daniel Penny is a hero, right? Choking out someone. She said, oh, you're a hero, right? That is on her page. There you go. When Kyle Rittenhouse is out here shooting up these people, a 17-year-old is out here shooting up these people, right? One more time.
DA says was unarmed and in the defense team video. 4 shots and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun at close range. Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm.
A 17-year-old. This is a 17-year-old. She never called that depraved. America is racist, y'all. I don't care what they tell you. Oh, I voted for Obama. Oh, I listened to Beyonce. What else they tell you? They voted for Obama. They listened to Beyonce. They love Jay-Z. What else they tell you again? Whatever they tell you, y'all. They are racist. No, okay, sure, whatever. It's a racist country. America is an apartheid state. Okay? America is an apartheid state. We're going to call a thing a thing. Okay? America is an apartheid state. Let me show you the definition, right? Let me show you the definition. Okay, let's read this. Okay? An apartheid state is one characterized by a system of institutionalized racial discrimination and segregation. And also understand the media. Yes, yes, yes. The media is part of the institution. Do not fool yourself. I repeat, the media is part of the institution because the media shapes the narrative around you. The media helps to form an understanding around you. The image, the media paints you a certain way and encourages people to have a reaction like this or like that about you. So part of the institution involves the media. And in America, the media belongs to white people. Okay? As exemplified by the former apartheid regime in South Africa, it involves the enforced separation and discrimination of a specific racial or ethnic group. Everybody is, all the angels are white people. Everybody else is evil. Black people, Latino people, Asian people, we're all bad. The only good people in America are white people. They're the angels. They never do anything wrong. Even at 17 with an AR-15 shooting people in broad daylight. Oh, you know, he's a kid, you know. Okay? They can do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whomever they want. And no one should hold them accountable. But yet these are the people who were crying and begging that DEI must die. Do they want DEI? No. White people want DEI for themselves. They want a special set of rules that only applies to them and a different set of rules for everybody else. Because they truly believe that they are superior. They are racist. It's so racist people. White liberals, white conservatives, they're a bunch of racists. White Democrats, white Republicans, they're a bunch of racists. A white Christian conservative, racist. We already know, KKK, right? A white liberal also, oh my gosh, my friends are gay, my friends are black, my friends are trans, another racist. Using people as trophies, like when you go hunting and you cut the animal and you put that on the wall, right? They treat people as tokens. White liberals treat people's identities as tokens. They're all racist, okay? Often based on illegal, political, and also mediatic structures. The system can manifest in various forms, including separate public facilities, discriminatory housing policies, limited political rights, denial of basic human rights, and also stereotypes in the media. Evil stereotypes in the media, where a black person who is presumed to be accused of a crime is not even given the benefit of the doubt. See, white people are innocent until proven guilty. Black people are guilty until proven innocent. I repeat, in America, according to white people, the America that white people want to have, the America that white people cherish, and the America that white people want to hold on to, white people are innocent until proven guilty. Black people, Latinos, Asians, you name it, they're guilty until proven innocent. So when they talk about you, they talked about you as if a court of law had already convicted you. They destroy your name. They sully your name. They will turn you into a pariah. They will turn you into like nuclear waste. Nobody, maybe sometimes even not your mother, gonna want to get close to you, because the whole point is to make everybody hate you. That's how white people function. Their goal is to make everybody hate you, right? Because they hate you, or they want to see you die in prison. They want to see you buried under the prison. They start operating their media. They operate the media, whether it's mainstream media, YouTube media, social media, I don't care. All media belong to white people. They will use the media to start putting an image of you in people's heads. And because the vast majority of white people are dumb, they believe it. Just like they believe that Trump can bring back the factories that they lost 30 years ago in 2 days, and somehow you'll see all these factory jobs in America in 2 days. It's not a smart people, you know? And that's why racism, it works for white people, because intellectually, they're slow. It's not a bright people. Just because your skin is white, don't make you bright. You know what I'm saying? It's not related. You can have bright skin and be dumb as hell. Okay? Because when you listen to the kind of crap Trump promises these people and they sit here and eat that up, you realize they're not intelligent. People in the first world country are sitting there, you know, rubbing their hand because they can't wait to work in a factory job for the Chinese. They want a Chinese man's job. Ni hao. How embarrassing. Okay? It's an embarrassing people. It's an embarrassing people. They are so embarrassing. You know, I saw a video yesterday. Yes, y'all. Because you know how I do. When I come live, we're going to have this conversation. Hold on. I saw a video yesterday. Let me show you the video. And that's why you realize that these people are so damn slow. Let me show you. Jack Ma. Let me show you a video I saw yesterday. Watch this video.
Past 30 years, Microsoft, they made tons of money. The profit they made are much more than the 4 largest banks in China put together. The China Mobile Phone, China Unicom, and whatever you name it put together. Still, these multinational companies made more money than. So their market cap grew more than 100 times in the past 30 years. But where'd the money go? Past 30 years, the American had 13 wars, spending $14.2 trillion. The money going there. What if they spend a part of that money on building up the infrastructure, helping the white collars and blue collars? No matter how strategy good it is, you're supposed to spend money on your own people, right? Not everybody can pass Harvard. Like me, they're not good at education, right? We should spend money on those people who are not good at schooling. Past 30 years, IBM, Cisco, Microsoft, they made tons of money. The profit they made are much more than the 4 largest banks in China put together. The China Mobile Phone, China Unicom, and whatever you name it put together. Still, these multinational companies made more money than. So their market cap grew more than 100 times in the past 30 years. But where'd the money go? Past 30 years, the American had 13 wars.
13 wars, y'all. Pay attention. In 30 years, in 30 years, these white people have done 13 wars. They are crazy. They are truly crazy. So that means in the past 30 years, every 2 years, like 2 years and a few months, right? America is back at war. Every 2 years, they got to go kill somebody new. Okay? In 30 years, you did 13 wars. So that's like what? So that's the 1.3 out of 12 makes it what? 36, yeah. So about like every 2 years and 4 months. So every 2 years and 4 months, these white Americans have to go kill somebody new. 30 years, 13 wars. And you want to know how much they spent? Hold on. They're insane. They are truly insane. Watch this.
Spending $14.2 trillion.
Okay. So 13 years. In 30 years, 13 wars, $14.2 trillion. So every war cost about $1 trillion. And they wonder why they're broke. They wonder why they have a trade deficit. They wonder why they can't pay their national debt. The national debt is 36 trillion, right? So I'm like, you spend half of the national debt killing people. Do y'all realize this? If the national debt was like 30 trillion, that's like half, right? 14.2, 15 trillion, whatever. So in 30 years, you spend half of the national debt, almost half of the national debt, killing innocent people in third world countries. And then they have the audacity to come out and be like, murder, this is murder, this is murder. Shut up, you're a dumbass. Not once have they voted against the war. Now they're sitting here broke. Oh, put the tariffs, put the tariffs, put the tariffs. Bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. I swear, white Americans are a bunch of dummies. White Americans are a bunch of dummies. I had never met a people that's just not that smart. They're just not that smart. I had never seen this before. I'm like, why are they so slow like this? Let me show you another video I saw last night. Hold on. Let me show you another video that I saw last night. I was just so disgusted. I'm like, but why are these people so damn slow like this? If I can find the video, hold on. Let me find the video for y'all. Because I watch so many videos, y'all. It's crazy. Okay, this one. Let's watch this one.
All right. Today's a good one, and I'll probably make a number of people upset. Yet again, I've been doing that quite frequently as of late. But that sort of comes with the territory on this stuff, so it is what it is. Lately, focusing on the topic of finance in particular, it feels like the land of the free and the home of the brave is more like the land of insider trading and the home of corruption. I get it. Some people have a visceral, knee-jerk reaction to any kind of statement like that, internalizing it as an attack on them personally because of what they believe or who they support politically. But give it a chance, because I'm not trying to insult anyone, at least not much, or use antagonistic rhetoric. I'm just trying to lay out the data and ask a few questions. Here goes. Nancy Pelosi, arguably the poster child now, at least on social media, for the term insider trading. Nancy and Paul Pelosi are a political power couple worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I've actually done a super in-depth video on this before, around 2 years ago, but I want to give a couple of examples briefly to sort of block out the most obvious version of what I'm talking about. Nancy and Paul Pelosi are exceptionally wealthy and incredibly powerful. Paul Pelosi is an investor, and Nancy is obviously a representative in the United States government, former Speaker of the House as well, which comes with a variety of special access permissions. Well, in June of 2022, as per governmental regulations, Paul and Nancy Pelosi disclosed a purchase of 20,000 NVIDIA shares. At the time, it was worth over $3 million. But that purchase, June 17th, if you want to be precise, happened in parallel to Nancy Pelosi spearheading a push for what was called the CHIPS Act, which allocated $50 billion in tax credits and subsidies for American-based technology
Do you
firms.
see what she's doing? You see what she's doing? So she buys stocks, and then she fights to have legislation that the government can funnel taxpayer money into the companies where she has stocks. You see this? And yet white people want to sit here and worry about Karmelo and his $400,000. They're not serious. It's a very unserious people. It is they're so idiotic. It's a simple people. They are so simple-minded. Like, I'm like, these people are really not intelligent, right? Look at what Nancy Pelosi is doing. It is just horrible. Hold on.
AKA companies like NVIDIA. That is quite obviously a conflict of interest. A husband and wife power couple are buying technology stocks while the wife pushes through tens of billions of dollars in subsidies attached to legislation that she personally helps carry. But it gets even better, because after scrutiny began to grow, they ended up selling their shares of NVIDIA for a loss. What's interesting to me is that they did this while disclosing the trade on the very same day that it was made, which was the first time in history that they had ever done something like that. Typically, they don't disclose their trades until weeks or months afterwards, and they decided to do this one mere days before the CHIPS Act ended up crossing the president's desk. Strange, right? Why would you ever do that if you had insider knowledge? But it's probably quite convenient if everyone's accusing you of insider trading to take a small loss and then say, look, why would I ever do this? If I had insider knowledge, I must not be insider trading. Sure. But the macro picture here is that more than just NVIDIA or the CHIPS Act, Nancy and Paul Pelosi also held millions of dollars in a company called Alliance Bernstein, which is itself an investment firm holding over $100 million at the time in a company called TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House back then, keep that in mind, was traveling across the world visiting Taiwan and meeting for hours on end with TSMC executives.
If you remember the story too, it was at the time where China told her not to go to Taiwan. At that time, China told her not to go to Taiwan. She said, oh, I'm going there because I want to stand with the Taiwanese people. I'm not afraid of China. China, you see? And once again, white racist, another white racist, virtue signaling. She went there for herself. So you see, her husband is an investor. Her husband is investing. So she writes the laws that can help her husband with his business. And maybe that's why that man got into that house to beat her husband. Because who knows who he defrauded. You understand, right? Her husband is an investor, y'all. And then so she pushes laws that can help him make the right trades. And she tells him what kind of policies they're going to do, when the president is going to sign it. And then he makes the purchases. That's why even for Black people who are Democrats, I still don't get it. If you think these people care about you, I feel like, we have a problem. Like, we have a problem with like low IQ people in America. Like whether it's you have many who are whites and you also have many who are Blacks. Because if you're Black and you're Democrat and you think they care about you, you're crazy. You're not really smart. If you're white and you are voting Republican and you're poor and you think they care about you, you're crazy. You are truly crazy. All you people are crazy. These white liberals, whether it's the white Republicans, it's the white conservatives, they don't care about nobody. They do not care about nobody. All they do is virtue signal. Whether it's I'm fighting for the people, I'm fighting for illegal immigration, I'm fighting for the Taiwanese people, oh, I'm fighting for the family, I'm fighting for the nuclear family, I'm fighting for my conservative Christian values. Bunch of bullshit. It's all marketing. You are crazy. All of these people are doing insider trading. They are in Washington to get rich. That's why every time Trump runs, oh, I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to drain the swamp. Have you ever seen Trump drain the swamp? No, he's part of the damn swamp himself. They all want to get rich. They manipulate the market. They pass laws and policies. They vote the budget in the way that helps their trade. They're there to get rich. And everything they do publicly is nothing more than a major distraction. It's a major distraction. But I will say this, though, because there are more white people than Black people in America, right? It's up to white people to start to smell the coffee and understand, like, okay, all this Black and white stuff, Black war, the racial wars, it's a waste of time because they're robbing you. Instead of worrying about Karmelo and his GoFundMe, worry about these people because they're stealing your tax dollars. When it comes to the GoFundMe stuff, these are donations. These are not tax dollars. You got to be intelligent. You know what I'm saying? You got to be smart. You really got to be smart.
I don't necessarily think I have to spell it out here, but holding millions of dollars in technology stocks or investment firms who hold hundreds of millions of dollars in other technology stocks, while you personally push legislation that gives them tens of billions of dollars in grants and subsidies when traveling across the world to meet their executives in such companies in person that you can be directly financially connected back to and benefit from. It's probably the most obvious conflict imagined. And yet, nothing ever happens to stop it. How about another?
Let's do this one.
This is Taylor Greene. In some ways, she's the opposite of Pelosi, at least from a raw political perspective. But in others, she's very, very similar. For anyone who isn't aware, she's a Republican congresswoman representing Georgia's 14th district. And I want to start by playing a clip of her being asked a question at a town hall. Here it is.
How do people go to Congress and become multimillionaires in a few years on a $175,000 salary? Mr. Walter, I do not know. I haven't found that money tree up there in Washington or printing machine that they all seem to have. It's amazing, truly amazing. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi, I tell you what, supposedly she has some great stock tips. Y'all should check her out.
That is an incredible thing to say because Marjorie Taylor Greene, with a congressional salary of $171,000 or thereabouts, is worth an estimated $20 million right now and executes a tremendous number of stock trades while occupying a position in government. Here's something I found interesting. A lot of publications differ in their estimations of her net worth, but one example would be an AOL piece which says, quote, her base yearly salary as a member of Congress is $174,000, and Celebrity Net Worth estimates her total wealth at around $700,000, end quote. This was in 2023. But if you check Celebrity Net Worth, it now estimates $20 million. And funnily enough, the website is actually blocked from showing up on the Wayback Machine. I don't know why that is, but It makes it much harder to check what the page used to say. Regardless, estimates of what her net worth actually is are wildly different depending on where you check. Some say tens of millions of dollars when she entered office, others say less than $1 million. But remember, she explicitly joked about the money tree. She hasn't found the money tree up there. Yeah, it turns out directly before Donald Trump announced a pause, a 90-day pause on disruptive tariffs, which were decimating the global stock market at the time, Marjorie Taylor Greene made all sorts of different purchases in technology, retail, and finance. She bought into a tremendous number of different companies.
Look at this. Look, because they knew what he was going to do because Trump told them. That's insider trading. They all do it. They all do it. They all do it. They lied to poor blacks. They lied to poor whites. This out here just lying.
Right before the market fully reversed. And she did this even before the president front ran his own policy announcement saying, now is a great time to buy on social media. Of course, Miss Greene says that calls for an investigation into her trading patterns are totally absurd. Obviously, she would say that. But I'm begging everyone in the audience to apply just a tiny bit of objectivity, regardless of whichever political cult you're trapped in. Nancy Pelosi, while occupying a decision-making slot in the United States government, makes millions upon millions, tens of millions of dollars, routinely benefiting from things that seem almost clairvoyant. So much so that it's basically now a joke, where even people like Marjorie Taylor Greene will make comments publicly about it. Meanwhile, Marjorie Taylor Greene makes a huge number of trades while being a political loyalist to the sitting president directly before that sitting president announces dramatic policy changes which wildly impact the entire market. These two things are not monumentally different. I want to make something clear. The issue of financial corruption is not partisan. The problem of insider access crosses the aisle with ease, and it's a problem that is...
So this is the man's channel. Here's the channel. It's called the, what is it called? The Upper Echelon. He has all the videos. They do, like here it is 3 days ago. They do so much insider trading on both sides. They're all stealing. And they gaslight people. Oh, I don't know. Well, listen, Nancy does this. Nancy does that. You do it too. You do it too. And that's why they go to Congress. It's not to fight for people. It's to get rich. It's to get rich. It really is to get rich. But let's get back to this.
Know what's wrong with the family he grew up in or with him. His mother was there yesterday and interestingly was saying,
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't know what's wrong with the family he grew up in or with him.
Doesn't know what's wrong. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Absolute. It's just a depraved act. It's a depraved act. I don't know what's wrong with the family he grew up in or with him. His mother.
Well, she said she doesn't know what's wrong with the family he grew up in. Yet he's the one that has a 2-parent household. And she's saying she doesn't know what's wrong with the family that that Karmelo grew up with. What does that mean? You know, why would something be wrong? So, and as you see how she said that Karmelo put his hands on she said that Austin put his hands on Karmelo. But somehow it's Karmelo that has something wrong with his family. Right? So Austin put his hands on another student. She doesn't call that battery. She doesn't call that assault. But then she says, I don't know what's wrong with Karmelo's family. But what about Austin's family? What's wrong with his family? We're a racist woman. A racist woman. Let her say it again. Let her say it again. Let her say it again. Unbelievable.
Absolute. It's just a depraved act.
Okay.
It's a depraved act.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong with the family he grew up in or with him. His mother was there yesterday. And interestingly, out of Austin's seat, he turned to him and said something to the effect of, make me, said like, if you lay hands on me, see what happens, something like that. And as he was doing it, he was reaching into a bag and Austin Metcalf did put hands on him and tried to.
So Austin, you see? So she's saying, are y'all still here? You fell asleep, but it's okay. Y'all will catch in the replay. So she's saying Austin put his hands on him, but she's not asking what's wrong with his family. Of course not. He's white. Right? Now, Karmelo that is being touched, I don't know what's wrong with his family. How was he raised? So the student who touches the student, you don't ask what's wrong with his family. But it's the one that was touched, you want to know what's wrong with his family. Right? Because in your mind, when you're a black allow white people to do whatever they want to do to you. And if you somehow defend yourself or you stand up for yourself, there's something wrong with you. Because they believe, maybe because I guess once upon a time, they voted for Obama, right? Or maybe they listened to Beyonce or they like Jay-Z, that they've done so much for you. So how dare? If they want to touch you, let them touch you. They want to beat your behind, let them beat your behind. They want to lynch you, let them do it. How dare you touch me back? Because if you say that Austin Metcalf did put it, let her say it, it's right here, right? If you say that Austin Metcalf did put hands on him, why don't you call that battery? Why don't you call that battery? No, he has the right to, because he's a white boy, he has the right to batter a black child. In their mind, because I am white and you're black, I'm above, you're beneath me. I'm superior, you're a dog. So when I touch you, don't touch me back. So Austin doesn't even know this person, and he proceeds to put his hands on people over a seat. Are you serious? Come to find out, it's a bunch of bleachers. Why doesn't he go and get an adult to come handle this? Why doesn't he go and get security or police to come handle this? Why does he decide that he, as a 17-year-old, is going to put his hands on another 17-year-old? You guys, I swear, the more I talk about this, I have become more and more convinced that self-defense is going to work. And that's why they're so scared. That's why they're so scared. They really do treat their dogs better. You're not lying, Kevin. They really do treat their dogs better. Because if a dog had came under that tent in the rain, they all would have said, oh my gosh, the puppy, the cute puppy, the cute puppy. Let's take care of the puppy, right? We know. Rashid says she said this because they honestly think we are meant to be subjugated. Yes, Rashid, nice to meet you. Absolutely. Because this woman is saying, right, that Austin Metcalf did put hands on him. The brother also said, hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. Let her say it again. Let her say it again.
He was doing it. He was reaching into a bag, and Austin Metcalf did put hands on him and tried to make him get out of the seat, and he stabbed him through the heart.
Okay. That's how it happened. It happened that easily. Just sitting here, just lying. Here's the brother.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So all of these white people, every single one of these white people, from Megyn Kelly to Hunter Metcalf, are recognizing that Austin put his hands on Karmelo to like physically remove him in the rain. And they're not asking themselves, how was he raised? What kind of well-behaved child that has a 4.0 GPA is going to be recruited for football wants other students to sit in the rain? That doesn't make sense. You have a 4.0 GPA and you don't know how to go call the police. You go and you put your hands on people. That's why I said, if he has a 4.0 GPA, I want to see what kind of classes, because I don't think he has any honors or AP classes in there. The boy's not smart. The boy's not smart. You have a 4.0 GPA, but you don't know how to go call an adult. You put your hands on people. So she said, yeah, Austin Metcalf did put the hands on him, but she never says what legal authority does he have to put his hands on Karmelo. Oh, he's white. So by being born white, you have the right to put your hands on black people. And then black people should not do anything in return. You are insane. We're all U.S. citizens. Touch me, see what happens. Right? The brother also said, my brother stepped in and grabbed him. Why does your brother grab him? And all of these white people heard this, and they're playing dumb-dumb because they believe that they are superior to black people and that black people are dogs. Black people are inferior to dogs. They can do whatever they want to do to us. But then when you respond, oh my gosh, what's wrong with his family? Because they think, how come your conversion therapy didn't work? How come your parents did not raise you to bow down to me like a dog? How come your parents did not raise you to ask me to hit you more? They are sick as hell. She said, oh, he stabbed him in the heart. Okay, and? So because he stabbed him in the heart, and that means he meant to stab him in the heart? There's no possibility that he got stabbed in the heart and it was an accident. It's not that he meant to go for his heart. They sound so damn stupid. But when it's Kyle Rittenhouse, they're shooting people. Oh, she says nothing about that. A 17-year-old with an AR-15 semi-automatic kind of weapon shooting people in the streets. Instead of being at home, doing his homework, and like Ivana said, being in bed by 7:30. No, he out here like a vigilante. He's a vigilante at 17 with semi-automatic rifles. But she never says, oh my gosh, I wonder what's wrong with Kyle Rittenhouse's family. No, we never question white people. And this is why I will say this. Moving forward, moving forward, black people really have to stick together. Like, you have to be on code, because you see, white people, no matter how wrong they are, they even know they're wrong. They know they started it. They know they are wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They're super, super wrong. And they will continue to gaslight you. So therefore, black people have to do the same. The same way they stay on code, wrong, right, and different. I'm like, black people also have to stay on code, wrong, right, and different, until they get tired of being clowns. I'm absolutely repulsive.
With a knife that he had in that bag. It's just a depraved act. It's a depraved act. I don't know what.
Trying to act like she wants to act so indignant. Oh, it's a depraved act. But she stood beside Daniel Penny, right? She stood beside Daniel Penny. She never called Daniel Penny depraved. Okay? She never called Daniel Penny depraved. She never called Kyle Rittenhouse depraved, right? No, because it's perfectly normal for a 17-year-old to be out here just shooting people like this, right? A 17-year-old. She never calls any of these people depraved. Okay? Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Foolishness.
With the family he grew up in or with him. His mother was there yesterday and interestingly was saying that this is a close family, that a two-parent family, that it's a God-fearing family, claiming he's a good boy. I don't know. I saw pictures of him online with the gun and middle finger and trying to look like a badass kind of tough guy.
See how disgusting white women are. And that's why if you are a black parent, never allow your black children to ever do a sleepover at a White House. You understand? If you are a black parent, listen to me carefully. Y'all got to take this seriously. Y'all have to take this seriously. If you are a black parent, no matter how much your children beg you, never, ever allow your black kids to go to a White House. Never allow your black children to go inside a White House. Never allow your black children to even spend the night with white people. Never allow your black children, daughters and sons, to do sleepovers with these people. Never allow your black children to go on vacation with these people. They are dangerous. You see how they lie? You see this? And they lie with so much ease. They're a bunch of serpents. They are dangerous. It's a dangerous people. They are truly dangerous. You see even the little Indian girl, right? The Indian girl who went on spring break, right? The one who went missing, right? Remember her? This Indian girl too? What did she do? She went on spring break with a bunch of white girls and she ended up dead. And none of these white girls checked on her. The news, the media, they made sure to keep the identity of these girls private because they're white. They left her on the beach with a white boy that she had met that night. In the morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, none of these white girls checked on her. Do not allow your children, if you are black, you are Latino, you are Indian, you are whatever, do not let your minority children around white people. Don't let your children stay at their house. Don't let your children get in their cars. Don't let your children spend the night. Do not let your children go on vacation with these people. They are not good people. They are truly, truly not a good people. Because if their children do something to you, to your child, they will lie on your child. There is nothing, there is absolutely nothing that white people will not do to protect their children, even though they know the child's a killer, the child's a rapist, they are sick as hell. Keep your children away from these people. If your child has to go to a birthday party, you need to stay there the entire time. Do not leave your children in the custody of these people. Don't do it. I don't care if they tell you they're Christian, they're whatever. I do not give a damn. Even notice like the number of times white people, white couples, gay couples, straight couples, they go to Africa, they go to Asia, they adopt the children and they bring them to America and then they torture the children, right? They kill the children. They kill the children. They're so sick. They are so sick. They are truly sick. You see? They do all kinds of evil things to children. They go and adopt children just so they can torture the children. They go to Africa. They go adopt children to hurt the children. They bully the children. They traumatize the children. I think these two right here, huh? You see, white people. They went. I think this girl, she's from Ethiopia. They went and got this little girl. They brought her to America so they could starve her to death. They love to come on social media and virtue signal. It's not a good people. That's why they have to virtue signal. If they were actually good, everybody would have good things to say about them. They virtue signal because that's all they're good for. Okay? They turn their home into a torture chamber. White people, do not let your children around these people. Don't allow your kids to spend the nights at their house. You might never see your child. And then they'll be like, oh, what's it called? Hold on. What's their name again? What's their name? Let me see. I think it's the girl that's Ethiopian. They went to adopt that. You see? Yeah, that's her. They went all the way to Ethiopia to adopt this baby girl. That's why every time I see white people want to adopt black children, I get scared. Every time I see a white family adopting a black child or with a black child, I am scared. I am scared for that child because I know how much they hate us. Why do white people want to adopt black children? What the heck? What's up with that? What's up with that? I'm like, even if they're not going to abuse the child, it still has to do with their godlike complex. Then they make videos, they make content, and they treat the black child like a zoo animal. Like some kind of freak show for their white audience to be like, oh, yeah, oh, that's interesting. Oh, is that her hair? Oh, that's interesting. They went all the way to Ethiopia to get this black baby so they could torture her in that house. Y'all, when they found her body, she was so emaciated. They were not feeding her. They were not feeding her. Even white people love to be foster parents. They barely wash it. They don't wash the kids. They don't bathe the children. It's like, I'm not trying to be mean. They're not good people. Like, they're just not good people. They're just not good. This is not a joke. This is really not a joke. How many children of color have been adopted by white people and they have tortured, killed the children? They have this obsession with adopting black children, Asian children. It's like they're just weird. It is a weird people. They're full of lies. They are so full of lies. I would never stop saying it. They are so full of lies. She's like, oh, he had a gun, he had this. So then this is where Anthony had a question. Hold on. Hold on, sorry. Stop sharing. My bad. My thing's done, you guys. Hold on. My thing's acting stupid. Let this goofy ass heifer say it again. Where is she? Let this goofy heifer say it again. Let her say it one more time. Let her say it one more time. Let her say it one more time. Like you, I wish Candace would come outside and cuss you out. But the problem is, Karmelo is black, so she's not going to defend Karmelo.
I don't know. I saw pictures of him online with the gun and middle finger and trying to look like a badass kind of.
So what did she say when she saw Kyle Rittenhouse and not even a picture, in videos with an AR-15, right? What did she say? What did this woman say when she saw Kyle Rittenhouse with an AR-15? What did she say? Did she say, oh, I wonder what kind of home he comes from. I wonder who raised him. I wonder, huh? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? Right? Did she ever say when it came to Kyle Rittenhouse, I wonder what kind of home he grew up in? Hold on, you guys. I got to close some of these windows. I got too many windows open. Okay. Bunch of foolishness. Just a bunch of foolishness. Did she ever say to herself, oh, I wonder what's going on at home with Kyle Rittenhouse. I wonder who raised him. I will know. She never wondered, right? She never wondered because the wondering is only for black people. It's only for black people. It truly is only for black people. Okay? Did she wonder for Kyle Rittenhouse? I wonder what's going on at home. No, she did not. But she wants to wonder for the black family. Like, okay. Okay. What, hold on. Where's the picture? Y'all have so many tabs open. It's crazy. I'm losing myself a bit. This is Dana. Where's the family picture? This is Kyle. Who's this? The gun. Who's that? Yo, I have so many tabs open. ABL, who is this? Okay, right? So here's the family. Here's Karmelo's family. So why would anything be going on at home? What would anything be going on at home? Why would anything be going on at home? I'm so confused. Oh, the mother said they're Christians. The mother said because she wants to make, oh, you know, these blacks, they lie, you know. These blacks, they're always lying. You know, they're just born to be liars. They're born to be criminals. Like, what the freak is wrong with you? Okay? That's him right here also. And watch her goofy ass tomorrow make a video talking about, oh, yeah, they used the money to go buy a red Jeep or something like that. Like, what the heck? What the heck? Like, seriously, what the heck? Now, let me play ABL. Where is he? So now he's going to respond to her. ABL, you respond to her.
Karmelo's is an airsoft. They could both have airsofts, but they're saying, oh, it's not the same. How is it different?
Exactly.
How is it different? Is a finger too close to the trigger, too much into the guard? I don't understand. It looks like the exact same picture to me. People say they don't see race, but do you really not see race? Did Carmelo Anthony have any gun violations? Had he been locked up before? I don't really understand. Okay. Now, here is Austin's father saying, hey, please stop the narratives. Please stop with the fake stories. Please stop with the race baiting. This is the father.
I'm going to stop. Let me say
and
it.
I was
Let me
asked
say it again. Because like, we really have a question. I'm trying to close some of these windows.
Your narrative becomes the default. Now, let's keep on going here. Here's something else. They're showing pictures of both of the young men, both holding weapons. And I think Carmelo's is an airsoft. They could both have airsofts, but they're saying, oh, it's not the same. How is it different? How is it different? Is a finger too close to the trigger, too much into the guard? I don't understand. It looks like the exact same picture to me. People say they don't see race, but do you really not see race? Did Carmelo Anthony have any gun violations? Had he been locked up before? I don't really understand. Okay. Now
so let's stop right here. So why doesn't she talk also about like Austin having guns too? Austin has guns. He has guns. He killed people. He has killed animals before. And there are pictures of him doing that too, right? Right? There are a bunch of people, right? There are a bunch of pictures with Austin and his brother having guns. There's this picture. There's this picture. There's this picture. There's also this picture, right? So he has more pictures of himself on the internet with guns. Karmelo only has one. Karmelo has one. He has this one, this one, this one, this one, right? But then she was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Can y'all see this? Hopefully y'all can see it. Okay? Foolishness. So you don't know what he was going through. He wasn't going through anything. He was being bullied. That's what he was going through.
Of trouble with the law, quote unquote. No mystery who did this. It was the close family, that it's a 2-parent family, that it's a God-fearing family, claiming he's a good boy. I don't know. I saw pictures of him online with the gun and middle finger and trying to look like a badass kind of tough guy. So I'm not sure what this guy was going through, but there's no mystery who did this. It was him. So they hold this presser. And first of all, Maureen, they hire this guy who he's not their lawyer, as near as I can understand. There's a different guy who's their lawyer. He's a minister, quote unquote, using that term generously, who's had a long list of trouble with the law in his own right, including the fact that we read this in AM Update, but he was convicted of causing serious bodily injury to a 2-year-old child. It was his girlfriend's son he was babysitting. He called the girlfriend at 11 p.m. This is the spokesperson for the family. Called the girlfriend at 11 p.m., told her to get home now, didn't tell her why. When she arrived, her child was unresponsive. He told the girlfriend he'd been watching a movie and her son just fell off the couch. He fell off and onto the carpet. But they brought him to the doctor, to the emergency room. He wound up going to the ICU. The doctor said these are lies, that the son had a subdural hemorrhage between the two halves of his brain at the back of the brain. He also had retinal hemorrhages in both eyes. Quote, the severity of his injuries is not consistent with rolling off the couch, the investigative officer reported the doctor saying. Without more adequate history of trauma, complainant's injuries are more consistent with abusive head trauma and child physical abuse. This guy, again, still on the spokesperson. The prosecutor read two statements from him. Dominique Alexander is his.
So Elaine said, so for the minister, she does research. But when it comes to Karmelo, she doesn't want to do research, of course, because she knows he's a good boy. You know, if she could have seen like tattoos, the crime and all kinds of, she would be out here like, oh, picture. But because she knows he's a good boy, so she doesn't have much there. So now she has to lean on this Dominique guy. And I will say this to you. I will say this to y'all. This Dominique dude, not only did I message him, oh, yes, y'all, I emailed them. I think y'all should also email them. Let me give you all the email because I keep it funky. Okay. Let me also give you their email. Because I think everybody here, if you support Karmelo, you should email them. Info at the what? NGAN. Oh, let me not put the @ sign. Okay. Info at the NGAN.com. Okay. So this is their email. Info at the NGAN.com. I think everybody who supports Karmelo should email them and demand that he stays the F away from Karmelo. Okay. Now they also have a phone number. Okay. Because I got it from their Instagram bio. 972-209-8188. Because it's on their Instagram. I got it from their Instagram. Okay. Because their Instagram is, let me show you their Instagram. Let me see if I can find their Instagram. What's it called? Let me go to IG real quick. Let me show you their page. Okay. Because I think even myself, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. Next gen action. Let me see. Okay. So here is their Instagram. Okay. I don't know, but I was able to get like their stuff because it was here, right? Then this is their Instagram. This is the number. It's an iPhone. You need to also message because I messaged this morning. Okay, I sure did send a long ass text message this morning. You know, And I said this. Good morning. I'm reaching out with extreme concern. Oh, yes, y'all. Okay. I wish I could show y'all my thingy, but right there. Send a message right here. I said, I'm reaching out with extreme concern regarding Dominique Alexander's criminal past. Why is he speaking on behalf of the family, putting himself on the forefront and putting himself near Karmelo, knowing his extensive and repulsive criminal background? We're black grassroots media and are fighting so hard to humanize Karmelo. And this disappointing revelation about who Dominique is and what he did to a 2-year-old baby is truly bewildering. He needs to excuse himself and stay far away from Melo and the Anthony family. He cannot use the plight of the 17-year-old to salvage his tarnished, self-inflicted criminal image. Not going to happen. There are consequences in this life. This org needs to issue a statement expeditiously to let the world know that Dominique is stepping away from not just Melo, but even this org. There has to be a certain level of professionalism and integrity that severely punishes anyone in the org that doesn't live up to sound Christian values. There's reason why the Nation of Islam fell and lost its credibility. The sexual sins of Elijah Muhammad. Dominique also needs to issue an apology to Melo and his parents for his self-serving interests. It's truly wicked to do this, knowing darn well those racist whites are using a fine-tooth comb through the Anthony's family to indict Melo. We are the company we keep. Dominique is not the type of company we want to see around Karmelo now or never. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter. Also, then I said addendum. Oh, yes, you guys. I was so mad this morning. Here he is. I was just so upset this morning. Okay? Here he is right here. What is this? Like, it's 2025. Like, what do you think you can hide? Okay. Addendum. Did he even tell the parents that he has such an extensive record that involved child abuse? OMG. The betrayal. They're already going through so much. Do not traumatize them further. Did Dominique also sign an NDA? He must sign one before he recuses himself and finishes it into anonymity. Oh my gosh. I'm truly disgusted. The breach of trust. They don't deserve this. Also, if anyone doing security for your org has a criminal record as well, please remove them from security detail today. It's better to be alone than in bad company. The world cannot associate the Anthonys with criminals. Unbelievable. And then I sent him like the link to Megyn Kelly and Officer Tatum. These two alone have over 7 million subs combined. Why do this to the Anthonys, right? You have a criminal record, but you want to be front and center at a school conference. Is he okay? Is he cogent? Is he coherent? This is truly nasty, demonic work. Why not let the lawyer speak? There's a reputable lawyer, and yet Dominique wants to be the face of this. When you want to be famous, you don't break the law. You will not be the next Ben Crump. This is so evil. OMG, I'm so angry. He knows he has touched babies, but he's out here being front and center at a press conference, rambling on and on about nothing for 45 minutes before letting the mother speak. What is this? Who sent this man to cause more media and PR harm to Melo? There is a dead white boy. Are you all okay? Okay. So you guys, I just went off. So I emailed them. I messaged the phone number. I left the messages on Facebook. All over the place. You guys, you have to complain. You have to reach out to that org and tell them, yeah. Okay. You have to reach out to them. Here's their email. And the phone numbers right there. You have to reach out to them and you have to complain. You have to demand that he recuses himself. He needs to stay away from Karmelo. He needs to stay away from his family. Because you know what? I truly do not believe that he told the family. I don't believe he told the family that he had all this criminal record stuff. You know, I think with the whole news and stuff, because it's so serious, it's so severe, they just latched on to whoever reached out to them. But I think that also shows how he lacks integrity. Because if you know that you have such a criminal record, you should let the people know. You have to let them know. Because this is 2025. You're out here. I think the last crime he committed was 2021. That is so damn recent. Right? That is just so recent. There's a charge for theft that he confessed to. I'm like, why are you stealing at your big age? Like during COVID, did you not get a stymie? Why are you stealing? But nonetheless, if you know that you have a criminal past, you have to disclose it to the family. You cannot take their choice away from knowing what you have done. You come here with your fake support generosity, but you're here to make it worse. And I'm like, you're not even a real minister. You're not even really sold out to Jesus. Exactly. He did not tell him. He did not tell these people, but I will make another video about his ass. But you guys, please email them. Please email. On Instagram, they block the comments, so you can't comment anymore. But I gave you the phone number, and I also gave you their email. You have to email them, and you have to demand that Dominique Alexander stays the hell away from Karmelo and his family. And he needs to issue a statement saying that they did not know who he was because he did not reveal that to them. He did not let them know. He did not let them know. Because I don't think they knew. I truly, truly do not believe that they knew that he had almost murdered a two-year-old. What the freak? What the freak is this? And now he's taking advantage. But we shall do another video on him. So for this one, Megyn Kelly, she can have this one. She can take the dub. Because honestly, it really is embarrassing. But like I said, to me, I truly believe in my heart that the family did not know. Yes. More, you have to call, you have to email. You have to tell everybody you know that is supporting Karmelo to email them and demand. It's not just that he steps away, but he needs to issue a statement saying that the family did not know because he kept that hidden. He did not tell them. So they did not know. So anything that he has done, that needs to be his portion. Do not use that to indict the family, and don't use that to indict Karmelo, because I don't think he told them, oh yeah, I almost killed a 2-year-old. Oh yeah, that's not a problem. Oh yeah, I was caught stealing a year ago. Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't think they knew. Because right now they're going through a lot and they're leaning on him, thinking that he's a serious person. And he's over here withholding all this information, knowing that we're in 2025. And because this is such a high profile case, they're going to investigate everybody, especially the Black people. They're going to scrutinize Black people more than they do white people. Come on now. We're not new to this. We are not new to this. This is too serious to be so incompetent and to act like an immature like this. This is crazy. I'm like, you're giving these people ammunition, and now they're lumping you up with Karmelo, even though he's never had a record, his dad doesn't have a record, his mom doesn't have a record. You're some goofy ass org. Why don't you even let the lawyer talk for the family? Why are you talking for the family? Because he wants to be famous.
His name, he signed. The first one, he claimed the child had fallen off the couch. The second, he admitted to shaking the child. He was charged with a first-degree felony.
Wow.
And that resulted in a conviction. Then it went on from there. He also faced assault charges and charged with 1 felony, 1 misdemeanor after he allegedly shoved and attempted to strangle his girlfriend, who accused him of pushing, choking, and headbutting her during several altercations. Like so many women do, she ultimately decided not to testify or participate in the case against him. So this is the man we're about to listen to. So you know, this is who the family has chosen to represent them, to try to set the record straight.
You shut up, you goofy bitch. Okay, shut the fuck up. As if it's not possible that he didn't tell him. Like when you're going through this, who even thinks, and he calls himself a minister. He says he's a minister. He calls himself a minister. He says he has a non-for-profit. He helps out Black people. They're going through a lot. Their son is behind the son was being detained at the jailhouse. Who has even time to think about, let me run a criminal background check? Let me run a criminal background check. And my thing is, why do you even have to think about that if you are dealing with people who call themselves a minister? If you call yourself a minister, you should tell people what you have done. How can you call yourself a minister and you don't tell the truth? You hide stuff. You hide stuff. Yes, you heard headbutt. Why are you hiding stuff? And you're not, yeah, they're very young. Exactly. Karmelo's mom and dad are quite vulnerable because they're so young. And he's taking advantage because he wants to build a name for himself at the expense of this boy. Like, that's his life. But again, I see why he wouldn't even care. He's a criminal. He's a criminal. He's selfish. So I'm like, it's not like it's intentional. They don't even know. Because I'm like, they're by themselves. I'm like, where is their family too? Where is their family? They need their family behind them. And they need to stay away from that goofy ass org. They just stay away from them. They have to trust themselves. Like, represent yourself. You have a lawyer now. You have the money now. You don't need these people. You don't need these people. Stay away from these people because it's so dishonest. Like, why would you lie about something like this? Why would you not tell the family that you have this kind of criminal past? A 2-year-old baby was unresponsive Are you kidding me? No baby that falls from the couch becomes unresponsive. Are you okay? This is unbelievable. He gave these people ammunition they were looking for. This is because they really have nothing. And you see, and this is how the demons in them is going to start working, because they really have nothing on Karmelo. They truly, truly have nothing on Karmelo. He has never broken the rules. I don't think he has a parking ticket or a traffic violation. They have nothing on the boy. So now they're going to use people around him to bring him harm and to say, oh, you see, look, as if he should be indicted for a grown adult's crime. He's a grown-ass man. That's not his family. That's not his lawyer. These people reached out to the family saying that they want to help. The man calls himself a minister. Who could have thought that this man is out here doing all of this? And he's not even telling people that he has all of this on his record. Who does this? This is crazy.
On this horrific crime. And he went out there, and the first thing he did was he saw Austin Metcalf's dad, Jeff, had shown up, whose first reaction after his son was murdered was to say, I forgive him. I forgive the kid who did this. And he went to hear what they had to say at this presser. And here's how Dominique Alexander, the man I just read you about, handled it.
First of all, white people are once again full of shit. If he was really true about his forgiveness, he would have met them at their house. Go sit down somewhere. This Jeffrey Metcalf dude, like I said, I'm going to do another video about his ass. If he was so serious about my forgiveness, I forgive, he would have called them. He would have found a way to get in contact with them. Okay? You don't, I'm going to come with, I want to show up where there are cameras, If you really had forgiven them and you wanted to get to know them, you could have went to their house. Y'all could have had a private conversation, right? But you're not forgiving nothing, because the whole forgiveness babble is all about him building his GoFundMe, okay? This whole forgiveness babble is all about him building his GoFundMe. It has nothing to do with forgiving anybody. This is what this was for. Playing the good Christian, the forgiving Christian, I forgive. And maybe the reason why he forgave so quickly, because he knows that his son is a troublemaker. Okay? He knows his son's a troublemaker. If you really wanted to meet that family for y'all to create some kind of healing, you're not going to do it at a press conference. And I also feel like the whites put him up to this. Okay? Yeah. And I wouldn't even doubt if you want to charge him. But yeah, he's a criminal. That was a criminal. They are surrounded by a bunch of opportunists. Right? But if Jeffrey Metcalf was so serious about his forgiveness and not just trying to virtue signal, he would have tried to meet them in private. Also, because it's an impending, first degree murder charge, whatever, I don't even know if they're supposed to be in the same location like that. I don't know. Right? So based on because it's an ongoing case. It's an ongoing case. Are you people even supposed to be talking? I don't even know. Are you supposed to be in the same location? I don't even know. So why do you want to be in the same location when we haven't even triple check to make sure that y'all can even be in the same location? Also, why don't you want to meet them in private? Why do you want to meet them when the cameras are on? Right? Because once again, I believe him showing up there, I think him showing up there was to threaten them. It's intimidation. KKK behavior. It's intimidation. Okay, when he did his interviews, nobody showed up. Nobody showed up when he did his interviews. Nobody intervened. Said, "Oh, we want to come on camera and apologize." Nobody did that. Also, he never reached out to the family in private to have a private conversation first. Fourth of all, he never even told the family he was coming. So, if you have a forgiving heart, why won't you inform people that you are coming? Why do you come out of nowhere if you're there as a Christian with a forgiving heart? Bunch of foolishness. And he was hoping that they will make a scene. This is what they do. They're agitators. White people are a bunch of agitators. They're full of microaggression. They're full of passive aggression and physical aggression. Then you saw these goofy ass whites say, oh, look, he left without stabbing someone. Of course, because he was removed by police. They love to act stupid. They love to act so damn dumb. But I'm going to make a video about that tomorrow. Okay? White people love to act stupid. Of course he left without being stabbed. Why? Because he left for police. They try to reason with him. They didn't bully him. oh, you got to leave, you got to leave. They tried to reason with that white man. And when he refused to be reasoned with, they went and called the police, which is what we're saying about Austin and Hunter. Why not go call the police? No, instead they want to physically remove somebody. So yes, the black people get a dub because we have more class than you goofy ass people. They love to act stupid. They love to act stupid. Exactly. Megyn can find out about and she can find out about and mention the spokesperson criminal record, but not the death SA charge yet. Because if you guys know, some people are saying that their father also was convicted, was arrested for sexual assault in 20 what? When was it again? When was it again? Let me see. Let me find it. Hold on. Let me find it. So they pick and choose. They love to pick and choose. Hold on. They love to pick and choose. Look at this. They kill somebody else. These white folks kill somebody else. So here we go. Let's see this.
Breaking news. Jeffrey Metcalf. I broke it to the internet. Now, if you sales, just know where they got it from. They got it from me. No other news network, no other TikToker, no other creator has this. So I'm asking you now to share this video to everybody. I want this video on everybody FYP.
Colon County is predominantly white. It's like almost like 90% white. So it could also be possible that they sealed his record. It's possible. But somebody needs to go to the courthouse. There has to be a brave black person who can go to the courthouse in Colon County and see about this charge. There has to be someone. There has to be a black police officer in Colon County that can truly see about this charge. Because we need to really, really make sure it's real. And we also need to make sure that they're not sealing his police, like his criminal record, to try to protect, because they're really working overtime to paint Austin as an angel from a perfect family and this and that. That don't make no damn sense, right? That don't make no damn sense, right? But then again, Megyn picks and chooses. For me, Marlene, no matter who's wrong, I'm gonna hold you accountable. Jeffrey Metcalf, they need to go make sure somebody in Colon County has to go up. They got to go to the courthouse and see about this charge. They got to see about the charge, and they also have to see about his child support. Somebody needs to check that this man does not owe child support. We need to make sure he's not behind on child support. You have to work. You got to do your work. We got to find out if he's not behind on child support. Okay? We got to make sure of that. That's one, that's two, right?
What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Is that was disrespectful and just shows you all who is not invited, he knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting non-stop.
And the problem with him also, you see, we said this again yesterday. I said this when the video played. I said, number one, he's not a great speaker. I said that to him on Facebook. I told him, I'm like, you're not a great speaker. Because when you speak, you don't speak with confidence. He's not eloquent. He's not loquacious, right? Number 2, 3, 4, whatever, it's your criminal record. But most importantly, he shouldn't have even mentioned the dad. But because he's an amateur, he fell for the trap. This is what they wanted. Oh, look, their son killed their son. And then when he went there to the news conference, look how he was treated. Look how he was treated. You know, white people set traps for people, you big dum-dum. White people are here to instigate stuff. This is what they do. Have you not learned anything about Tulsa, Oklahoma? You haven't learned anything about Black Wall Street? They instigate stuff so they can have a reason to start something with you. They're a bunch of instigators. Like, you have to know this about white people. They love to instigate stuff. Oh, you see, look, I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be friendly. This is what they do. And I even said, when they were doing that thing, the press conference was poorly organized. But the moment Jeffrey Metcalf came in there, they should have told everybody to turn off their cameras. They should have told everybody to turn off their cameras. Do not give this man the moment he's looking for. Turn off your cameras. And then when you come back on, do not even talk about him. Do not talk. And you see, and that's why, and this is why his GoFundMe jumped so much. You see, this is why his GoFundMe jumped so much. His GoFundMe jumped to $100,000. It was like $369. And now that he's playing the victim who was kicked out of an event he was not invited to, and he never even said he was coming. So if you're a Christian and you are forgiving, why don't you let the people know, okay, I'm going to be coming? Did you even check with the DA if it's acceptable for both of y'all to be next to each other like this? Just so damn chaotic. They're so damn chaotic. That's why I said, to me, it's giving intimidation. You're doing too damn much. If you really want to meet the family, call the family. And y'all can meet in private. Why do you want to meet them in public? Because he was trying to cause a scene. But the problem is because Dominique is not equipped for this. He has no experience in this. He's nothing but a grifter. He is nothing but a social climber who is trying to use Karmelo to salvage his goofy ass, dirty ass life, right? He fell for the bait because he's an idiot. And even when he speaks, he sounds like an idiot. You do not mention people when they're looking for a moment. You ignore the people and you stay focused on Karmelo. Focus on what really matters. Even explaining the GoFundMe stuff, it was so stupid to me. Why are you justifying yourself to people who have not even given you $1? Why do you have to justify yourself to white people when they have not even given you $1? Imagine justify yourself to a bunch of racists who have not even given you a penny. You're putting them on a pedestal and you're making it seem as though that, like, you have to answer to them. They're a bunch of regular people. You don't owe these people an explanation. You don't owe them an explanation. This is ridiculous.
On to say later that these political operatives are who led to the father being here. Political operatives motivating this family with hate. And the father was thrown out. The cops had to come. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to hear what they had to say.
Of course he did.
And they threw him out with cops. That's despicable. That man is despicable. And then the family running out there trying to make themselves the victims, which is what they did. The mother got up and gave a big sob story about how hard this has been for her.
You see how disgusting she is? You see how disgusting she is? You see how disgusting she is? She's like, oh, the mother gave a big sob story about how difficult it is for her. So once again, so because she's Black, she cannot say it was difficult for her? These people are sick as hell. I really do believe that these white people do not believe that we're human beings. How can you say that it was discussed like, oh, she's giving a sob story, so she's lying? Let's even assume, I'm not even going to say it, but let's even assume like the other side. I'm not going to say it, right? Even in that case, she shouldn't cry. And also because her son is innocent, she shouldn't cry. So you don't think that all of this is traumatic? So if a Black woman is crying, she's faking it. This is insanity. This is real insanity. This is real insanity. Like this is really, really insanity. If the mother is crying, that means it's a sob story. Hold on. So she's saying this is a sob. These people are so disgusting. Wow.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Karmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas, searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of three younger children, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be harassed and lied. The lies and false accusations that have been said about has been over. Lies and amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community involved in investigation in the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family. His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her. And let me be clear, the claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly. In the reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to. He's been raised in a two-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, we will not speak publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day. There's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in the legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We ask for your continued support, patience, and prayers as we navigate this difficult process. Thank you.
So she's saying, so this is a sob story. These people are just mean. They're so despicable. But all of this is going to fall back on their heads. This is the one that has children too, right? It's going to all fall back on their heads. And when it does, they need to be reminded of this moment. They really do.
Entirely. Nobody had more right to be at that press conference than Austin's father.
Based on what do you establish the right that he has to be there? He paid for the venue. He owns the venue. So because his son is dead, every time the Karmelos do something, the Anthonys do something, he gets to show up. So what next? He shows up at their door. He shows up in their bathroom. He shows up at their church. He shows up at their job. So whatever they do now, because his son is dead, he has to hunt these people. They're a bunch of Klansmen. They're racist. They're insane. So he lost his son. Okay, and so now he has to follow. If they go to Walmart, he's gonna be right behind them. They go to TJ Maxx, he's gonna go right behind them. They go to Ulta, he's gonna be right behind them. They go to Walmart, he's gonna be right behind them. Like, what the freak is this? What the freak is this? But if it was anybody else, they would call it harassment. Okay? This is about what he said. Oh, shut up, Fred. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Because you people love to be so interesting, right? Shut up. Shut up. Because what about this video? What about this? What about this that just happened? What about this? What about this? What about
Later that day, police started coming just before noon on Sunday, April 6th. When emergency crews arrived on scene, they found Jordan Hill.
So what happened here? So what happened? So what happened here?
A community cries out. Old Jordan.
What happened here?
Jordan Hill was full of life. A young boy who hornets.
What happened here?
Jordan's bright future was tragically stolen. While riding his ATV, he was struck by a pickup truck driven by Cody Rowlandson in Amite County,
Show
Mississippi.
His face. This is so damn funny. Show his face. Why are they hiding his face? Why are they hiding his face?
That same energy. This is Jordan. Jordan was a 10-year-old boy, and I say was because he was unalived by a Caucasian man who ran him over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And went back to pick up his lights that fell off when he ran Jordan over so that there wouldn't be no evidence, but they found him anyway. This is the man that ran him over. And I'm trying to understand why this man was not arrested. They trying to say it was an accident. This was not a car. This was an ATV. So how can you accidentally run someone over with an ATV? How is that possible? I don't even see. Like, an accident is when two cars accidentally collide.
What we gotta do? Fight that! What we gotta do? Fight that!
Say his name. Jordan Hill. 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 Say his name.
So you, Fred, who claimed that Megyn is not a racist, and I'm sure you don't think you're a racist as well. So you think it's so what happens when a white man hits a 10-year-old with his car and he doesn't stop? What do you call that? What do you call that? Like, you people are so funny. What about this one? What about this one, Fred? What about this one? When Daniel Penny had the man in a chokehold and he died. So this isn't about you. It's about one person killing another person and the rule of law. Megyn is not okay, sure. What about this one, Fred? I want to hear from you. Comment. Please comment. Comment. Because y'all come and just while y'all come and you just come with your goofy ass emotions, right? I will not allow you to be silly. Right? What about Kyle Rittenhouse? What about this one? Because y'all love to act so indignant. Oh, murder, murder. Okay, let's do it.
Assault rifle on 3 protesters, he claims, in self-defense.
Okay.
First, Joseph Rosenbaum, which is shown in the defense team video. 4 shots, and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun at close range. Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead.
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in.
Okay. And so here's Megyn Kelly here calling Daniel Penny a hero, right? When he choked someone that didn't even do anything to him, but she called him a hero. So she's not racist. This is also Megyn Kelly extremely happy that Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of like killing 2 or 3 people, right? But then you, Fred, are saying that she's not a racist, right? I'm like, you people, sometimes you white people, I really do wonder, the day you really do act like racist, what is that going to look like? Genocide? Because when there's a blatant racism, you don't call it racism. I wonder what real racism looks like for y'all. A 17-year-old, right? A 17-year-old with an AR-15 just shooting people like pow, 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 pow. And this woman out here rejoicing that he did that. Right? She called Daniel Penny a hero for choking out the black guy in the subway, even though he did nothing to him. Right? But Karmelo, oh, this is suspect. I don't know what's going on in his home. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the mama said they're Christian, but this is so deplorable. This is so deplorable. You're so crazy. I don't know. I just feel like you guys are just lost souls. It has to be a curse. It really has to be a curse. You're so wretched. Like the truth could be right there in your face and you will continue to lie to yourself. You're mentally ill. Hey, Emily, what's up? We missed you. You are mentally ill. You want to come here and tell us that she's not racist. Then why, if she's not racist, she should also be okay with Karmelo. Daniel Penny choked a black man that never even touched him, never even came close to him. He put the man in a headlock and he choked him. She said he's a hero. Kyle Rittenhouse, he's 17-year-old. He decides to go join a militia. I'm like, well, what the freak? To protect the store for free. Proceeds to shoot people that are unarmed. She was so happy that he was acquitted. Right? But then somehow Karmelo, oh, it's deplorable. It's the one person. One person is dead. Right? But he's the deplorable one. He has issues in his family. I don't know how he was raised. Go feed your lies to the migrants on their way to El Salvador. I heard they need food on those planes. Okay? Go feed your sickness, your delusion to the migrants. Call Tom Homan and tell him you have a boatload of BS for the migrants to eat on their way to El Salvador. Okay? And I'm sure even Nayib Bukele is going to be so grateful that you fed the prisoners before they came on his grounds. Okay? You sound crazy. You sound crazy. You really need help. Y'all really need serious help. You need mental help. You need mental help. I'm like, you're such a sad people. You are a sad, sad people. Go play with somebody else and go lie to somebody else. Go gaslight yourself. Okay? Go play with yourself. Like we don't know what a racist is. I need you to tell me and to spell out what a racist is. I'm looking at one. It's Megyn Kelly. I'm looking at one. It's Megyn Kelly. Because the only thing that changes from Kyle Rittenhouse to Daniel Penny to Karmelo Anthony is the complexion. Because if Karmelo had been white and then Austin had been black, she'd be like, yeah, that's self-defense. That's self-defense. He put his hands on him. He put his hands on him. And it was 2 against 1. It was 2 against 1, right? The only thing that changes between Karmelo, Kyle, and Daniel is complexion. So go feed that to somebody else. Call Tom Homan and tell him you have a boatload of BS that you would like to feed the migrants on their way to El Salvador. Okay? And I'm sure even Nayib Bukele gonna thank you. Okay? Señor Fred, gracias. Of course, yeah, you live in New Zealand. Exactly. You are a white man on stolen land. Are white people indigenous to New Zealand? No. Stealing land per usual. Right? No, you think I'm more racist. Oh, say whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want to say. You're the one who came here and said that a racist is not racist. Nobody believes you. You're mentally ill, right? You're a white person in New Zealand. Once again, stolen land, colonizer. You're not indigenous to New Zealand, right? You're indigenous to Europe. Like Fred Pilling, that is not even, if that's your real name, that is not a real name. That's not the name of anybody who's indigenous, right? Right? You're not even indigenous to New Zealand. So how can you have any perspective when you yourself are a colonizing European on stolen land, right? Right? Because if you had a different perspective, you would take your ass back to England, right? If you had a different perspective, you would take your ass back to England and stop stealing land that don't belong to you. Stop going to countries that don't belong to you and push out and gentrify countries, push out indigenous people, abuse indigenous people, right? So you cannot be because most likely you're an Anglo-Saxon, right? Because it's all y'all Australia, New Zealand, bunch of violent ass barbaric British who went over there to steal land from these Aborigines people, and you murder them and you commit all kinds of atrocities. And because you think you killed them all and you left a few on these goofy ass reservation, you think killing people erases your sins? You're so crazy. You think committing a genocide, right? You think committing a genocide on indigenous people will erase your sin? Nobody in their right mind will ever believe that Caucasians, Anglo-Saxons are indigenous to New Zealand. You make no damn sense. You are a sick people. You're really sick. You're so accustomed to killing people, imperialism, colonization, genocide, gentrification. That is so normal to y'all that you don't even have shame about saying, oh, I'm from New Zealand with a good old Anglo-Saxon name. We know what you are. You are a murderer, a murderous people. You are the sin of colonizers, right? And you are very well aware of the bloodshed that your Anglo-Saxons forefathers, right, extended or perpetrated on these New Zealand people. You are not indigenous to that land. You came from a bunch of racists out of England. And you trekked your way in your goofy ass ship to go bring terror, oppression, and cholera to all parts of the world. You're sick as hell. You are sick as hell. Okay? You are sick as hell. You are truly sick. You are truly sick. And everybody knows there's nobody but white people who are constantly in denial of their true nature. I don't know why you people have such a hateful relationship with your history. You're from England, but you love to pretend that you're from these warm places down under. You're not from Australia. You're not from New Zealand. This is not your home. This is not the home of your ancestors. It is land that you have stolen after doing only God knows what to those people. Why don't you say something? Why are you quiet now? Why are you quiet now? Why are you quiet now? Exactly. You have a white father and a Maori mom. Exactly. And I'm sure she had to marry your father just so she could have a better life. Because one thing about Anglo-Saxons, y'all bring racism. You bring racism, a caste system, and oppression wherever you go. Right? I'm not angry, bro. You want me to be angry. But that's your mother. When she saw all of her people be murdered by your father and the likes of your father. Can you imagine having to marry a man whose people have slaughtered all your people and taken all their lands? I'm not mad. Your mama was mad. Look at what she had to do to have a better life on her native land. She had to degrade herself to marry an Anglo-Saxon, a man whose bloodline runs all the blood of all these racist barbarians who came there to slaughter her people. And she laid down with such a man. Can you imagine even having to carry your pregnancy? What she must have felt. She probably had nightmares of all your goofy ancestors hunting her down. I'm not angry, your mother is. And I'm sure you were born with all kinds of wrinkles because you probably have to be angry too. I'm sure you were a cranky baby. I will be too, you know. If I had the blood of a colonizer and the blood of the colonized, the confusion in the head, right? Your poor mother. Your poor mother, right? They turned her ass into Pocahontas. And then your daddy was John Smith. That's so sad. That is so sad. I'm not angry. You see my skin color? I'm not mixed. You see my skin? It's all black. I'm not mixed. My mother didn't have to succumb to foolishness. None of my grandmothers had to be abused. You see my complexion? You see my hair, right? You carry the genetics of a people who slaughtered your mom's people and took their lands. Let that sink in for a while. I'm not angry. You are. Right? Exactly. I'm not angry, y'all. Exactly. I'm not angry. I pity you. And I pity your mom even more. Because I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine. Matter of fact, let me go watch a video real quick. Matter of fact, let me go watch a video. Let's watch a video. let's show Fred what happened. New Zealand and British colonization. Let's see how they did it. Let's see what happened. Okay, let's have your uncle break it down for us. Let's see.
So many under the belief colonization is a history that took place in the 1800s, where intrepid pioneers travelled from Great Britain and settled in New Zealand. Then the natives quickly gave away all their lands in exchange for mere trinkets.
Oh, wow. You see this? You see this? Your mama's people had to give away trinkets. Did you see this? They were so afraid of these barbarians. Can you imagine? You think I'm mad? Your mother's mad. I am mad. I'm not mad. Look at my complexion. I'm not mixed. I am not mixed. I'm not mixed at all. I'm black. I'm fully black. I'm not mixed. So why would I be mad? Now look at your mom, what she had to do. Okay? They gave up their land for trinkets. You hear this? Do you know your history? Or they, like your mom's, like people sold you like the fairy tale. Oh, your mom was Pocahontas. Like, my mom, like they sold you the fairy tale. What's her name? Pocahontas, right? And John Smith. They sold you the fairy tale? Huh? Is that what you were sold right there, right? Like you really believe. Hold on. These people are crazy. Fred, where you at? Come back, Fred. This is what they sold you, Fred. This is what they sold you, that your mom was the Maori and she fell in love with your blonde Anglo-Saxon father. She was like, oh, yes, yes, John. Oh, yes, John. That's what they told you. You need to grow up. You need to grow up, get lucid, get cogent. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, boo-boo. You need to grow up and understand the realities of being mixed on stolen land. Grow up. You need to grow up, because if you believe that your mother was Pocahontas, the Maori, who was just gladly and so whimsically in love with the British man, named, what's his name? What's your dad's name? Mr. Pilling. Mr. Pilling. Mr. Pilling. Do you love me? You think that's what happened? Do you really think that's what happened? Y'all need to grow up. Like you white people, you sell it. You delude yourself so much. You think that's what happened to your mom? Or is that what you have to convince yourself of? An indigenous woman has children by a man whose ancestors took their land and stole all their stuff. And you think she was happy? You think she was in love with your dad? Are you actually okay? Why are you people so dumb like this? You truly believe that your mother was happy. You think your mother growing up, this is what she was praying for. Like, these people are crazy. They are really crazy. You are insane. Y'all need to grow up. Life is not a movie. Yeah, they really brainwashed him. So like he's sitting there. His mom is a Maori from New Zealand. I don't even think he knows the story of his mom's people. Because if he did, he'd be like, that's kind of bizarre. Because how can you even marry someone like that? No, he thinks his mom is like Pocahontas and his dad is John Smith. Like he's like, these people, they're crazy. They are truly crazy. They're insane.
Nails and blankets.
Your people, your mom's people, they gave all their land for nails and blankets. For blankets. Do you know this about your history? Are you actually okay? Y'all make sure you like the video. We got to educate this white boy, this half and half, this biracial. We got to educate this biracial because he's been asleep for far too long. You are insane. You are truly insane.
This narrative was created to protect British New Zealanders' feelings.
Oh, what is that? It was created to protect the British New Zealanders' feelings. See, we knew you were delusional. I knew you were delusional. You've been asleep for too long, Fred, if that's even your real name. You need to wake up. You need to wake up and understand not just your mother's duress, but her people's duress. It is not normal. It is not normal to marry, lay down, and have children with your oppressor. It's called Stockholm Syndrome. You never heard about that? It is not normal. It is not normal. A woman cannot peacefully have intercourse with a man whose people have stolen their land, slaughtered their people. You are insane. Like, you are truly insane. You are so insane. Like I said, they made up these stories to protect y'all's feelings. And I can tell you're more British than you are Maori. You're more British than you are Maori. You care more about your dad's side than you care about your mother's side. Because if you really cared about your mother's side, you would know your mother's history. You would know the history of your grandparents, your maternal great-grandparents, and you would have so much empathy for them. But you walk around like you're British because your last name is British, your first name is British. And I'm sure if people see you, they wouldn't even know that you're mixed unless you tell them. Because even me just reading your name, I would have no way of knowing that your mother was a Maori. I wouldn't even know. And that's if you're not lying, because you know you are white. But assuming you're not lying, then that's a big risk for me to take because I know better by now. But hey, let's assume you're not lying. And so everybody can see you identify more with your father's side, the British side, the oppressor side, than you do your mother's side. And yet she's the one who bore you. She's the one who breastfed you. And even after all of that, you are still a traitor. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? You are crazy. You are really crazy.
In reality, the colonization of New Zealand was based on British colonial greed and is still happening today.
Yep.
In 1840, the chiefs and tribes of New Zealand signed a treaty that, in the preamble, was a gracious invitation to immigrants from Australia and Europe the privilege of immigrating to Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, had the benevolent native signatories not agreed to this, many New Zealand families simply would not exist today.
Yep.
Now, Article 2 offered the chiefs and tribes full and exclusive undisturbed possession of their lands. Now, the definition of undisturbed is not altered or interfered with. Now, within 23 years of signing the Treaty of Waitangi, greedy British colonists had mounted a full-scale invasion of the Waikato for the deliberate purpose of stealing land
So do you
at
hear this?
gunpoint.
Typical British stuff. They told the New Zealand people, if you sign the treaty, we're not going to bother you. We're going to leave you alone. We're going to leave your lands, right? We're not going to bother you. So the people said, okay, no problem. They agreed to sign it, just like Trump. Right? And Bill Clinton, oh, the Chinese, we're going to take our jobs, take our jobs. Not so, tariff. This is what they do. And that's a real Anglo-Saxon move. This is how Anglo-Saxons are. They make promises to you. You sign the contract. They're like, I changed my mind. What you mean you changed your mind? And then they slaughter people. Just like Trump. America had a contract with the Panama Canal. They said they're going to use it for 100 years, and then they're going to give it back to Panama. Trump said, you know what? I want it back. Anglo-Saxons, this is what they do. This is what they do. They make you a promise. You agree. You sign the contract. Then they say, that contract you signed, well, I don't know. I don't like it anymore. Just like that. And you don't have a choice. People can't defend themselves. And then this goofy dude wants to call me a racist. You are crazy. These are your people. These are your dad's people. You are insane. Go ask the people. Okay, exactly. Because you want to cry now, huh? You want to cry. It's getting too painful. It's getting too painful.
Now, Article 3
it's getting too painful.
offered the natives of New Zealand
Exactly.
the same civil rights as British immigrants.
It's too painful.
But British colonists ignored this, and Māori rights to land ownership was denied. The excuse was a sovereignty movement based in Ngaruawahia designed was free to Queen Victoria's sovereignty. Now, at the time, Queen Victoria ruled over 400 million people and was not lying awake at night.
Queen Victoria she ruled over 400 million people. He doesn't even know his history. You see, now he's running. May God help. My God, no helping you. I can't win. Have a good day. Yeah, because he never thought about this. They are delusional. The vast majority of whites do not know their history. So when they want to start saying, oh, you're not a racist, play their history for them, and they run. They can't stand it. But yet Nick Fuentes was like, oh, black people can't take difficult conversations about race. No, white people cannot take honest, factual, receipt-driven conversations about race. Look at Fred. He's running. You would think I had a knife, but I don't have a knife, I have the truth. He is running. He don't want to get poked with the truth. He is running. Right? He never thought about it like this. He really thought his mom married this white man out of the love and the willingness of her heart. Because his whole life, he looked at his mama like Pocahontas. His entire life, he thought his mama was Pocahontas because it's so much easier to believe a lie than to believe the truth. Yeah, exactly. A small truth will crush a mountain of lies. Look, he's running. They can't take it. They struggle with who they are. That's why they need so many movies from Hollywood to always sedate their minds. Oh, you're a superhero. Oh, you're a genius from Harvard. Oh, you're a problem solver. Oh, you're Agent Born. Oh, you're Thor. Oh, you're Captain America. Oh, you're Iron Man. Oh, you're a great businessman. Oh, you're the richest man on Wall Street. They are constantly being lied to. It is a hysterical people, and they're maniacal, okay? They're paranoid and they have psychosis. They cannot cope with the truth. If they're not consuming movies to lie to themselves, they take drugs to put themselves to sleep. They rather hallucinate than to deal with hard facts of life. Because anybody in their right mind, if you even had an ounce of empathy for your mother, if you even had a certain ounce of empathy for your mother, you're like, but damn, how did she do it? Can't beat the truth, time to run. You say, how can she even do this? How can you marry a man whose people slaughtered your people? But he never asked himself that question. He rather dreamed, lied to himself, and believed that his mother is Pocahontas and his daddy is John Smith, as if his mother is not a human being. As if his mother does not have an active memory, like she didn't grow up learning about what the British did to her people. He doesn't even see his mom like a human. He thinks his mom got some weird ass conversion therapy and that somehow she has more capacity for forgiveness than his white daddy. That's how they look at people. Forgive, like dogs. You know how like when a dog has her babies, you can take her baby, she'll forget. Even the dogs, they forget about their mama. They think everybody that they have oppressed is like a dog, and they hate the fact that you have an active memory. That's why they always want to check that your conversion therapy is still working. When they realize that the conversion therapy is not working on you, they get so triggered. Then they want to start gaslighting you. You're racist. You're racist, Marley. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Go sit down somewhere. You are out your damn mind. I am sitting in my house doing a YouTube live. I have never oppressed anybody in my life, and I never intend on oppressing no one in my life. But if you do some foolishness and you think because you're white, you can hide behind the color of your skin to abuse other people, I will be right there to stop your foolishness. You out your mind. You are seriously out your mind.
Fretting about the kingitanga based out of Ngaruawahia. So the question is, how is colonization still happening in the 21st century?
Wow.
Now, the definition of colonization is the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area.
Wow.
Now, hate groups like Hodson's Pledge and NZCPR continue to exert their control over Māoridom by lobbying the New Zealand public that anything awarded to Māori in redress for brutal land confiscation is an unjustified attack on British New Zealanders' rights. Now, they deny Māori are Indigenous. Hodson's Pledge's supporters believe British New Zealanders are Indigenous to Polynesia because
now they're saying that British colonizers who settled in New Zealand and then usurped their identity, so now they're trans New Zealanders. Do y'all get this? You get this? These are trans New Zealanders. So they're British people. They come to New Zealand. They bully these people. They scam these people into signing a goofy ass treaty that they have no intent on respecting. Then they start going around calling themselves New Zealanders when they're truly trans New Zealanders. And then they start saying like we are, and then they say that they are indigenous. The British people are now indigenous to New Zealand. You see why today their children have gender dysphoria? It didn't start today. White people always had dysphoria. How can you be from England and think that you are a New Zealander? You're from England. Oh no, we're indigenous. How can you be indigenous to New Zealand? They're indigenous to Polynesia. This is a form of trans behavior, trans identity, trans behavior. How can you be trans indigenous? How can you be trans New Zealanders? And that's why today their children suffer with these types of mental affliction. I'm born in the wrong body. I am this. You understand? It's nothing new. They've always been troubled with their real identity. They never want to be who they truly are. Oh, yes. When they start to name calling, you know you hit a truth. Yeah, you hit a truth nerve. They're ready for it. They are crazy. Once that white people weaponize reverse racism to avoid having hard conversation about systemic issue, they'll say, see, you guys are racist too. As if that balances centuries of oppression. Like it really doesn't. They know damn well we're not racist. He's going to go live his life. There's nothing I can do to stop him to enjoy his life or even destroy somebody else's life. They just say foolishness. They say it's to gaslight you. They want you to believe that you have just as much power as they do. But then when you want to exert that kind of power, oh, no, that's too much. That's too much force. They're full of it. They are full of it. Everywhere they have gone, they have bullied people. If this man, you didn't see his face, you would think he was black. They have gone everywhere to bully people. That's all they do.
Arrived on boats, despite Polynesians had lived in the South Pacific for the last 3,000 years.
Well, people have lived there for 3,000 years. They show up in less than 2 weeks, and they already claim that they're New Zealanders, that they are indigenous to Polynesia. These people are insane. They are truly insane.
By undermining Polynesian indigeneity, this somehow gives them a moral high ground to criticize and condemn their fellow countrymen. Another way is they portray Māori culture as primitive. Often, Hobson's pledge supporters just...
They call the Maori people primitive. And he's out here like, my mom is Maori. Yeah, and your dad's people call your mama's people primitive. That's kind of saying like savages. So even imagine in that marriage, the kind of microaggression the lady had to suffer. Imagine the kind of microaggression. Yeah. Imagine the kind of, he said, I have a white father and a Maori mom. Imagine the kind of microaggression this lady had to go through. Because if you marry a man whose people believe that you are primitive, that you are a savage, imagine the microaggression in that relationship. And I even want to ask, but he said he's gone. Maybe he's still here. Are your parents still married? But then again, you might start lying. I'm qualified to know what a racist is. Yeah, you're British. Of course you are. Duh, it's in your blood. Make it make sense. I'm qualified to know. That's the whole point. You're British. Get out of here with that. You are insane. Call people primitive. Unbelievable.
Describe Māori as a Stone Age culture.
A Stone Age culture? Oh my God.
This is based on theories of British racial superiority.
British racial superiority. They think they're better than everybody else. How can you come to somebody's land, you violate the people, you kill the people, but then you call them primitive? This is unbelievable. These people are crazy. You steal their identity. So what? And my thing is, you see how you see how white people, right? You see how white people are. They will gaslight the dog shit out of you. So you're saying they're primitive, but then now you also want to be a New Zealander. So why do you want to have the identity, or they want to call themselves indigenous to Polynesia? If you think all these people who have been there for 3,000 years are primitives, they're savages, they're barbaric, okay, then why do you want to take on their identity? Why do you want to take on their identity? Why do you want to call yourself a New Zealander? Why do you want to call yourself indigenous to Polynesia? This is how you know they're full of it. They got there and they saw that beautiful land. They saw these beautiful people with great culture, family units, mom and dad, grandparents, uncles and aunties and cousins playing together. Right? They saw beautiful people surrounded by beautiful water and beautiful climate. The jealousy of it all. The jealousy. And every time they get jealous of people, they call you a primitive. They call you whatever, the N-word. They always degrade people. They use their goofy ass racial slurs to cause you to have to doubt yourself. No, you're primitive. You're the savage. You're the one who brought violence over here. Everybody here was peaceful. They found a peaceful people minding their business, just enjoying life. No, they got to go bring them trouble, disease, murder, goofy ass contracts, steal their land, insult the people only for them to call themselves New Zealanders. Always scamming, always doing identity fraud. White people are always doing identity fraud. They always want to take somebody's identity, usurpation. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Oh, yeah. They probably had to get their pictures first. Boom. Let me take a picture. You're so funny, Emily. You're so funny. They're so barbaric. They have brutalized everybody. How can one queen be responsible for 400 million people? Because they tortured everyone. Nobody has done this to them. And then they have the audacity to call somebody racist. The entire world speaks English. It's the language of white people. We're black people here. We're diverse people. We all speak English. But somehow we're the racists. We speak their language from England, but somehow we're the racists. Like, they're just so damn stupid. They're so damn stupid. They're so stupid. People in Polynesia speak English because they went around the world offering English as a second language for free, like some kind of friendly cultural exchange program. They are insane. The truth cannot come out of them.
That some members of our species are superior to other members.
Wow.
Now, Americans celebrate the discovery of the American continent by the explorer Christopher Columbus as one of their greatest achievements. Maori Polynesians had discovered both North and South America 500 years prior to Columbus. Hence the word
Bunch of
Karmelo.
liars taking credit for somebody else's work. So the Maoris discovered the Americas before Christopher Columbus? Wow, I didn't even know this. But now they lie and say, oh, he did it first. Woo! White people. Yeah. They had slaves working in the rain, in hail, in sleet, and snow. So you think they're going to give a darn about putting Karmelo in the rain? I know that's right. The fact that he's not sympathetic to his mom people let us know his dad was a monster. Absolutely. And then when white people are told no, they go savage, get enraged, and kill. You see, even Emily's white, but she knows. She knows because she's seen it. She has seen it.
Followed the Yan across the Pacific. Now, how could cavemen struggle to circumnavigate an area of the planet the size of Russia? Polynesians had a space age technology.
So he's saying like they had the Polynesian people, so New Zealanders, the Maori people had celestial navigation. How much you bet they stole that technology? But they want to talk about Chinese stealing IP of people. I am learning. Fred, I am so glad you came here, Fred. Fred, you put me on. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. I learned so much today because of you. Wow. So how much do you want to bet they stole the technology of the Maori people? And they will never tell you that. They will never give them credit because everything intelligent or anything like scientific, anything to do with physics, anything to do with the astros, astrology, they always have to say, oh, Kepler this, Kepler, right? Newton. Because anything good, it has to always go and be them. But how much do you want to bet they stole their technology? And if we go and research, you're going to see that Isaac Newton or whatever, or maybe even Kepler built on that. What happened? Right? How much you want to bet they stole that technology? And they never gave the Maori people any credit because the world needs to believe that when they went to New Zealand, all they saw was a few savages. That's it. Because as long as they call you savage and they kill you, it will never be considered a genocide. So that's why they had to dehumanize you. Even here, Native Americans, it was like almost like 11.5 to 12 million Native Americans when the whites got here. Today, you only have 500,000 Native Americans left, which means these white people have killed 11,500,000 Native Americans. They're just gone. But they would have Karmelo killed somebody, can against somebody. Let them add up how many people they've killed over 1 billion people. They have killed over 1 billion people. They have murdered so many people. It's not even funny. Okay, ever since they've had power in human history, they have to have killed over 1 billion people. It's not possible. Because I know it has to be over 500 million people. But as long as they call you a savage in the history book, as long as they call you a barbarian in the history book, they don't have to call it a genocide. So therefore, they can try to go to sleep at night. And that's why they make these vanilla history books for their children, that their children can be extremely delusional and think that, well, we're nice though. We brought food to people. We brought the Bible to people. Why do they hate us, mommy? Why do they hate us so much? We try to help them. We give them medication, right? They do some nasty work. They lie and lie and lie to their children. So their children grow up, their children grow up believing that everybody hates them because they were just too nice. They were just too generous. They went around the world offering English to savage people as a second language, as a cultural program. They were so generous. Like, these people need to speak English. These people, mommy, these people, they have to learn how to say good morning, right? And they really believe this. Yeah, but then they want to tell the BS story how the Pilgrims and the Indians came together and had a feast. Incorrect. My grandma taught me the truth young. We don't celebrate holidays. Yeah. Oh no. They are truly insane. Because as long as they call you a savage, a primitive, or a Hamas supporter, right? And they kill you, they don't have to consider that to be a genocide or a crime against humanity, because you're not a human being, you're a savage. But then we're going to find out that these people had celestial navigation, and they stole their technology. They stole their IP, took it back to Cambridge, took it back to Oxford, and most likely Isaac Newton built on that. Or somebody in England built on that, and then they get all the credit. They're always stealing somebody's IP. Always stealing. This is so sick.
To navigate to the moon. Now, another strategy is to adjust history. Now, Hobson's Pledge have a raft of amateur historians like Andy Oakley. Now, recently, he deceived entrepreneur and philanthropist Sir William Gallagher into giving a hate speech he delivered at Waikato Stadium. Now, Oakley has misinterpreted the treaty that offered the same rights and privileges to all New Zealanders on the 6th of February 1840. The only people that could possibly consider themselves New Zealanders were of Polynesian descent on that date. Of the 3,000 British immigrants residing in New Zealand, none of them considered themselves New Zealanders. This was a name reserved only for Māori. Now, Oakley interpreting the treaty like it was written last week and is deliberately being done with the facts.
You guys, I swear, if you didn't know any better, you would think this was America. He said being done with the facts. And this is what we're saying. He said he's interpreting this, the white boy, the Anglo-Saxon, he's interpreting this being dumb with the facts. If you didn't know any better, you would think this man was living in America. Isn't that funny? And it's funny how everybody who's oppressed by these British people have the same complaint, the same story. It's everything just matches. It's so identical. But then they want to tell you, oh, we're not racist. You're the racist. Yeah, right. I don't even know this man and I understand exactly what he's saying. They play hard of hearing. They act dumb on purpose. They have selective memory. They pick and choose when they want to care about human life. They pick and choose which weapon is worse than one weapon. They pick and choose, and it always depends on your complexion. Are you this complexion or are you that complexion? If you are this complexion, they will do whatever it takes. If you're this complexion, they always play dumb. Like, well, what happened? You say, well, oh my gosh, no, it's not about race. Oh, you're angry. Oh, you're so angry. That's all they have to say. When you don't want to take on their conversion therapy, when you refute their diabolical, colonial, imperialistic narrative about who you are, right? Then they call you angry. I am not angry. You're angry. You're mad because I'm Black and I'm not saying the things you want me to say. Oh, white people are so nice. Oh, white people are so loving. Oh, white people can do whatever they want to do to us. Oh, we should always be nice to white people. Oh, if a white person hits you, let them hit you again. Oh, white people, my savior. Oh, white people gave me a spoon. Oh, white people. No. That anytime they find a Black person who refuses to repeat their goofy ass, racist ass narrative, then somehow that makes you angry. Because a friendly and nice Black person is a Black person who always says, white people are better than me. White people are better than me. I owe so much to white people. I owe my life to white people. Without white people, I wouldn't learn the Bible. Without white people, I wouldn't be doing this. Without white people, white people, white people, white people. You are insane. You are truly insane. You are so insane. Are you actually okay? Gaslighting, deflecting, and lying. Olympic sports. Unbelievable.
Another strategy that have is they
Yeah,
often
ridicule black people. Oh yeah, they're gangsters, they're thugs, they're violent, they don't get married. Yeah, you see?
Hobson's pledge linked Māori culture to cannibalism, and despite the British royal family,
They call the Maori people cannibals. Over here, they call black people disproportionately, widely, outrageously violent. You see, it's the same trick they do everywhere they go. Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Everybody's a savage. Everybody is primitive. Everybody is violent. Everybody is cannibal. Everybody is all these awful things. But yet these white people refuse to stay in Europe. Can you imagine? Right? Does that make sense? Everybody's a savage, a cannibal, primitive, widely dangerous, violent, murderous. You name it. The entire world is full of awful, awful, awful people. But yet these Anglo-Saxons refuse to stay in England. So who brought all this violence? It's them. But they refuse that because they're mentally ill. I think white people seriously have a case there. I think the vast majority of them are bipolar, schizophrenic, like they have mental health issues. They truly do. Exactly. They are insane. They are insane. Everywhere they go, they're never the problem. They don't want to stay in England. They don't want to stay in France. Okay? They don't want to stay in England. They want to go everywhere. They're not invited. Nobody invites them anywhere, just like Austin Metcalf, like Jeffrey Metcalf. He was not invited to that press conference. But you think he cares? He's Anglo-Saxon. He will show up places where he's not invited. This is what they've always done. They show up places where they're not invited. And damn you, if you don't bend over backwards to give them everything they deserve, to make them feel so comfortable, like you need to even later, hey, do you want to sit on my back? You know what I'm saying? They are crazy. People are savages. They used to in England. Stay in your country. Stay in your country. No, they can never do that. They're so full of it.
were deprived cannibals like King Charles II. Really, they will link Māori culture to the All Black haka and the most successful professional sports team in history, the All Blacks. Of course, the Māori haka plays a strong part in their success. Mysteriously, Hobson's Pledge were capable of running a multi-million-dollar campaign during the elections and delivered their propaganda to every home in the country. Is this somehow linked to the philanthropist Sir William Gallagher? Now, the motto of Hobson's Pledge is, "We are now one people."
Yeah,
or maybe
just like white conservatives. Oh, you see this? What is saying? We are now one people, white conservatives. Oh, DEI must die. Oh, let's all be Americans. Color doesn't matter. We should not see color. They're just full of shit. It's to bamboozle you. It's to get you to go to sleep. We are no damn one people. And color will always matter in America. You have to be an idiot to believe otherwise, right? It was the same conservatives. Oh, the Constitution colorblind. Oh, color doesn't matter. Oh, DEI must die. We have to judge people for their character. Oh, people who are qualified should get the job. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. But now that a white boy is dead and a black boy is not dead, oh, his bail should be at $1 million. Oh, he should not have the right to use self-defense. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with his family. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Oh, I don't know. That's so barbaric. That is so deplorable. Oh. We will never be one with white people. You cannot be one with a people who hate your guts. You cannot be one with a people who refuses to have integrity. You cannot be one with a people who don't even want to be fair. How can you even be one with a people who believe that the Constitution should look at color before it decides your bail? They are crazy. Me, Marlene, I will never be one with white people. No, thank you. I'd rather be alert. You can never be one with people who do not like you. That is not possible. That is truly, truly not possible. When someone doesn't like you, you got to take it seriously. You truly, truly have to take it seriously. When someone does not like you, take it seriously. Don't say, oh, I think they can change. One day they'll change. Change for who? Change for what? People don't change, they get worse. People do not change, they get worse. When someone doesn't like you, stay away before something bad happens to you. Because you see how they lie. We have seen how they lie. When someone does not like you, 400 years of proving to you that they hate you, what will make you think that they're going to change today? They've been this way for 400 years. It would behoove you to stay woke and to stay alert. You got to trust history. Don't trust their promises. Don't trust their lies. Anything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. And you know this. Black people, Native American, Polynesian people, New Zealand people, like you name it, African, you name it, like in Latin America, you name it, doesn't matter. How many people have they signed a contract with, agreeing to certain terms, only to turn around like, you know what, I'm going to kill you anyways. They make promises just to break them. White people. They make promises just to break them. They make you write, they make you sign a contract that they wrote. They make you sign a treaty that they wrote only for them to disregard it anyways. Right? They're not going to respect the contract. They're not going to respect the treaty. It's fugazi. So it's like you got to get to a point you realize they are not capable of being honest. They are not capable of having integrity. They're not capable of honoring a contract that they wrote. And you were forced to sign. They write the contract, they force you to sign it. Even that, they're still mad. They took their own jobs. Nobody forced these people. They took their own jobs. They took their jobs to China. Nobody forced these people. They took their own jobs to China. They set the wages $1 per hour, $2 per hour. They take their own jobs to China. They set the wages of the Chinese people. The Chinese people agreed to everything. The job, the working condition, the horrible pay, the bad hours, working every day. They left their children in the village to work for these factories for white people to have all their foolishness. Today, they turn around. They insult the Chinese. They call them peasants. They call them this. You see, dehumanizing of people. Look at the people in the Maori people in New Zealand. How can people who have celestial navigation be savages? They don't care. They love to lie. Call the people savages, cannibals. I mean, what the freak is this? Savages, cannibals, how can a people that traveled the world, that found Americas before they could even conjecture a boat to leave England, be savages? That's what they do. They malign people. They lie on people. They smear people. They will lie on your name. They will smear you. They will say things about you ain't never done. They don't care. They don't care. They do not care, because the job is to make people hate your guts. They want people to hate you so bad. They want nobody to come next to you. You understand? How can people that have celestial navigation, and you know they stole their IP? Just like when they went to Egypt with all the pyramid, the Pythagorean theorem. It don't belong to him. He stole that from these Black Egyptians. This is what they do. Always stealing other people's tech. Always stealing somebody's formula. Always stealing somebody's IP. And they put their names on it. They run to England to put their names on it. Even though everything is stolen. It's all stolen. But they will call you a barbarian. They will call you a cannibal. This is what they do to people. And that's why anytime you hear white people talk bad about somebody else, believe the opposite. I kid you not. Anytime you hear white people degrade a person or a people, believe the complete opposite. If they say bad things about Black people, believe the opposite. If they say, if they say bad things about the Chinese, believe the opposite. If they say bad things about Russians, believe the opposite. If they say bad things about Iranians, believe the opposite. Okay? I'm telling y'all, I'm telling you, like, now some of you are new to me. So you're getting to know me, right? You're getting to know me. But you're going to start, like, I swear, your eyes are going to start to open up. The stuff I'm saying, it's going to start to click like this. It's going to start to click. Every time they tell you not to like someone, most likely that person is good for you. Okay? Anytime they tell you not to like someone, most likely that person is really nice. Right? The way they want people to hate Vladimir Putin, Vladimir, I promise you, he's probably a cool dude. He's probably pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Anytime they talk bad about someone, that person is probably a good person. You have to learn that. You really, really have to learn that. Like you truly, truly have to learn that. They only dehumanize people they fear. When white people start insulting you, there's something great over your life. When white people start lying about you, you are working on something great. When white people start to malign you, you're headed in the right direction. They only insult, attack, defame, malign, and do their racist stuff on people with a great future because they're extremely jealous. You see? Oh, 400,000, right? $400,000. They are extremely, extremely jealous. They are extremely, extremely jealous. So when they insult you, it means you have favor from God. If they malign you, it means you're innocent. If they talk bad about whatever you're working on, it means you're about to have a breakthrough. Okay? Exactly. It means you're about to have a breakthrough. They don't attack. They do not insult people they don't fear. When they start lying about people, probably it's a good people. When they start dehumanizing a people, it's probably a good people. When they start maligning a people, they probably have some kind of technology or something that they're trying to steal. Now I'm telling you, if they want to go to war with someone, they want to steal something. Like this is who they are. Like they're just like, I don't know, they're so wretched. Like I don't know, you cannot save them. It's true. You got to start paying attention. And I just pray that we get to a point where even Black people start to realize that they're favored. I think today, too many Black people, especially even here in America, I think too many Black people have lost that connection with God. And therefore, they have lost the understanding that you are special, you are favored. And that's why they work so hard to make you hate yourself, to have you see yourself as violent, barbaric, They want you to hate yourself because they know God is working with you. You have God's favor over your life. So the only way to really get you to not achieve success is by getting you to believe that your life is not worth it. You see, white people wage psychological warfare on people. They will call you ugly. They will call you angry. They will call you this, that they call you names because they need to attack your mindset. They have to attack your mind. They wage war on your mind. Understand? And that's why you got to make sure to protect your mind, that you don't allow these people and their lies to enter your mind. And you have to see yourself the way God sees you. You understand? Right? But every time they talk bad about a people, it's a special people. It is a special people. It's a gifted people. It's a people that God loves. But that the problem is God can love you, but if you don't protect your mind and you start believing everything they say, it will affect you. So you have to protect your mind. When they say things about you, you have to rebuke the things they're saying about you because they're not true. But they need you to believe they're true, so that way you'll start to be weak. And when you start being weak and believing it, then they know how to get you. It's like setting a trap, right? Once you have the person in the trap, you can treat them any way you see fit. But you got to protect your mind. You cannot believe what they're saying. And I'm telling you, the more I do these lives, the more I understand that they know Karmelo was acting in self-defense. If they truly did not believe that he was acting in self-defense, they would not be doing all this. But they're doing all of this because they know he was acting in self-defense. They know. They truly know. Now, they're going to make videos and make you feel as though there's a chance it's not going to work, because the trick is to get you to believe that he cannot use self-defense. He can. He definitely can. Because they don't want any more Black people to believe that they too can use self-defense as a defense whenever they are accosted violently by a white person. You understand? It's spiritual warfare. Because America is still a plantation. And you cannot allow Black people to believe that they can do everything white people do. Because certain things, they want certain things to be reserved for white people. You see, they fear becoming regular. Understand? The issue here with Karmelo is not just Karmelo, it's what message does this send to other Blacks? That they too can stand their ground when they're being accosted by a white bully. Absolutely. Oh no, he can't use self-defense. He can't. Bunch of people who were not even there. Okay? It's to affect your mind. It's jealousy. It's to affect your mind. And that's what they do. And that's what we say. They have microaggression and then they have passive aggression. They have a microaggression and passive aggression. They say little slick things like that to hope that your subconscious picks that up. You have to rebuke it all. You got to rebuke it. You cannot let these people get to you.
Maybe they should take a leaf out of their own book and stop colonizing their fellow countrymen with their own sense of racial superiority.
Exactly.
Can Hobson's Pledge followers genuinely consider themselves Kiwis, or are they third-generation British colonists?
See? They can, they truly, they have a problem, y'all. So now we learned something new. But let's go over here.
Okay. You're holding a press conference. First Amendment. Anybody can be there, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. Secondly, this guy is a lost leader of his family who is doing themselves no favor, talking on their own behalf. He said in that presser, actions speak louder than words. Well, sir, the guy you're defending stabbed a 17-year-old in the heart to death at a football game over a seat. So yeah, I guess actions do speak loud.
So she's saying, oh, it's First Amendment. You can go wherever you want, right? But somehow, when we are at a freaking stadium and you're Black, you have to sit just for Blacks. You can't sit wherever you want. You sound stupid, right? Then she said, oh, actions speak louder than words. The part where Megyn Kelly told you that Austin Metcalf put his hands on Karmelo, that's not actions. The part where Hunter also said that his brother grabbed Karmelo, all this in the ring, that's not action. That this is not actions, right? There are multiple actions that spoke loud, but they only want to focus on Karmelo's action because they are afraid that it's going to work, because they know it's going to work. Just because you have the First Amendment right, it doesn't mean that you can barge into an event where you were not invited. Just because it's a press conference. Like me, Marlene, I could just barge into the White House because they're having a press conference. I cannot. You still need to be invited. You still need to have a press pass. Can we just go into any press? Like if the NBA has a press conference, I could just show up. They sound so damn stupid. If the NFL has a press conference, I could just show up. If Megyn Kelly has a press conference, I could just show up. Like, you sound so damn stupid. They sound so damn stupid. And that's why they sit there. They're goofy asses. They sit there as two Karens, right? And they make sure not to have anybody on their table that disagrees with them and that checks them. Because their goal as white colonizers is to continue to lie and do everything in their power to fight so hard for the little bit of white privilege they still have left. We're going to snatch it all. And soon enough in America, white Americans are going to be just like everybody else. You're not going to have no more white privilege. You're going to be an American citizen. That's it. That's that. No more. No mas. You sound crazy. Oh, it's the First Amendment. You can go wherever you want to go. So then why did Hunter tell the boy he had to leave at a public stadium for a tent that he didn't pay for? His daddy didn't pay for it. His brother did not pay for that. Yeah. Exactly. They don't want to invite people because they cannot. That's why I'm saying Nick Fuentes said, oh, well, Black people are ethnic crybabies who cannot take difficult conversation about race. I don't have a problem with race. There's no conversation that is too difficult for me because I have self-awareness. White people don't have self-awareness. And most importantly, white people don't even know their history. That's the big problem here. White people don't even know their history. They don't know. So they keep doing the same foolishness. Because otherwise, if you were white American and you knew your history and you had self-awareness, you would say, you know what? A lot of people back in the day used to touch Black people. It would lead to violence and something bad will happen to a Black person. So as a white person, I don't want to be seen as someone who's like those other people who think they can put their hands on people just because they're white. But when you don't know your history, you are bound to repeat the same mistakes. Okay? I'm like, they are so afraid. They don't have much white power left. They know this. The white privilege is being erased every single day. They don't have much left. So they're grasping at straws with their lies and propaganda, right? No. A day will come very soon where we will wake up in America and everybody shall be equal under the law. There's going to be no more privilege for white people. If they're guilty, they're guilty. If they're innocent, they're innocent. Black people, they're guilty, they're guilty. They're innocent, they're innocent. Latinos, they're guilty, they're guilty. They're innocent, they're innocent. That's it. No more. We're going to have a country that really lives up to its creed. And that's what they fear because they want extra sets of privileges for them because they think white people are superior. Even like in New Zealand, all around the world, everybody understands that white people want to be superior to everybody else. Okay? Exactly. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. And they know. I know that's right. The time is ticking. And they know. They really know. They're not that stupid.
Louder than words. Keep talking. Keep talking. And that this family doesn't have the foresight to cut this guy loose after knowing what we know about the serious near fatal injuries to a small child. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. This is like the poor man.
And she sounds so damn stupid. Because once again, black people are just so remedial. You think he went there and he told the family that? You think any family out here just wakes up expecting something so tragic, so tragic and traumatic? It is very tragic. It's very traumatic to happen, right? Most likely they reached out to them. Okay, he calls himself a minister. But now that people have said that, they're going to move accordingly. But there are a lot of people who hide. So miss me with a fake virtue signal. Oh, what he did to a baby. And that's really wrong. So he needs to go somewhere. But at the same time, we have a president that has 34 felony counts. So be quiet. And you gladly voted for Trump, right? You gladly voted for Trump with his 34 felonious counts. So miss me with that. Oh my gosh, a criminal record. You pick and choose when you are indignant. It's so like this is theater. These white people they excel at theater. I mean, they're not really bad. This is theater. This is truly theater. Okay, this is theater. Oh my gosh, girl, Trump has 34 felony convictions. Move around.
And Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
Right? That's obviously what this is. They obviously couldn't even get Al Sharpton.
So what did she say?
Sharpton, who that tells you a lot.
Will go to the opening of an envelope.
Oh, he'll run toward any racialized crime you've got.
Yeah. So obviously he turned this one down. That's nice.
So you see this? So when she wants to insult Al Sharpton, now if Al Sharpton is not here, it's the standard. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Okay. So like Al Sharpton, that's the only black man she knows. And then she'll tell you she's not racist. That's the only black so-called preacher she knows. So your child, they're so damn stupid. So Al Sharpton is the bar now. He's the standard. If they had Al Sharpton there, she still would have complained. Right? Girl, shut up. Go raise your daughter right. Just make sure she doesn't give a bunch of blowjobs to all the black players on the team.
Suspicion. And they got this basement barrel version of the already rather low Al Sharpton to represent them, I guess. And look, it's not that I want to see the mother either set of parents get harassed here because it's the kid.
You call her tears a sob story, but now you don't want to see her get harassed. Girl, shut up.
It's the kid who is accused of misbehaving.
But when Austin, you said Austin put his hands on Karmelo, but that's not misbehaving. Racist.
She needs to keep some perspective on what Austin Metcalf's parents are going
put the white
through.
People first.
That's
put the white people first. No, we are not going to center the white people because if their children kept their hands to themselves, we wouldn't be here. They are so insane. Let this boy say it one more time. Okay? Let him say it one more time.
I don't mind what happened. There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So here we are at a stadium. Where are the assigned seats? There are no assigned seats. It's a stadium. The tent, they didn't pay for it. The Metcalfs didn't pay for it. The boys didn't pay for it. Oh, he's always lying. They're a bunch of liars. He's always lying. Okay? So why do they get to put their hand? First of all, why do they even get to tell him to move in the rain? Number two, who are they to put their hands on him? If not a bunch of racist, poorly trained white boys by some high caloric ass white woman. Okay? Where's the mother? Okay? Where's this high caloric person? Where is she? There you go. Play this. Okay? Okay? Here you go. We ain't got to put nothing in perspective. Because if she had raised her sons right, first and foremost, they wouldn't ask anybody to move in the rain. That's number one. Number two, what's on number one, right? Number two, who are her kids to put their hands on people? If she had raised her kids right, she would have said, don't put your hands on people. If you need somebody to go get the police, go get an adult. So how did she raise her kids? So she needs to put how she failed to raise her sons, to know how to keep their hands to themselves and to be civilized, especially at a public track meet, at a public stadium in the rain, in perspective. We ain't got to put her in perspective for nothing. Does she even put her health in perspective? And imagine putting somebody that wide in perspective. My vision is not that wide. Girl, I'm focused on my success. That's a wide-ass vision. I can't put all of this in perspective. It's too much. Okay? My vision can't do all that. She's too big for me. I can't put all of this in perspective. Leave me the hell alone. Has she raised her children to be good sportsmen people, to have great manners, to be civilized, to be friendly? It'll never happen. How can you ask any other student, who are you to tell any student to move in the rain? A tent that nobody in your bloodline paid for. You out your damn mind. She sure did use that gentle parenting BS. And she raised some wolves, okay? She probably is the type to say that. Probably a whole racist. Because why do her kids feel comfortable attacking the smaller black boy and putting their hands on him and forcing him, like grabbing him to force him in the rain? Who does this? Who does this? Megyn Kelly, have me on your show. I'm going to set you right. I'm going to actually make you want to eat the burger you've always craved for the past 6 years. Get your foolish ass. And you're going to eat the fries on the side too, huh? Your dumb ass.
Where my sympathy lays, here she is, the mom of Karmelo Anthony.
In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Karmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family. His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her.
Look at these women being callous. Look at them. Look,
I'm sorry.
White women are evil. I'm like, child, Jesus. These people are something else.
Sorry, but that is as a result of what her son did.
You see how they are? So they know they bully you first. No, I'm not gonna see that. I haven't seen that lady, that clown looking thing, right? So it's what her son. So you sat there and told your people that Austin put his hands on him, but somehow everything falls on Karmelo. This is why even when you put your black children in a school and the principal is white, be careful. Be very careful. When you put your black children into a school and the principal is a white woman, be very careful. The assistant principal is a white woman, be careful. These goofy ass white female teachers, be careful. You understand me? When you start to see they do kind of weird things around your child, be careful. Be very careful. Okay? Be very careful, y'all. Because somehow there's 3 parties. There's Austin, there's Hunter, and whoever else, and there's Karmelo. But everything falls on Karmelo because Austin is dead. But she didn't do all of this for Kyle Rittenhouse, huh? She was team Kyle, defend Kyle, protect. No, like, be very careful. That's why I don't play. I don't play by white women and my children, y'all. I don't play. I got time for these heifers. Because I know how they are. They see a black boy, they have so much hatred. They have so much hatred. They have so much hatred. Okay. They have a bias against black boys. Let's look at this video. Look at this. Look at this.
Watch rocks that explains implicit bias when it came to black and white female teachers. Check it out. Now, as it said that some sort of
they need to speak about, like, the people spoke. Hold on.
Women teaching black boys. That was the topic of a forum at the Friends School of Baltimore tonight. ABC 2's Eddie Kadem was there. Eddie, a pretty eye-opening topic for discussion.
Yeah, Kelly, the goal was to bring a room full of people out of their comfort zone and ask how teachers from much different backgrounds than their students can connect with them. The discussion is rooted in a book that focuses on the fact that 65% of the teaching force in America is white women. A packed house for a discussion about
65% of teachers in America are white women. And you think black boys are safe around these Karens? They're dangerous.
race in the classroom. Teachers and parents calling the topic and opinions powerful and at points necessarily uncomfortable.
A lot of times we tiptoe around the subject. And so I think it's good to hear that and be like, okay, this is the deal. These are white women. They are teaching black boys. Maybe it's not the ideal situation, which I think is also great to recognize. And just being able to say there is a racial difference. There are consequences of that, but there are things.
Look at all these white women. And you know the vast majority are racist. And the thing I cannot stand about white people is that they know deep down inside they don't like black people. But somehow they want to join the police to police black people. They want to be teachers to go teach at schools with black people. They always want to be in black spaces. Okay? You don't like black people, but they can't leave black people alone because they're a bunch of colonizers, just like they're English, like their Anglo-Saxon ancestors. Oh, they're all savages, but we're not going to stay in England. We're going to go all over the place and harass these people. Let's go harass these people. So they find a way to have a teaching degree. They find a way to join the police academy. They find ways, y'all, to come into your life and harass you. Come into your life and harass you. They are crazy. Why do so many white women want to teach black people like this?
Things you can do, but you really have to work very, very hard at it.
Minority students make up 30% of the Friends School. The main school wanted to open eyes that a divide does exist, and they need to do everything they can.
Jesus Christ.
And to bridge it.
The most powerful piece for me was when he spoke about the experience that the mother of an African-American boy shared with him, where she said that he went to school whole and came home in pieces. And that
his son went to school whole and he came home in pieces. White women, they're evil. They're full of microaggression. They're mean. They are so mean.
her job then was putting him back together each day and sending him back out the door.
One white teacher says an early experience with a black student has helped her grow.
I had an expectation and I went from there, and that now I've learned, and I have to constantly check myself, and I think Eddie Morris Jr.'s statement at the end where he said, it's about action. If you're not acting, then you're not doing.
Some Black mothers happy so many teachers came out to hear the message.
Having certain programs core to our Black initiatives and cultures and experiences would better help us in our communities and collectively.
One woman who teaches African-American future educators at Morgan State University says working with people who have knowledge that you don't can really help.
It's about your teaching style, your instruction. So even if you identify with the students culturally and you come from the same background, you still have to evaluate and say, am I presenting them the way that they are learning? So discomfort is good because that leads to change.
The night ended with one of the editors of the Guide for White Women Who Teach Black Boys suggesting Black teachers teach Black boys and challenging the white teachers in the room to prove them wrong. More on that book and this topic.
Wow. It's a real problem. They are very, very mean to Black boys. They are truly, truly mean to Black boys because they come there with these biases and these stereotypes and all the racism. Like, it is so excessive. It is really, really excessive. And we see it here. We see it right here. But imagine if Megyn Kelly was a principal. Imagine if Megyn Kelly was a high school principal. Imagine if Megyn Kelly was principal of an elementary school or middle school. She would make those children's life a living hell. I mean, everything a Black boy does or a Black child does a problem. Write him up, write him up, write him up. This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is really, really crazy. This is seriously crazy. These are really, really crazy. You see? Imagine if she was like a principal. She would ruin these people's lives. Because no matter what the white boys do, she'd be the kind of principal that is excessively protective of the white kids and excessively punitive of the Black children. And that's why parents have to be very active. Do not just trust your children to these white people. Don't just trust, even when they grade your kids, you have to see how they grade your children. You cannot trust these people. Me, I don't trust these people. I do not trust these people. I don't trust these people. They will sabotage your child's learning. They don't like Black people, y'all. I don't know how else to say it. Their hatred for us cannot be explained.
The first thing out of her mouth should have been about the victim. Really?
Why? So her son is not a victim? Like, so when Rittenhouse spoke, he spoke about the victims?
Really should have been. I think the other thing that struck me about that statement she gave was it's passive language. This tragic incident. It was an aggressive by your son that took the life of another 17-year-old. You have to, like, it's all about owning stuff in this culture. Why can't you just own? I'm sorry.
What do you own about Austin? What do you own about Hunter? They own nothing. That's why white women are dangerous. I tell you, white American, I don't know. White American women, to me, they're dangerous. People should not let these people raise sons. The way they enable, they lie, they cover up for their sons, to me, it's traumatic. So her, Megyn, she shouldn't own up to anything. Her son is telling people to move in the rain. Both of her sons are telling a young man who's by himself to move in the rain. They're grabbing him to move him in the rain. And we know they're cussing him out. But no, they don't have to account. They don't have to take any accountability. It's Black people who have to take accountability. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. With your old ass, oxidated foundation. Old ass foundation. Fuck you. Like, seriously, just fuck you. You are crazy. We're not taking accountability for nothing. You start first. Okay, you're white. You start first. They are crazy. They are truly crazy. If you don't take accountability, we're not going to take accountability for nothing. Do with that as you please. You're out your mind. They are truly out their mind.
So don't they live in a gated community right now?
No, right now, yes. So they have reportedly, according to the Daily Mail, moved into a $900,000 home where they're being allowed to stay by somebody in a gated.
Daily Mail. They have all kinds of foolishness. That's their home. That is their home. But once again, she's going to repeat rumors that once again, this lady she has been a journalist for over 20 years. If she wanted to know the truth, she would. Oh, let's take accountability. Let's take accountability. Then why are you repeating rumors? They sound so jealous. That's what they are. They're a bunch of miserable ass people. It's a miserable people. Yeah, it keeps changing. They're a bunch of miserable people. If she really wanted to know where they are and where they've always been, she could. It's all over the internet. So she can do all her research for Dominique. But when it comes to the family, I don't know. Well, allegedly, oh, Karmelo, I don't know. They say he's a good student. I don't know if he played football. I don't know. I don't know. You pick and choose when you want to do research. Because the goal of this is to smear people. It's to malign people. But you know what, you guys? Everything they do, they're going to fail. They're going to fail. They're going to fail miserably. They're going to fail miserably. They have better luck bringing these factory jobs from China than to succeed at this. They are insane.
Community while they scream racism.
While they're waiting on $500,000 to become liquid from their GoFundMe or whatever.
Yes, and while they're
and my thing is, while these people have 2 GoFundMes, that's not a problem. A deadbeat dad who doesn't have custody makes the most money, right? But that they're not going to talk. I will talk about this one tomorrow. I'm going to do a video about this one tomorrow. They're so full of it. They are so messy. They're so nasty. Like for you people who work in corporate America and you work with these kinds of white women, I don't know how you do it. I do not know how you do it. For those of y'all who work in corporate America and you have to deal with these spirits, okay? Well, thanks. For those of y'all who work in corporate America and you have to deal with this nasty spirit, they have a nasty spirit about them. I don't know how you do it. Even the Black people who are only friends with white people, I don't know how you do it. I truly don't know how you do it because everything that comes out their mouth is a lie or it's some kind of passive aggressive bullshit. It's some kind of microaggression bullshit. I don't know how you do it because me, I would have cussed this bitch out. And that one too. They both would have got cussed out. I couldn't do it. I cannot do it. Like I cannot. Like I cannot. And she says, like, oh, they live in a gated community while talking about racism. So every single gated community belongs to white people? Like, what the heck? No, the trailer parks exclusively belong to white people. Just like gated communities do not belong to white folks. It's Texas. There's also Latinos. But once again, they think they're the only ones, like main character, we're the only ones who matter. No, you're not. It's Texas. It's not far from Mexico. It's a lot of Latinos in Texas. There are a lot of Indians in Texas. So the only people who live in gated community throughout America are white people. So if you live in a gated community, it means that you're there to live amongst white people. They are so damn stupid. They are so damn stupid. They think the world revolves around them. I'm like, girl, trailer parks exclusively belong to white people. They didn't move into a trailer park, sis. Okay? Exactly. Right? Like you sound crazy. So I'm like, for me, seriously, it's like to even sit there and to make it seem like only white people can afford to live in a gated community. And she doesn't even realize that even that itself is racist. The number of Indians who are rich in this country who can afford to live in a gated community, oh, they don't matter. They're invisible. The number of Latinos who can afford to live in a gated community, especially in Texas, oh no, they're invisible. They don't matter. The number of Arabs, Muslims who can afford to live in a gated community in Texas, they also don't matter. The number of Asians who can afford to live in a gated community in Texas, oh no, they're invisible. Everybody is invisible but them because they're the only ones who can afford to live in a gated community. And every single gated community was created for and built by white people. They're so damn crazy. They are so damn crazy. They don't even realize the stuff they say out loud. So only white people can afford to live in a gated community. This is insanity. And so if you live in a gated community, it's because you want to live exclusively next to white people. Because you couldn't do that in the trailer park, right? If Black people wanted to live solely around white people, they would go to the trailer parks. Because trailer parks are solely, exclusively for whites. Nobody else goes there but the whites. You are insane, Megyn. We are in 2025. These people are so disgusting. They're so disgusting.
Who the vast majority of defendants in Texas would be in jail without bond right now.
100%.
But he
Okay. What did she say? Line ass.
500 grand to become liquid from their GoFundMe or whatever.
Yes, and while their son, who the vast majority of defendants in Texas would be in jail without bond right now.
Okay, so let's see this. Even Yella Beezy, right? I don't know if you know this rapper, right? Even Yella Beezy.
Well, this morning
even
was
Yella
judge.
Beezy was giving bond. She's saying all kinds of foolishness.
Yella Beezy, well, this morning, a Dallas judge reduced the bond for rapper Yella Beezy. Yella Beezy, whose real name is Marquise Conway, faces a capital murder charge for allegedly hiring a hitman to kill a fellow rapper. Now, back in 2020, Conway allegedly agreed to pay a man named Kewan White to kill his former friend turned rival, Mo 3, whose real name is Melvin Noble. White shot and killed Noble after a car chase on I-35, and today a judge reduced Conway's bond from $2 million to $750,000.
So even Yella Beezy had his bond reduced from $2 million to $750,000, even though it's a capital murder charge. Okay, what about Casey Allen bond? These people are so damn crazy. They just love
people.
No, Casey Allison. Sorry, that's the name, right? Allison. Okay.
Part of the highly anticipated trial for Kaysen Allison.
Kaysen, how you spell the name? Child. Kaysen Allison. Okay. Okay, so here, let's look at this.
In other news of stabbing a fellow classmate to death was released on bond.
So this white boy, his name is Kaysen Allison, right? Kaysen Allison. He's white. He stabbed a Latino child to death. He was also released on bond. These people are just despicable. They are truly, truly despicable. They can't even hide their racism.
Many have been concerned about this. Kaysen Allison's original bond.
So he's a white boy who stabbed, and it's not even like this case with Austin, because Austin was like, he was poked once, like his heart was stabbed, like his heart was perforated one time. This boy, he stabbed a Latino boy multiple times. These people are so damn fake.
$1 million, but Wednesday it was reduced to
okay. So Casey Allison, his bond was reduced from $1 million to $175,000, even though he stabbed the boy multiple times. Right? With the Karmelo situation, there is one poke. The bail went from $1 million to $250,000. And this goofy ass Megyn Kelly, who has been a reporter since like 2000 and God knows, with over 25 years in media, wants to sit here and act like she can't do her research and find similar cases where bail has been lower than $250,000. I'm telling you, the bail was too high. Even at $250,000, it's still too high. So they're still punishing Karmelo.
And on Friday, he was out on bail.
And that's in Texas, Copares Cove, Texas.
Legal expert Liz Mitchell says judges consider different factors when they reduce bonds: overcrowding, trials lasting years, and whether or not a suspect is a threat to the community is all things that are considered.
Nobody wants to see someone get out and, commit a very violent offense. However, the system simply can't support people staying in jail until their trial date.
And before the deadly stabbing, Allison was charged with assault causing bodily injury after allegedly shooting gel beads at a group of people.
So even before that, so this boy is a repeat offender. Yeah, she only researched things that suit her narrative. Exactly. So you see, even unlike Karmelo, he assaulted someone before. I tell you, these white American women, they raise children, they raise boys to be crazy people. Okay? They've raised their boys to be, so he assaulted someone before, and his bail was lower than Karmelo. Carmelo's never been in trouble. His bail was lowered from $1 million to $250,000. This boy was out here. He assaulted a woman before. Then he stabbed another student to death multiple times. They took his bail from $1 million to 175,000. But they're going to tell you they're not racist. They're going to tell you they're not racist. They are sick as hell. Let them say it one more time.
Can't support people staying in jail until their trial
This is
date.
crazy.
And before the deadly stabbing, Allison was charged with assault causing bodily injury after allegedly shooting gel beads at a group of people, hitting a woman. The judge decided to lower his bond with stipulations. The 18-year-old will have to wear an ankle monitor while he's out, remain under house arrest, face random drug testing, and a court date has not yet been set for.
So you see this? He assaulted someone before, so he had priors. And they took his bail to 175, but Karmelo's bail is at 250. Oh, these people are racist. Let him say it again.
While they're waiting on $500,000 to become liquid from their GoFundMe or whatever.
Yes, and while they're
And mind you too, mind you too. Hold on, where am I? Mind you too. How much did Daniel Penny get in his GoFundMe? Daniel Penny give, right? So she's sitting here like, oh, 500,000. Girl, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Your fat ass and your oxidized, okay, expired ass foundation. Daniel Penny raised $3,375,471. Okay, that's how much Daniel Penny raised. Okay, $3 million. After doing this, after doing all of this, and did Daniel Penny even ever say like he felt bad for the family? I need to check into that because I didn't really keep up with this case, right? But this is Daniel Penny. And after that, he raised this much money, $3,375,000, $471. So what did he do when his money became liquid? Foolishness. Bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists.
her son, who the vast majority of defendants in Texas would be in jail without bond right now.
And yet we saw, what did we see? What did we see? Where am I at? Hold on. In Texas. She's talking about, oh, this is what would happen in Texas. I don't even know where I am anymore, you guys. I have so many things open. Okay. But what did we see here in the paperwork? What are we seeing here in the paperwork? Right? Casey Allen, his stabbing happened where? It happened in Copperas Cove, Texas. Copperas Cove, Texas. He stabbed the kid multiple times. Stabbed the kid multiple times. He had a prior assault before that. Okay. Let him say it again.
It was reduced to $175,000, but Wednesday, Case and Allison's original bond was set at $1 million, but Wednesday it was reduced to $175,000.
And this is Texas, right? So the black boy needs to stay in jail until his trial. But the white boy who has assaulted a white woman before, injuring her, now he's accused of stabbing another a Latino boy multiple times. Oh, it's okay for him to get out on bail. It's okay for his bail to go from $1 million to $175,000. But she's gonna tell you she's not a racist. It's one measure for some, it's a different measure for others. And the only thing that changes is the color of the person's skin. They are racist. There's a bunch of racist people. And then she said some female judge, as if she doesn't know. I don't think it's theirs. This lady is so damn stupid. Because once again, black people are poor. I don't think it's theirs. So whose house is it? Oh, it's a friend's house. Because there's no way that black people could afford this. Right? Here is the house. I showed y'all the house yesterday. Even these clothes, I'm sure, Megyn, that when you see these clothes, you have like, yeah, they had friends who gave them these clothes because there's no way black people can afford suits, right? Right? What you want to say, Megyn? That even these clothes too, they got these clothes from friends because there's no way black people can afford a suit, right? There's no way they can afford bow ties, right? There's no way they can afford to buy their daughter a dress. I mean, they're black people. They're sharecroppers. They're slaves, right? They're so disgusting. Oh, even this Lexus. Oh, he must have stolen this Lexus. You know, he's black, you know? They rob people. They steal cars at gunpoint. right? He probably stole this car too. Here's the Escalade. Oh, they stole that too, right? Here is the house. They never moved. They are still living in their same house, and it's not a friend's house. The papers, the deed to the house on the internet. They are so damn sick. They are so sick. And they're going to tell you he stole this car too, because, you know, there's no way that Black people can afford cars like that, you know. They're a bunch of thieves. They are a bunch of thieves, right? Oh, look, they probably even stole the food. They stole the lemonade. He stole this iPhone. They probably even stole the shirts, because, you know, Black people can't even afford shirts. Black people cannot even afford to go to the restaurant. They can't even afford to buy lemonade, right? Like, we can't afford anything. We're so poor. We are so poor. Every time we have something, even this, they're going to tell you this is like what? This is Photoshop, right? They're going to tell you that this family going to Disney is also Photoshop, because there's no way. Yeah, he stole the foot. Oh, yeah, you're right. Let me show the Foot Locker uniform. You're right. Yeah, he also stole his Foot Locker uniform, because, you know, these Blacks, it's the Blacks again, right? The Blacks, they can't afford uniforms. He probably stole this too, right? He stole the uniform. He can't afford this, okay? So even this too, he stole it. The Blacks, they steal everything they have. They own nothing. Everything they have is stolen. It's the Blacks, you know. It's the Blacks. They're always stealing. They're always stealing, these Blacks. Always stealing. I'm going to tell you, the Black people who are conservatives and quote unquote conservative, and they put up with this, how do y'all even do this? Right? This picture also is Photoshop. How can Black people afford to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? How can a family of 6? How can a family of 6 Black people afford to go to Disney? This is fake, y'all. It's Photoshop. Or maybe they lied to get in here. They stole. They cheated their way in there. The people were not looking. And they're like, come on, run. Right? They ran in there like a bunch of illegals running towards the border. Right? Because there's no way that the Blacks can afford to go to Disney. Even that Beats by Dre. Oh, he stole this too, you know. He stole this. They stole their clothes. They have Mickey Mouse shirt. You know, it's too expensive. It's like $40 a t-shirt. They can't afford this. The Minnie Mouse ears, they cost $100. She stole this, you know. I mean, I don't want to say it, but, you know, Black women steal, you know, right? Everything is stolen. It's gifted by a friend. Like, it's Photoshop. She said white people always question a Black person's success, but never question how a white person got it. Oh, of course not, because white people work hard, Emily. White people work so hard. Everything they have is honest, like Nancy Pelosi, right? Nancy Pelosi works so hard. Nancy Pelosi, she works so hard. Right? Nancy Pelosi, she works so hard. And that's why she's worth 150 or whatever she is, $100 million, right? Okay. Let's see. The net worth of richest Congress members. Oh my gosh, let's see this. This is insanity. Okay. So Rick Scott, he's worth $271 million. Damn. This people is rich. He's worth 271 to 808 million. Wow. Nancy Pelosi, net worth of 267.6 million. Van Buchanan, how much is he worth? 70 million in real property holdings. Mark Warner, he's estimated to be worth 247 million. Oh my God. There is a 234 million. But this is where our money went. Daniel Goldsman, 184 million. Huh? Pete Ricketts, he's worth 174, almost like 73.45 million. Susan K. Delbean, a net worth of 126, almost 27 million. Oh my God. How do they make all this money? But you know, they work hard. There's no insider trading. Good old hard work. Because white people work hard. White people are what they got. They got the honor of a scout. They never cheat. They never steal. Right? They don't do insider trading. Right? Like they're so disgusting. They are just so disgusting. Bunch of disgusting people.
And while they're screaming, we're all racists, because that guy speaks for them, that Dominique Alexander guy. And he was out there. The mom's talking about poor me, poor us. And here's more of Alexander, who blamed everybody. He blamed the weather. The school should have canceled the track meet because of the weather. They were under tarps. He blamed Trump. Here, listen to him in SOT 25.
So it's wrong to blame the weather. If it had not been raining, Karmelo would not be sitting under that tent. She sounds so damn stupid. This lady sounds so damn stupid. Oh my gosh, she sounds so damn stupid. She sounds so damn stupid. So it's wrong to say that they should have canceled that thing anyways, because if it's raining and people can't sit under the wrong tent even in the rain, then why even have the event? Why even have the event? Where are all my stuff? But let her talk.
Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to put the hard. It's what we live as a reality every day. It's what we have to teach our children. We don't want to, but we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a Black man in America.
Oh, but he's not playing the race card.
And you're not playing the race card? You see gaslighting. Everything about the way she covered this was to make the white boy look good and then Black people look bad. But somehow she's not playing the race card. Only he's playing the race card. We're all playing the race card, Babu. And make the best person win. Make the best player win. Like you're full of it.
You look at that, say you have no context for what happened. You just got off a plane from overseas and you're looking at that. I would assume that couple lost their child in a violent act perpetrated by a white kid. That's what I would assume.
Because you look at life through the lens of color. So whose fault is that? With your oxidated, expired ass foundation. Bitch, get on Ozempic and have the life you desire. It has to be hard working with someone that has the size you always wish you would be, right? The fat friend. This is what you call the fat friend.
Me too. The nerve of him to go out there and rail about racism in America. What are you talking about? There is no dispute. There's no dispute that Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf in the heart with a knife while not being threatened with any sort of weapon himself.
So all he needs is to be threatened with a weapon. This lady sounds damn stupid. She sounds so damn stupid.
You heard about tariffs recently.
Now let's hear her talk about Daniel Penny. Hold on. Let's let her talk about Daniel Penny.
Penny, who is a genuine hero, who I
unlike she's not a racist. She doesn't play the race card. What is different between Daniel Penny and Karmelo Anthony? What's different?
This guy, like they want to say, oh, they're the same. They're just being treated differently. That's what the left is saying. Because both were trying to act in defense of others. That's what the Taylor Lorenz of the world see when they look at Penny and this guy. But it isn't so. You could say that to justify the murder of just about anybody who had caused any harm in their business life or professional life. It doesn't make your murder of them justified. Daniel Penny was actually trying to defend weaker people around him.
Wow. So when it's Daniel Penny, he was trying to, so nobody did anything to him. He was trying to defend others. But Karmelo does not have the right to defend himself. Like these people are just so damn fake.
On the subway, a fact which is not being acknowledged by the BLM, NAACP, Al Sharpton types today, which want to paint him like.
Today she likes Al Sharpton. So here she didn't like Al Sharpton. In the other video, she's like, oh, why did Al Sharpton come? They couldn't even get Al Sharpton. In this video, she doesn't like it. That's why I told you, whether Al Sharpton intervened or not, she would have had a problem with it either way. She's full of it.
Like he's another Luigi.
Also, he was not intending to kill Jordan Neely.
Oh, but how come when it comes to Karmelo, you don't say, oh, he was not intending to kill Austin? It's like, oh, no, he stabbed him. He meant it. He meant it. But when it's Daniel Penny, where is he? Where's that dude? Y'all, where is he? Child, I have so many things open up. Okay, but when it's Daniel Penny and he's holding the black man like this, oh, goodbye, Kevin. Oh, he didn't mean to hold him this way. Like, you sound crazy. You really sound, I took so long. You sound so damn crazy. Where's this video? It's right here, right? Okay, let me play this.
That was not part of his plan at all. He was simply trying to restrain him until first responders could arrive in the subway at the next station. And there was evidence presented that, in fact, he was not putting particular amount of pressure on Neely's chest and neck, that it was just holding him down there, because if you let him go, one of the arguments is, well, once people got off the train, then he should have let him go. Well, you don't know what he's going to do if he's still crazy and you let him go. He could go right back to assaulting people. You don't know if he's armed, but there's simply no parallel. This was somebody who was simply trying to get somebody out of the range of being able to kill other people, and the fear that he might kill other people is completely legitimate and rational. We just went through on November 18th in this country, in New York City, a mentally ill, deranged vagrant who went on a stabbing spree across Manhattan and killed 3 people, stabbing them to death. We regularly have vagrants in the subway who slam people's heads into the subways. 10 days after the Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny incident, a vagrant slammed a woman's head into the subway. She's now paralyzed for life. You know, the argument made by the prosecution was that Penny was either reckless or negligent in his disregarding the risk that by putting Penny in this so-called chokehold, and there's always a lot of semantic play around what constitutes a chokehold, what's not, but he basically brought him down in a bear hug. Penny lay on the subway floor with Neely on top of him. That somehow Penny should have known, and he was indifferent to the risk, that by just holding this guy who was high on synthetic marijuana, that could have led to his death. Under that standard, it is the city that is every single day homicidal, because they know it is not just a possibility, it is a certainty. Given the thousands of untreated mentally ill drug addicts who are roaming the streets, it is a virtual certainty that every couple of days, every couple of weeks, one of them will assault an innocent pedestrian, possibly lethally. And they are on notice. It's not a chance, it is a certainty. And the city and state do nothing. They spend all their money on vanity left-wing projects, whether it's protecting migrants from deportation or various trans projects or affordable housing for single mothers who have made themselves poor by not marrying when they have children, instead of dropping everything and saying our primary responsibility is to protect the public from known obvious risks. We are going to transfer all of the money that we're now wasting on feckless social service providers who cater to the dysfunctional. We're going to build however many mental institutions it takes to confine people who should not be, for their own sake, left to decompose on the streets. Talk about we're all supposed to feel like Penny was indifferent to the human dignity of Neely. The people who are in.
So she's saying that even though he choked him to death, even though he put him in a chokehold, he was not indifferent to Neely's life. But why can't they say the same thing about Karmelo? That even though there was a poke in the heart, it doesn't mean that he was indifferent to the life of Austin. You see what I'm saying? Because they truly believe that Black people are wild animals that need to be put down. Oh, he had drugs in the system. How do we know if he didn't have drugs in the system? How do we know he didn't have this? Exactly. So how does Karmelo know that Austin does not have drugs in the system? Oh, no, white kids don't do drugs. Oh, really? You sound crazy. Then why is Trump close the borders?
Different to Neely's human dignity are the outreach workers and who let him go to sit in his own feces to expose himself on platforms to go battering elderly people and don't give a damn. The homeless, you are not helping the homeless, vagrant, mentally ill, chemical abusers by letting them roam the streets. You are subjecting them to a life of squalor and sheer
Yeah,
just
it's true. She called this chokehold a bear hug. These people are crazy. That's true. That's true. You're right. She called it a bear hug. You're right.
abuse, self-abuse and abuse of others. And yet the reason we do this is because the homeless lobby needs the homeless on the streets so that they can make their $1 million contracts, and they want to have a symbol of the heartlessness of capitalism. The whole thing is a perverse narrative, and we haven't even gotten to the race issue, Megyn. I have frankly,
Which we will. Let's put a pin in that, because that's next. But let me stay where you are. I'll give you one example. So this was community noted on X yesterday. A commentator named Tiffany Caban writes, Jordan Neely deserved better than the violence of being denied access to stable housing and healthcare, and then to be dehumanized for it. Jordan Neely deserved better than the systems that allow for and justify extrajudicial white supremacist violence against Black people. The community note reads as follows. As part of a plea agreement with prosecutors after he punched a 67-year-old woman in the face in the street in 2021, Jordan Neely was given free access to stable housing and health care at a treatment facility in the Bronx. He abandoned the facility after 13 days. So she's a New York City council member, that Tiffany Caban. They're just not getting it. They refuse to get it, intentionally, willfully blind to the problems.
New York taxpayers who are working every day, they're getting up early, they're going to the job, they're putting up with possibly obnoxious coworkers or bosses, but because they believe in making self-sufficiency, that they're not going to be leeches on the system, they're really screwed, because a judge, thanks to Legal Aid Society lawsuit, has held that we are obligated to provide shelter to everyone on demand. Okay, so we'll just cast aside whether that's just or not. Let's take that as a given. The rule should be, if we have to provide you shelter on demand, whether you're a single mother that gets a subsidized private apartment with your own cooking and bathroom facilities, or you're in a congregate shelter as a childless adult, the rule should be you got to use it. If we're going to be paying billions of dollars a year to provide this shelter, you don't get to stay on the streets. It's one or the other. But in fact, they do get to stay on the streets. They do not accept housing. You know, we've lived with this lie for now, 40 years, since the 1990s. It was completely blown out of the water by some early sociologists, the idea that homelessness is a housing problem. No, it's
like you see it's intentional. Like they turn it off, they switch it off. They look at the color and then they switch it off, they turn it off. You're white? Okay, I got your back. Boom. You're Black? No. You know what I mean? Like you see, you see them doing this. But oh, the race card. I will never do that. Like, I'm not a racist. Like, what are you talking about? Right? How do you go from like a chokehold? So she's calling this. She's saying that this is a bear hug. Okay? She is calling this a bear hug. He was hugging him. Okay? He was like, I'm like, you're calling it a bear hug. Somebody's in a chokehold, they can't breathe. Oh no, he's just giving you a bear hug. Okay? He's just giving you a bear hug. I'm like, this is insanity. So you see, it's intentional. It's willful. It's willful denial of their own racism.
It's a problem of mental illness, drug abuse, and what some early researchers call disaffiliation. That means you've broken your social ties. The social ties that allow you to shack up with your mother or sister. You're so obnoxious, you're so involved in your own addictions that people say, I can't take you any longer. So you don't have that social safety net. But nevertheless, so it's not about housing. These people are offered homelessness, vagrancy. I don't even like to use the phrase homelessness, but sometimes it just comes
as to the reaction that you and I and other say. This gets right to the befuddlement of many on the left and in the media as to the reaction that you and I and other sane people are having to this verdict. They don't understand why we're applauding Daniel Penny, because we've seen all the things that you just described to this current system, which none of us voted for or okayed in any way. We miss the old days of there being law and order and of the law-abiding citizens being the ones who are protected and at the front of mind for police. And we're cheering a strong, brave man like Daniel Penny who fills the gap to keep us safe. But I'll just give
Penny
you just
is a strong, what you say? He's a strong, brave man. Let me say again.
And we're cheering a strong, brave man
Well, he's
like
a
Daniel.
strong, brave man. So he did this to the person. He did this to the person, but he's a strong, brave man. I'm telling you, I think because I guess it sounds like Hollywood, like being brave is noble. So because I guess being brave is a noble virtue, it's only a title that you can confer upon a white man. You can't give it to a black person because a black people is not possible. Brave, no. Okay, no.
Penny who fills the gap to keep us safe. But I'll just just listen to this CNN anchor, Audie Cornish, who seems genuinely confused about this reaction that some of us are having. Here's SOT 6.
When I hear lawmakers hail as a hero, as a good Samaritan, really being promoted, can you help me understand the thinking? We started at the top of the show talking about the killer of the United Healthcare CEO killed in similar terms.
Yeah, let me just help you understand. If you're on the American left tonight, here's my chart. The good guys today, Daniel Penny. The bad guys, Luigi Mangione. It seems to me.
How do you?
Everybody
what's
on the
the
left,
chart for victims?
I'm just telling you what I see out in the world.
I know.
What
I just want you to finish the chart.
Which
victim
is
good and
make your own
victim is
chart.
bad.
What I'm telling you is
That's not on the second page.
People on the left can't seem to tell the difference between the good guys
about people on the left. I'm asking you whether you consider this person.
We have people praising
I want to
Luigi
know
and
whether
attacking
you
Penny.
think
One
that,
is good,
as
one is not.
Congressman Crane does, that Daniel Penny should get the Congressional Gold Medal to recognize his heroism. I'm not asking you about any left.
I think he ought to get medal. I think they ought to build a statue to this guy.
Thoughts on that, Heather?
So they say they should build a statue for Daniel Penny. Okay.
Fantastic. I completely agree. I mean, he represents something so archaic, which is male chivalry, selfless help of others, stepping in to protect the weak. People were terrified on that subway car, again, for good reason. It is perfectly rational. You mentioned
white people have the right to feel fear, but black people don't have the right to feel fear. Oh, they were terrified. They were terrified. So there's no way Karmelo could have been terrified. Of course not. It's like, I feel like anything that involves being human, being afraid, things that make you vulnerable. It's as if black people don't have the right to be vulnerable. Like when you're black, you don't feel pain. When you're black, you cannot be afraid. It's not possible. You're black. You're never afraid. Or maybe they say to themselves, since we're black, we're comfortable with darkness. I mean, you're black, right? Don't be afraid. Your whole skin is dark. I don't know. Like, how does it work? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the freak? Right? Oh, you're black. You're black. You're black. Why are you scared? You're black. You don't have the right to be scared. You're black. You can't be afraid. You're black. You don't have pain. And then when you say you have pain, oh, that's just a sob story. It's a sob story. Oh, you're black. Why are you crying? You're black. Why do you want to cry? You're black. Why do you want anesthesia? And they wonder why so many black women die in these hospitals, right? You're black. You're black. You can't feel pain. You're black. You are black. Black people cannot feel pain. You're black. Because pain is reserved for white people. Anything that's like attached to like being vulnerable. Hold on. Let me find this. This is crazy. They are truly crazy. Right? Look at this. Let's look at this story real quick. Let's look at this. Hold on, let me stop. Let me do this again. Sorry. Share your screen. Like it's a crazy thing. That's why I say they don't even know their history.
Dr. Marion Sims, he was a scoundrel. Dr. Marion Sims tortured black women, enslaved black women, all for his benefit. He performed operations on them without anesthesia. So these surgical techniques that he perfected on these women made him famous. Heck, he was even known as the father of gynecology. Statues were erected in his honor all across the country. He even became...
Didn't they say that we should erect statues for Daniel Penny? They love to put up statues for evil people. They are really crazy.
the president of the American Medical Association. He was a personal doctor to an empress. Medical textbooks praised him for his prowess. They even consulted him when President Garfield got shot. This dude was a rock star, all on the backs of these enslaved women. So what about these enslaved women? Well, there were 11 of them, and we only know 3 of their names: Lucy, Anarcha, and Betsy. But until recently, they weren't even mentioned. They were not even a footnote in this story. Even medical books and medical journals that were slow to come around to the controversy over this guy's legacy. Not until recently was light shed on this. Instead, they continue to praise this guy without criticism. Quick break. If you like this video, if you like the content, if you like the way that I present it, hit the like button or subscribe. I'd definitely appreciate it. In a 1978 article in the Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology, they said that these women, they should have been grateful to him.
You see, you're black, be grateful. I'm torturing you and be grateful. They are crazy.
And they would not have been able to tolerate all this pain had they not been slaves. What kind of bullshit is that? And in 2012, in the Annals of Surgery Journal, what did they say? They did acknowledge the controversy, but then they went on to defend them by saying this: that relief of pain was the major concern of the master and the bondsman, i.e. slave. Relief of pain. The master was worried about the slave's pain. That's weird. The master was worried about the slave's pain. Was he worried about the pain when he was whipping the shit out of them? Was he worried about the pain when he was raping one of these young ladies? Whoever wrote this article is an idiot. And then this medical article repeated what Sims had claimed, that they were willing to undergo these experiments. You believe that? But this is his side of the story. What about their side? We have no idea.
What?
I can guess. And if you're a slave, can you really consent?
What?
Do you have the right to say no? No, not if you want to leave intact. You have to remember, back in these days, practice of gynecology was basically non-existent. Dealing with the female genitalia, no, this was frowned upon by other physicians. They saw this as dirty, as beneath them. However, Sims, that scoundrel, he saw an opportunity. He saw an opportunity to become famous working on these fistulas, these vesicovaginal fistulas. So what exactly is this? What happens is there is prolonged pressure, prolonged contact between the vaginal wall and the bladder. Eventually what they'll do is form a hole or a conduit which connects the vagina to the bladder. So you can easily see the problem here. Once the bladder fills with urine, it's going to leak out of the vagina. However, for a long time, Sims's surgeries, repair of the fistula, they weren't successful. So how was he able to become so good at repairing these fistulas? Well, he had access to these women anytime he wanted. If he felt like doing the surgery, he'd just pull out one of the 11, put her on the table, and operate on her without anesthesia. They were essentially his property. They were his property. He temporarily took custody of these slaves. The original masters who had these
Hold on,
quote unquote
I need a break.
faulty.
I need a break. What? Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. This is too much. This is a lot. Oh my God. This is a lot. Oh Jesus. I need a break. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that's why I keep saying, like, they don't know their own history. I refuse to believe that if they actually knew their own history, they just walk around touching people like this. They are insane. They are truly insane.
Slaves, they'd bring these to him and they'd work out a deal. So the original master would pay for clothing, pay for taxes, and in return, Sims agreed to operate on them and hopefully return them back intact so they could serve their duties again. And in his autobiography, The Story of My Life, he goes on to say, there was never a time that I could not on any day have a subject to operate on. Then he goes on to say this was the best time of my life. And make no mistake about it, he intended on profiting from perfecting these surgeries. And what about the slaves he operated on? They're a mere footnote in this story. At least they were. Up until recently, whenever they were mentioned in this story, they were portrayed as being lucky to have been operated on by Sims. Their fistula was cleared. What more could they want, right? But in the late 20th century, early 21st century, things began to change. Medical professionals and historians, they started to question this guy's ethics. They started to question the ethics of these experiments, the fact that he operated on these women without anesthesia when it was widely available. So these women who were being tortured over a 4-year period, They finally got the recognition that they deserved. So these women, who are these women? Not a whole lot is known about them. The only thing we know about them is what Sims put in his journal, and we certainly don't have their story. I wish we would have some record from at least one of these ladies, just to know what it was that they went through, what kind of torture they had to endure at this guy's hands, just so he could be praised and recognized. Turns out that Anarcha, one of the three that I mentioned earlier, over a 4-year period, she was operated on 30 times. Now, he's not doing repair of the fistula 30 different times. So what is he doing? Well, he was trying to perfect exactly how to close a surgical incision. So basically, he's learning how to stitch. What this tells me is that he cut on her, and then he stitched her up over and over and over again until he perfected it. And after a number of years of activism and protest, the statue of him in Philadelphia, it was moved into storage. And in 2018, the statue of him in New York, it was removed. It was replaced with a new plaque, a better plaque, a much improved plaque, one that actually told the real story, that told the story about these 11 women and what they sacrificed, and how their sacrifice enabled other women with these fistulas to benefit from, and how their bodies were used against their will without their consent to help the medical and scientific advancement of the repair of these fistulas. That told the real story of how Sims abused these ladies for his gain, whose bodies were used in the name of medical and scientific advancement, all without their consent. So finally, they're getting at least a little bit of the credit and recognition that they deserve. I just wish that we knew more about these ladies. I wish we could hear their story and all that they endured and what was going through their minds. And as to be expected, there are defenders of Sims saying that he was a product of the time, slavery. It was the mid-1840s. I get it. Even though I'm a medical doctor, my major is actually in American history. I've done a lot of reading about this. So
This is sick. This is really sick. So I feel like this is why they're so comfortable feeling like Black people don't have the right to express like any feeling of vulnerability. Like, oh, I'm tired. I am scared. I'm sad. I'm afraid. I'm in pain. It really does trigger them. Like, yo, why are you crying? It's a sob story. You don't have the right to cry. You don't have the right to cry. It's like, what is wrong with these people? They were truly reduced to lab rats, human beings, and they still carry that with them today. I feel like this kind of mindset, like this attitude towards Black people and having the not even like, yeah, just being able to express like feelings of vulnerability. It's like, you don't have the right to do that. Wow, how dare you cry? How dare you be afraid? You're full of shit. You're not afraid. You see, and they say that like, oh, Karmelo had no right to say he was afraid. Afraid of what? You're not afraid? You're also a football player? You're a football player? And I'm like, they act as if every football player is the same. Do every single football player play the same? These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. Okay? I'm like, so do every football player is the same? If every football player is the same, why do they have all these positions? Wide receiver, running back, fullback, guard, kicker, long snapper, center back, safety, right? Quarterback, defensive tackle, linebacker, center, defensive back, putter, goalkeeper, okay? Tight end, offensive lineman, cornerback, defensive end, nose tackle. Like, hold up, wait a minute, right? If every football player is the same, why do they have so many different positions for all these different people? Because they're not all the same. They're all the same. But like now all of a sudden they want to act brand new. Like to now every single football player is the same. They're all the same. They have the same build. They play the same position. I'm like, wow. And that's how you know they have hatred for Black people. Every single football player is the same height, the same build, the same everything. And yeah, and when you stand up for yourself, they try you with, oh, you're being angry. I'm like, I'm calm. Angry for what? Like, who are you even? You're like, I'm like, and they think they say things that are so like triggering. You don't trigger me. You're an idiot. I'm like, I feel sorry for you. Okay, they're truly not educated. So like, I felt it's very heartbreaking and hard to listen to, but I felt white people not being educated on the real history of Black Americans and what they endure and still do. They will never change. Yeah, because as soon as you want to have those hard conversations, they run. They run. They're the ones that have the hardest time having hard conversations. Even if you try to, not even a race thing, you try to have a hard conversation with a white person, they start having all these different colors. First they're white, then they get pale, then they get pink, then they get purple, then they get green. It's like, what's going on? Right? They always want to keep this fake type of peace going on. Like everything they say is like this fake peace. It's like, what the heck? They don't even know how to have healthy conflicts. They're always running. They're always evading. And when they show up, they got guns. Okay. Yeah, he got me. Yeah, he's I'm angry. I'm like, angry for what? Like, you're crazy. You're delusional. Your daddy was angry. I'm not angry. I see right through you. You're crazy.
Before, with regards to taking psychedelics, if you're psychotic, the category of, it's called MICAs, MICAs, mentally ill chemical abusers. They are very violent. When you cross being mentally ill, schizophrenic, and chemical abuse, that leads to very high rates of violence. So those people who are
why is it not possible that Karmelo felt as though the boy could have been schizophrenic? Like, I'm like, this is so crazy. Have they ever done like a mental evaluation on Austin? How do you know he was not schizophrenic? How do you know he wasn't bipolar? So they know all these things, but somehow they don't believe these things happen to white people. Because all the stuff, the schizophrenia, is only for Black people, only Black drug addicts. But how do we know that Austin also? How do we know that Austin was not schizophrenic? Like, how do you know? Was he ever your patient? Like, how do you know that the boy he wasn't bipolar? I'm so confused. Like, I am really, really confused. Hold on. Now, let me find another video of her talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. Let me see. You see how many videos she made about this dude? Let me see. She made so many videos. And you see that you have some people who want me to feel bad about character assassination. Oh, Lord Jesus. Y'all listen to this one. Let's just be our last one. We go to bed.
I wonder what you thought when you saw like the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse and all the jumping the gun about him. We had so many press errors.
The Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I think I have a sort of unpopular opinion from, I run in liberal circles and I do a lot of social justice, but I do think that like people really wanted Kyle Rittenhouse to be a villain, and a lot of people weren't willing to take the evidence of the case seriously.
White people, you guys, did you see? Hold on. No, I have to play this. I got to play this one more time. I need to play this from the start. Hold up. Let's talk.
Bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner. We got militia on the roof here.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois, who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I can protect myself, obviously. But I also have my med kit.
Video also shows officers thanking the armed civilians and handing out the water.
We appreciate you guys, we really do.
Then things escalated.
Ammonia, gasoline, mixed together, and it's causing an ammonia problem.
And what does that do?
It causes irritation to the throat and eyes.
Rittenhouse would then use his assault rifle on 3 protesters, he claims, in self-defense. First, Joseph Rosenbaum, which is shown in the defense team video. 4 shots, and Rosenbaum, who the DA says was unarmed, was killed. The next video shows Rittenhouse running down Sheridan Road. He falls. One man jumps on him. Rittenhouse fires and misses. Anthony Huber comes in with his skateboard, tries to grab the gun, and Rittenhouse shoots, killing Huber. Gage Grosskreutz approaches, holding a handgun. At close range, Rittenhouse shoots Grosskreutz in the arm. Rittenhouse gets up and walks toward police.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them! Dude right here just shot all of them down there!
Rittenhouse puts his hands up.
Someone injured straight ahead?
Police drive past him. Rittenhouse went home to Illinois and turned himself in the next day.
Video of the killed people. He was not arrested. He went home and then he turned himself in when he felt like it. So now let's listen to these white women again. Let's listen to them again. Let's go.
Now, I wonder what you thought when you saw like the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse and all the jumping the gun about him. We've had so many press errors.
The Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I think I have a sort of unpopular opinion from, I run in liberal circles and I do a lot of social justice, but I do think that like people really wanted Kyle Rittenhouse to be a villain. And
so after what we saw, she thinks he's not a villain. He's an innocent white boy, an innocent 17-year-old, a 17-year-old with an AR-15. Stop. Girl, what? Girl, what? And then they're going to tell you they're not racist.
A lot of people weren't willing to take the evidence of the case seriously. And instead, we're trying to convict him based upon their
interpretation. So isn't this what they're doing to Karmelo? I'm like, girl, there's no interpretation of his character. He is 17. Why is he not in bed? Why is a 17-year-old joining a militia? What is going on here? Oh, they took him to get food and brought him Texas Roadhouse steak and potatoes dinner while he was in a holding cell. Really? I didn't really keep up with this case. I'm going to look it up tomorrow. So when there's video evidence and you see how he's killing and shooting people, oh, we still have to wait. Like we really, you got to try to understand, try to understand his character. What character? He is 17. She's like, who are you going to believe, me or your eyes? These women are crazy. These people, I'm like me. The more I do this, I'm like, yeah, I'm scared of these people.
Radically irresponsible of the prosecutor to charge him with murder in the first.
What did she say?
Irresponsible of the prosecutor to charge him with murder in the first place, because why, like this was not a murder case. If you don't like, there's a interesting discussion to be had about like, okay, if you walk into a really highly charged emotional space that's uncontrolled and you walk into that space with a gun, are you provoking an attack? And I can see from the perspective of his, the people who were shot that like, yeah, if you see someone, you hear shots around and you see a guy with a gun, you might think, oh my gosh, I got to stop the shooter from shooting people. But that doesn't mean that Kyle Rittenhouse did not have the right to defend himself if he was not shooting people. And
so you see this? So Kyle Rittenhouse, he has the right to defend himself. Hey, oh Lord Jesus. Oh Lord Jesus. But Karmelo does not have the right to defend himself. But they're racist. They're a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. They're a bunch of racists. Oh, yes, they brought him to get cheeseburgers right after it happened. Oh, Jesus. Yes, they celebrate their killers. General Morgan, General Eisenhower, General MacArthur, Charles Manson, John Wayne Gacy. Yeah. So what is the difference between Karmelo? I know, he's black. He does not have the right to self-defense. Karmelo doesn't even have the right to have a knife. You hear me? But when it comes to Kyle Rittenhouse, who is 17 years old, he gets to have an AR-15 type of semi-automatic weapon and just start shooting people. Y'all, here is the gun. Why does a 17-year-old even need something like this? Look at this gun, y'all. Look at it one more time. Look at this.
Hey, folks, we're going to Fort 3 here, but before we do, please select that you dig our content, and we'll provide you with a cringy gun meme. I don't know what's around here. So, oh. All right, so the M&P 15 Sport has been around since about 2010, 2011. It's been a real value proposition for Smith & Wesson. One of the cool things about it is it's always been in that $600-700 range. Depending on features, you could get a decent rifle that was reliable and relatively accurate. The original came out, and then they had some improvements on the second edition, and then the third is still yet even further refined. So we'll go through some of the features here.
Even have a gun like this, but somehow he's okay. It's okay for a 17-year-old to have a gun like this. But Karmelo bringing a knife to attract me. Oh, what? A knife, a knife, a knife. This is why I said white people love to act indignant. It's theater. They're so theatrical. Bunch of thespian. There's a bunch of liars. They're so comical. They pick and choose. If you're black and you have a pocket knife, a knife, a knife, a knife. Even I promise, even if Karmelo had used like pepper spray, pepper spray, pepper spray, pepper spray. Because the truth is, they want you defenseless. They want to weapon arm themselves, have all kinds of weapons, but you should be defenseless. Why? Because white people don't play fair. But it was definitely multiple assailant because it's him and the brother. That's already two, but there was somebody else. There are at least three people. But the fact that he's under their tent, so he's outnumbered. He's outnumbered. He's under their tent. So there's more of them than there is him. So there's no way they could have felt threatened. But somehow he doesn't have the right to feel afraid. Oh, he was just out there. Like if you listen to Officer Tatum, Brandon, he's like, no, he's gonna make it seem like he was just out there just brandishing a weapon. This Kyle Rittenhouse. They're crazy. They are so miserable. They're so pathetic. They're just so pathetic. Okay, let's keep going.
And if you don't like the way that the laws are written, then if you don't like the self-defense law, then you can go to your legislature and say that you don't believe in self-defense.
Mm-hmm. But see, so when it's them trying to use self-defense, it's like, well, if you don't like it, oh well. But when you're black and you want to use self-defense, oh no, you can't use self-defense because you can't be the instigator, and then the force, it got to be proportional. The force has to be proportional. We saw Kyle Rittenhouse shoot people that had bare hands, shoot people that were unarmed. These people are crazy.
But I think that with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, there was so much focus on irrelevant information and character assassination instead of the specific actions that led up to this tragic moment. Which isn't to say that I think that Kyle Rittenhouse should be celebrated as a hero either, because that's again playing him as a political football. He's a kid who made a mistake, but he doesn't deserve.
The kid who made a mistake. Girl, what? What mistake he made? He willingly put himself there. So first, if you like Daniel Penny, he has the men in a chokehold. She said, oh, it's a bear hug. This one, she said, oh, he made a mistake. What mistake? He was there willingly.
With a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner. We got militia on the roof here.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois, who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is also help people.
What mistake did he make? He said he wanted to be there. What mistake did he make? He was there. He wanted to be there. And look at what he said. Look what he said.
Somebody hurt. I'm running into harm's way.
He's running into harm's way. Listen.
But there's somebody hurt. I'm running into harm's way. That's why
he said, I'm running into harm's way. So he said, yeah, I'm running into harm's way. He's not running away from harm. He's running into it. He went there looking for some shits. He had a new gun. He wanted to use it on people. This dude is a psychopath. And the sad thing is, right, because by letting him go free like this after killing 3 or 4 people, right, they've emboldened him. He will kill again. He will kill again. This is not a joke. He's going to kill again. And he's going to kill more white people. And then we're going to see their goofy asses make excuses for that. They have turned this boy into a serial killer. He will kill again. He will kill again. Because once you know you can kill people, and there are a bunch of goofy, racist, white retards who will go above and beyond to defend you, lie for you, paint you as an innocent kid who made a mistake when you said, no, I want to be here for free. 17 years old. You left your home to come join the militia. For what business? Even me, I can say it's not okay to destroy property. But these businesses have insurance. They don't need a 17-year-old to do all of this. They have insurance. And if anything, arrest the people and make them pay for it. Make them pay for it. Okay. Of course, it's a white person, eye for an eye. When it's a black person actually does something, then it's, oh, he's a murderer. But a white person intentionally killing people, he killed 3 people, right? Who's now, oh, he's innocent. Of course, white people are always innocent. These people are sick.
Deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison for it.
He doesn't deserve.
That he doesn't deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison for it.
Yeah. There's some similarities in the cases in that, you know, he didn't have quite as much coverage as you did, and his story didn't go on as long, but he had the president of the United States, now president, then candidate, calling him a white supremacist. I mean, talk about poisoning the jury pool. And there is no evidence.
Jury pool. So whatever what you're doing, so you know dang well you're trying to poison the jury pool for Karmelo. People need to be sued. People need to be sued. Like Megyn Kelly, she has no problem suing people. She needs to also be sued. This is crazy.
Evidence for that. You know, I mean, even I, at the beginning, I'm like, oh, well, they said he was with the Proud Boys and he was making racist symbols. And we've actually taken a hard look at it on this show more than once.
So you took a hard look on that. I'm going to look at your videos.
And there's just, that's not what happened. He went and bar, he posed, and then they all did the okay sign, which Kyle Rittenhouse, his lawyers presented to the judge, and the prosecution had nothing to debunk it. He didn't even know what that was. He thought it was an okay sign, which it's been since the beginning of time.
Bunch of liars. So he's 17 years old. He knows how to buy an AR-15. He knows how to buy his own ticket or bus to get down to that place, right? He knows how to join a militia, but he does not know what the Proud Boys are. These people, they take people for idiots. They take people for a bunch of idiots. They don't fear God. It's a cursed people. They are dangerous.
There was nothing on his social media. They scoured him. The Anti-Defamation League apparently did an investigation. The prosecutors looked at all of his cell phones, all his social, nothing. Didn't follow a white supremacist, didn't know a white supremacist.
You see how she's lying? Let's go back to the video. They love to lie. Let's go back to the video here. Let's look at
here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid.
So where's the call thing? Okay. So he is not connected to but he knew how to connect to a militia. The Kenosha Guard. Let's see what they look like. These people are crazy. Okay. Who are they? So he knew how to join the Kenosha Guard, but he's not a white supremacist. These people, white people, man, they think if they say something, it makes it true. And they think if they deny something, it makes it false. They are crazy. It's like, don't trust your eyes. Trust what I'm telling you. It's in the video. It's right here in the video. Okay, so he knows how to connect with the Kenosha Guard, but he's not part of the white supremacist group. They are sick as hell. They are truly sick. They are truly, truly sick.
Nothing. Didn't follow a white supremacist.
Lie.
Didn't know a white supremacist. It was a lie.
No,
and
you're the lie. You are the lie.
So people are still confused about him and want him in jail because they think he hates people of color. There's no evidence, right? At some point, you have to say, show me the evidence.
Okay, so now here is, I got time for these people. Hold on. They're so full of it. Hold on. Benny Johnson and what? Officer Tatum? Let's look at this video. People are funny.
If you go back to the time right there, right at that moment when you saw a collapse, this.
And the reason I say that is because Barack, generically speaking or generally speaking, isn't cursed. And the reason I say,
what is that?
Seeing like the horrible results of that, right?
Yeah, and it's something that I pray that Black people, generically speaking or generally speaking, isn't cursed. And
here is Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson invites Officer Tatum on his channel, but he's going to tell you he's not racist. And Officer Tatum says Black people are cursed. You invite a Black person on your channel to say that black people are cursed. Do you invite white people on your channel that says that white people are cursed? Right? But what does Officer Tatum say all the time? Black people hate white people. You know, they hate y'all. They don't like y'all.
And the reason I say that is because Barack Obama, who's half black, he's not fully black. Right. For some reason in our country, if you have the black people in America are as a nation, and look at where we're going. They can raise the next generation of people who prosper in America. He could have said it. He could have done it. He could have advocated, but he didn't. And now look at where we're going as a nation, and look at where we're going as a black community. It's getting worse and worse and
Sitting with a white man, so their community is perfect. Their community is perfect. These people are sick as hell.
Worse. The smartest, the most intelligent, the richest, the wealthiest, the most prosperous black people in America are still silly. You got LeBron James to say that this country is so bad to him, and the dude is almost a billionaire.
He's so funny because even if LeBron James is a billionaire, LeBron James has an owner of his team, so he's richer than LeBron James, right? Whatever much money he has made or he has made with Nike, he made them money too. So it's like to make it seem like, oh, LeBron James is rich. Yeah, because a white man got richer off of him. Make it make sense. You sound so damn stupid. You're the dumb one. You're the dumb one. So like, does LeBron James own the NBA? He owns the team. Does LeBron James own Nike? Right? All these white people are making way more money off of LeBron James. Okay? They're probably giving him like 30% of what they make off his name and his body. While these owners are in these lounges chilling and he puts his body through hell. How many seasons has LeBron James given to the NBA? These owners, can they even run 1 mile without dying? Go sit down somewhere. Phil Knight, how much money, how many billions has Phil Knight made off of LeBron James, his image, his likeliness, and everything else? Like, please. So stop acting like these white folks are doing him a favor. Because he's still being exploited. Because he doesn't own the stuff. He doesn't own it. And they probably even own his likeliness. You sound so damn silly. You sound so damn silly. You are really crazy.
You can go to Beyonce. You can go to Obama. You can go to Michelle Obama. You can go down the list. Every black politician on the Democrat side are nutty. And why? Letitia James, she could have been a great from here. I pray to God that one day black leaders start rising up and saying, okay, we need to hold ourselves accountable. We need to hold our community accountable.
So black people who are the enslaved need to hold themselves accountable. And what about these enslavers? What do they do? This is how this man makes money. This is
when a young man stab another young man in the heart, we need to be honest about this. Why is he bringing a knife? I lived in Frisco. We lived in Plano. Plano and Frisco are right next to each other. Why would somebody bring a knife in Frisco? That's like the wealthiest, nice suburb
you make no
of
sense.
Dallas,
so it's
Texas.
It's a nice suburb in Texas that people are asking people to move in the rain. Something don't add up. Yeah, Benny Nolly, yeah, that's my token. He sounds so damn stupid. Big, black, and dumb. That's how they like him. Big, black, and dumb. Like Officer Tatum, I need to meet him in person. Like, I swear, me and Officer Tatum, we got to do a smoke show. Oh, my Lord. Like, oh, my God. I need to smoke this fool. This fat Bubba ass bitch. I need to smoke this fool. I need to skin this bitch. Like, seriously, bring him on. Where can I find this man?
So that's the bigger issue, not just the stabbing.
Man.
Some real truth. So he's married to an old ass white woman. You should see his wife. She's so old. She's so old and dry and dehydrated. Like his wife, she looked like rotten milk. I don't even know how he has sex with her. They got so many kids. I'm like, does he look at her or does he put a pillow over her face? Or maybe they have sex in the dark because damn. But even when he touches her skin, though, he has to feel that she's old. The lady looks decrepit. His wife looks so damn old, you guys. She looks old and dry and dehydrated. I said, how in the hell does this man manage to sleep with this woman? But he must have been broke because she probably had the money. So he sold his little male part for a place to stay because there ain't no way, right? I'm like, what the freak? So like, oh yeah. So do white people hold themselves accountable? They are so crazy. I'm on top of this. Let me move on. Let me go back to my video.
And if they cannot, we as a responsible society have to move on.
Responsible society. You know how that we are the responsible society. Now they're responsible. When they want people to see it a certain way, it's because it's the responsible things to do. When they want people to indict a black child of 17 who doesn't have any record, no. Because they want to taint the jury. This is what they want to do. They're sick as hell.
Absolutely. And also I would say that like whether or not he knows that he was doing an okay sign or a white supremacist sign is ultimately irrelevant. In the same way that like if I were a professional dominatrix at the time that Meredith was murdered, it also would not have made a difference. It's irrelevant to the question of whether or not he's guilty of murder.
Oh, wow. You see? Let's see this one. No, this one.
That's what the jury is going to have.
I mean, look at how many episodes she made for that boy. Look at how many videos she made for that boy. And Biden owes him an apology. Oh, wow. You guys, look at how many videos she made. Look at Jason Whitlock. Let's see this one.
The media, it wasn't unexpected that they were going to lose their minds after completely misrepresenting this case from the start. You know, I mean, for a year, since August 2020, when it happened, they've been telling us that this white kid, Kyle Rittenhouse, who shot 3 white people, is a white supremacist because he was trying to keep the peace and help others at a Black Lives rally.
He was trying to keep the peace and help others? Is that what it was about? Is that what it was about? Just lying.
And I'm here with a bunch of militia. They're protecting a local car shop.
By the third night of unrest in Kenosha 2020, after businesses were burned, there was a call to arms online.
They're not being paid to be here, but they are doing it in service to the owner. We got militia on the roof here.
Kyle Rittenhouse is among the armed group in this video obtained by 12 News. The 17-year-old from Illinois, who once worked as a lifeguard in Pleasant Prairie, came with his AR-15. You can hear what he said that night in this video, edited and released by his defense team.
Our job is to protect this business. And
He's here to protect the business. He said this, right? I'm here to protect the business. But she's telling people that he was there to help people. But these people, they are a bunch of liars. Oh, this is disgusting.
People is a white for a year, since August 2020, when it happened. They've been telling us that this white kid, Kyle Rittenhouse, who shot 3 white people, is a white supremacist because he was trying to keep the peace and help others at a Black Lives riot. We knew it was going to be a riot. We knew it wasn't going to be a protest. As late as night, they were burning things and so on. They make it sound like it was one of these lovely, like, we're just going to hold up our little placards. There was none of that. There was rioting and burning and arson and looting. Okay. So I want to tee it up with a budded soundbite of how the media sounded over the weekend for those of you who were living your lives and had the good sense not to listen. Here you go.
The jury sent the final and loudest warning to white America about the dangerous rise of white nationalist terror in this country. I'm walking around and I'm a white nationalist, coward little kid with an AR-15, and I see somebody drive by with a Black Lives Matter bumper sticker and I feel threatened, I can open fire.
This country was built on the idea that white men had a particular kind of freedom, from the slave catchers on, the right to inflict violence in the name of protecting property. Anyone who supports Black Lives Matter should be very afraid tonight.
That now we can see people baiting violence to have a reaction, very serious problem for activism, because now we're being told that someone can cross state lines with a semi-automatic rifle and kill people.
And today, what we were told was that white self-defense trumps everybody else's sense of safety and protection.
The fact that white supremacists roam the halls of Congress freely and celebrate this little murderous white supremacist.
You matter. Every time one of these verdicts come out, it's easy to feel like you don't, but I'm here to tell you that you do. You matter. You matter so much that the second you start to get a sense that you do, a man will grab a gun he shouldn't have in the first place and travel all the way to another state just to quiet you.
Oh boy. Your thoughts on it, Jason?
That's great acting. They should all win Oscars or Emmys or whatever. Megyn, but they're executing a very clever strategy, and it's why they all have the same talking points. And why
You see how he's telling us he's putting us on game. He's putting us on game. No, I'm saying, Big Sis, like this is just. That's why you see the lives have to be long, because if you're talking like 50, you can't. But I'm gonna do like more like smaller videos so I can try to hit as many more people as possible, right? When I do these long lives like this with you guys, it helps me to do research, because you see, it takes a long time. Because the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, I didn't really follow that. You understand? Even the Daniel Penny stuff, I didn't really follow that. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I didn't really follow that. But tonight is really the night I really saw like the poo. I'm like, what the freak? What is this? I didn't even know it was like an AR-15. I'm like, at 17? So when they sit here and talk about a knife at a track meet, they're a bunch of clowns. They are serious clowns. But he is saying, you see, Jason Whitlock is putting us on game. He said they have a strategy. They are repeating the same talking points, right? So when they want something to go a certain way, this is what he's telling us. So now we understand that even YouTube is not really independent media. YouTube is not really independent media. No, Karmelo has a 3.7. Emily, can you copy and redo your comment? He has a 3.7. It's not 3.4, it's 3.7. You gotta bring the receipt, because I'm like, you say you're not racist. So if you're not racist, if I look at your Karmelo video, your Daniel Petty video, and then your Kyle Rittenhouse video, you should be consistent. Self-defense is self-defense. That's what it means to not be a racist. So if I play a Daniel Penny video, if I play a video where you're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, or I play a video where you're talking about Carmelo Anthony, it should be the same. Let's give time for people. Let's not taint the jury, blah, 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 blah. Cool, but no. For the two white boys, she moves a certain way. And you see, she brings a black person, right? She brings a black person, right? But then when she talks about the black boy, there's no black people. You see this? But then she's going to tell you she's not a racist. She wants people to believe that, oh, he doesn't hate black people. So what does she do? She brings Jason Whitlock, right? But now she's talking about Karmelo. Why don't you also bring a black person that can say black people don't hate white people? Of course not. So she picks and chooses when she thinks it's suitable to have a black person. So when it's, oh, well, I'm not racist. Bring Jason Whitlock. Right? Oh my gosh, a white boy is dead. Bring a white woman. And let's start lying and gaslight. Let's do it together. Like, let's build on each other's strength. I'm a liar, you're a liar. I'm a racist, you're a racist. I gaslight, you gaslight. Let's come together and destroy the planet. Right? Axis of evil. Unbelievable. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy.
State lines with an AR-15. He didn't cross state lines with a gun. He lived 1 mile from the border of Wisconsin. He had.
And if you live 1 mile away from the border, and then you cross the border, like what that? You see how they play semantics with people? Oh my God, Jason, you are such a sad soul. You're such a sad soul. You're so pathetic. If you say he lives 1 mile from the border, so now if he's on the other side, he crossed the border. So he crossed state lines. Even if it's like 5 steps away, no problem. What's his address? What's his actual address? And where did stuff happen? Is it the same zip code? Is it the same state? So what are we even talking about? You see, and that's why I will keep saying America is racist. White people are racist. When they like you, they are the arbiters of lie. Oh, blah, 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 because they want you to win. So when they want you to win, they will stay committed to a lie. And then they'll find these goofy ass Negroes. And notice how they're always obese, right? Jason Whitlock is overweight, right? Where's the other one? Where's that dude? Okay. This one is also overweight. They have an affinity for overweight Negroes, big, black, and dumb with these big heads, looking like Frankensteins. They got them big ass heads. This is crazy. This is crazy. How you spell that? However you spell a child, right? They all look the same. They all look the same, right? They all look the same. They all look the same. Jason looks like this. Brandon looks like this. Take a picture. Take a picture. Click. Okay. Mental picture. They all look the same. Take a mental picture. Take a mental picture for yourself. Where is it? I have so many tabs open. I confuse myself. Where is it? Right? So here's this one. Look at him. Look at him. And then look at Frankenstein. They look the same. They look the same. This is what a black conservative is. A freak project. A self-hating freak project. A self-hating, mindless freak project. You're a freak. You're a super freak. Look at this. Big, black, dumb, no neck, big ass head. All that's missing is a goofy ass screw. Okay? You come over here also, big, black, and dumb with a weird ass head. They all look the damn same. Take a picture. That's why the pen is the strongest weapon. They try to bury you with lies. This is crazy. They all look like Frankenstein. What the heck is this? So you're going to start lying.
Family in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He had a job in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was there the night before. But they all...
Because he's there the night before. He didn't cross the state lines. Like, you see all kinds of stuff. If he has a job there, then he crossed the state line to go to work. You are so pathetic. Jason, you are so disgusting.
I have the same talking points because it's an orchestrated strategy to cast everything in this racial camouflage so that they can actually execute their real agenda.
Look, okay, keep telling us what you're up to for Karmelo. Keep telling us so we can rebuke your plans. Keep telling us so we can rebuke your plans.
And that is to demonize and to paint the American narrative arc as one that has focused on racial injustice from start to finish. And it's an argument they're trying to make to justify a rewriting of the Constitution.
Because they said, they shouldn't have lowered his bail. His bail should have stayed at $1 million. When we know that bail is not meant to be punitive. Bail is just meant to make sure you come to court. So they're like, no, don't change his bail. Don't change his bail. Wow.
Of Western civilization, a dismantling of Judeo-Christian values that used to define this country. It's a tactic. It's not an accident. It's talking points that have been distributed to all of the useful idiots of corporate media.
So they give you all your talking points. So you're a useful idiot. Okay, keep telling them yourself.
And all the people in collusion with China and big tech, with all the billionaires that want to move America to make it more like communist-run China. And so I as stupid as it sounds.
What does China have to do with this? What does China have to do with this? What the fuck? How did the Chinese get involved in this?
Stupid as they sound, and as tempting as it is to laugh them off, they're executing a strategy that's working right now. They have us all talking about the lies that they propagate, and we can never have a discussion about the truth.
You see, so they propagate lies intentionally. And that's why everybody that's signed to Turning Point USA, all these goofy ass, even these white conservatives who are so Christians, are repeating nothing but lies about Karmelo. Because if you repeat lies, then people don't have time to focus on the truth. Oh, white people are evil. They're really evil.
And, you know, the truth is that America's narrative arc actually bends towards justice, and that this country, through the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, was embedded with certain Judeo-Christians that set up a conflict between good versus evil, and good was winning for about 200 years. But here in the
Good
last
was winning.
50,
Who's good? White people? He's crazy.
60 years, evil is
Oh,
winning.
black people are
And-
winning. So when black people win, because 60 years, that's like the Civil Rights Act, right? So when black people started getting the Civil Rights Act, that's when evil started to win. Okay.
And they're corrupting American values so that they can argue we need a new constitution, and that we were founded on racism and nothing has ever changed, and this country doesn't work. Even though people from around the world are beating down doors, black people included, beating down doors to get into this country. They got a successful propaganda campaign going on that none of that's true.
Oh,
and
come
this
here
is-
for resources. They're not coming here because they don't know it's a horrible place. They come here for resources because America takes all the resources. It pillages. You sound stupid. You Frankenstein freak. You a super freak.
is the worst place on earth.
Mhm. It's so crazy when you hear the misinformation, and also this type of talk. MSNBC's Jason Johnson was the one who kicked off that butted soundbite, saying Kyle Rittenhouse was about to kill those two guys with no consequences because they were race traitors. The two white guys who got killed, they were race traitors who stood against the core conceit of white supremacy. What? No, I love it. Even Nicole Hannah-Jones, she tweeted out, in this country, this is after the
Look at her playing stupid, as if she doesn't know that if he had just killed regular white boys, it would have been a problem. But because he killed white boys who were supporting BLM, who were supporting George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, these white people didn't see them as white. They probably saw them as black. And she's like, what? What are they even talking about? And you know, when these white girls do that, they know exactly what you're talking about. When these white women act so shocked, like, what? Oh my God, whatever. But I would never. Oh, she definitely would. What do you mean? Oh, she definitely knows what you're talking about. Don't fall for it. It's theater. Life is nothing but theater to these people. There's a very, very unserious people. It is a very, very unserious people. Life is theater to these people. Theater.
the verdict. You can even kill white people and get away with it if those white people are fighting for Black lives.
Yes.
This is the legacy of 1619. Sure, I'm sure convicted pedophile, the guy who loved to rape 9-year-old boys, Joseph Rosenbaum, was there and was running around yelling the N-word that night. I'm sure he was there fighting for Black lives. Or were they kidding me that they were race traitors trying to stand against the core conceit of white supremacy? They wanted violence. They wanted to participate in riots. They wanted to cause trouble.
So so you knew these people, you sent them there? They are insane.
Not one of those guys who got shot that was there to support Black lives.
I wish that people would ask themselves, like, well, hold on, we're throwing Black Lives Matter rallies, but we're attracting white people with long criminal records. Yeah. We're attracting pedophiles that's who's coming to align with us or to participate in whatever it is we're doing.
He's saying that Black Lives Matter is attracting pedophiles. But do you guys know that people have nudes on RFK? They have nudes of RFK Jr. Do you know this? Right? They have nudes of RFK Jr. They have his nudes. He has, like, some people have his nudes out there. Okay? Like if you go to Candace Owens' page, right? If you go to Candace Owens' page, right, you will see she has a series of videos because where is he? Oh, she does her lives. Sorry, it's in her lives. Okay, they are blackmailing him. Let me see if I can show you.
Two views about your beef with Pikachu. When you thought about him, you said, oh God, he's nasty. And no one really understands why you think he's nasty. So I was just going to put him in your yard, but I didn't do it. I resisted the urge. Nicholas Grimmy writes, Candace, look into Taylor. Used to work with David Harris Jr. He's been attacking you
There is a video where she talks about this man and his nudes. But they have his nudes. Somebody has his nudes.
Indeed, over the weekend, speak to Jessica Reed Krause, also known as House and Habit, also the RFK files. I am thinking the RFK Jr. and the RFK files may be infinitely more interesting than the JFK. Old Saran, but how perfect the story. Palestinian kills a beloved Kennedy. Kennedy curse, guys? Nah, I'm thinking more like Operation Every Kennedy, Operation Keep Tabs on every member of this important political.
What is he doing?
Drug before. It was probably 10 hours. And I had a great time. And I ended up going into town and, just having a great time. But by the morning time, I was crashing. I was walking home and getting darker and darker, 3 miles from town back to my house. And just before I got to my house, I saw some older boys in the woods. I went in there to see what they were doing. And I told them I was crashing on the acid. And they said, here, try some of this. And I have been telling myself, I'm never going to do this again, right? Mm-hmm. And they said, try some of this. And it was crystal meth. And I took a snort of it, and I felt great. And that incident was the template for my addiction over the next 14 years.
I would love to know who exactly those families were, who exactly those boys were, who were plying him with drugs. It would just be interesting to know those facts. Anyways, as I told you on Friday, there have been some extraordinary rumors that have been circulating about RFK Jr. And I did not say this because I don't want RFK Jr. to be successful in his role. Of course I do. I am the queen of being anti-vax. I obviously have created an entire series, and I've been very clear about the fact that if it was not for his catalog of work, I could not have created my catalog of work. And so he has contributed something for which I believe the entire world owes him tremendous gratitude.
Okay, cool.
But I have never been under any illusions that RFK Jr. was not in some capacity being controlled. That has never, as soon as I saw him with Rabbi Shmuley, and he couldn't explain why that was. And as soon as I was watching his interviews with Dave Smith, and he couldn't explain why he couldn't lodge even one critique of Israel, I got very suspicious. Without getting into the gossip elements of what I have learned, what I would kind of instead do is rely on the obvious understanding that he still appears to have issues with impulse control. I think that's a fair assessment, right? That is best evidenced by the fact that despite running for president of the United States and knowing that he would be under intense scrutiny, that all eyes would be on him, he still engaged in a rather high-risk behavior when he decided to start a sexting relationship with a mainstream media journalist, Olivia Nuzzi, who was adversarial to him. Okay, that right there, forgetting who said what, that right there tells you that he is not fully able to control himself. And people who cannot control themselves will find themselves being controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Without getting into further details at this moment about what I know and what I have been told, I can tell you that one name that kept coming up is Amaryllis Fox. Now, I've never heard of Amaryllis Fox. I'll tell you a little bit about her. She's actually quite extraordinary what she's accomplished in her life. She's a former CIA officer, born Amaryllis Thornburg. She attracted the CIA's attention when she was really young, while she was pursuing her master's degree. When, after the September 11th attacks, she created an algorithm to identify local terrorist safe havens. And I'm just going to read you a couple of more high points from her teenage years, okay? At the age of 18, this is from her Wikipedia, in 1999, at the age of 18, she secretly recorded an interview for the BBC with the Burmese leader, Aung San Suu, then under house arrest. And in order to arrange the meeting, Fox worked with a local...
She's talking too much. But ultimately, people out there have his nudes, right? People have his news, and here he is. He's also working for Trump. There's so many people who work for Trump that have sex scandals. It's really disgusting.
Records. We're attracting pedophiles.
But what about RFK Jr.? So like they're sexual perverts. Even Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz also was a sexual pervert, right? There are a bunch of, even Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth also is a sexual pervert. There are all kinds of sexual perverts.
That's who's coming to align with us or to participate in whatever it is we're doing. That should make you question yourself, because again, over social media, you'll see anytime someone says something, particularly if you're Black, if you say something that has any conservative values, any religious values, they'll say, you should judge who's supporting you. It's all Trump supporters, and therefore you must be wrong, or you must be, well, if pedophiles and domestic abusers and other people with criminal records are the ones coming out and supporting you, doesn't it say something about your message? If every time there's a Black Lives Matter rally, there's a high percentage, half the time, there's looting, there's arson, there's violence, there's mayhem, doesn't that say something about you and your...
But doesn't Trump also have a bunch of criminals who support him? Trump is surrounded by a bunch of criminals. I mean, Trump is notorious for being surrounded by all kinds of criminals. Everybody attracts criminals. Trump attracts his criminals. The Democrats attract their criminals. There are criminals everywhere. There are criminals everywhere. Trump has a lot of criminals around him. He has pardoned a lot of criminals. Matter of fact, what's her name? His daughter's father-in-law, Kushner. Kushner is a criminal. Her son-in-law, his father is a criminal. Jared Kushner, right? What's his name? Jared Kushner. His father. That's Ivanka's, Charles Kushner. There you go. Right? Charles Kushner. Yeah, this man. He's also a criminal. There are criminals everywhere. Trump was also on the Epstein Island. That's why they're never going to release the list, because he's also on there. Yeah, Charles Kushner, he's a criminal. Trump is also a criminal. He has 34 felony convictions. Okay? Trump was on the Jeffrey Epstein Island. Like, it's all kinds of criminals. RFK Jr., I think he's a criminal. There's a bunch of criminals everywhere. Like, Trump also has his criminals. Everybody that's powerful or that's in politics in America, it attracts criminals. Hey, Lonnie, you're not asleep. That's crazy. He said the criminal variant is outside. Both parties are corrupt, and that's not they maintain. Even Bernie is corrupt. I'm like, everybody attracts criminals. Like, that's nothing new. Yeah, Trump pardoned him. Exactly. But you're a criminal. Steve Bannon, he a criminal. Like, there's so many criminals. I saw a video this morning of somebody that Trump had pardoned. Well, that's his name, right? Another criminal. So it's like everybody attracts their criminals. Like, there's criminals on both sides. Matt Gaetz, he's also a criminal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been afraid for the Senate committee to release his files. He knows what he did. Right? Yeah, he's disappeared ever since. Another criminal. He's having sex with like 17-year-olds. They're all a bunch of criminals. That's politics for you. It's a bunch of thugs and criminals. Exactly. That's politics for you. It attracts diabolical people. Like, good people stay away from politics. That's a real thing. Because they don't want to lose their soul. They don't want to lose their soul. No, Steve Bannon, he picks and chooses when he wants to tell the truth. You got to be very careful when you listen to him. And you know he's bitter because Trump replaced him with Elon. Right? Trump replaced him because since he's been to prison, Trump treats him like a pariah. That's why he goes on podcasts and podcasts, because Trump does not mess with him like he used to. You know, Trump, once you have all this prison stuff, he can't really mess with you like that. But he's a bit bitter. You could because what Elon is doing now, that's what he used to do for Trump. You know, Trump has not had him close to him because he's toxic. As I say Trump, I say Trump. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand your statement. I don't get your statement.
Organization, because Dr. King and that generation from the 1950s and 60s, had all kinds of protests, and faced incredible racial hostility. But those protests weren't marked by arson, violence, and looting.
Were you there? Were you small enough to go there, or were you too big to leave the house? So he said, it seems like you were fat since you were born. Were you small enough to even attend, or were you too big to leave the house? Jason, shut up.
By the people allegedly supporting Dr. King and them. So the Black Lives Matter crowd should be asked, what kind of energy are we putting into the air that pedophiles are running to join us, and that every one of our martyrs, or virtually every one of our martyrs, has a long criminal history? What is it about your organization that attracts that group? And
But what is it about MAGA that attracts all these criminals also? Anybody attracts criminal, you make
picks those types of martyrs and heroes to rally around.
Okay, so now let's do it for the one time. Let's do it for the one time, y'all. One more time. Where's Nick Fuentes? Let's go.
Are a token. And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a Black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born Black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that Blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're Black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a Black person to give them credibility. And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers. Just another ignorant crybaby. And you know what? I have no hatred. I really don't.
You see, they always say that. I have no hatred. I'm not a racist. But he's about to assault this man and call him an animal. Oh my gosh.
I'm a little bit frustrated with the fact that people are going to challenge my credibility based on what I say, knowing what I've sacrificed.
Were you asked to sacrifice this, or you did it willingly? But then he's not a crybaby. You made the choice to go on the internet and to say the stuff you wanted to say. So there are consequences. These people are crazy. Yeah, I'm like, you're really, really crazy. He said Nick Fuentes is Mexican. I don't think Nick thinks he's Mexican. I think Nick believes he's a gringo. I think he believes he's a gringo. I don't think Nick thinks he's Mexican. I think he believes that he is white. So, okay, I don't think they're there. I think he identifies as white. He identifies as white. He does not identify as Mexican. It's to gaslight you. It's to confuse you. It's a trick of the enemy. He said the Blacks. Oh, yeah, he was like, you animals. Oh, funny thing is, Nick's beef with Charlie Kirk goes back to 2014 when Turning Point blackballed his career for his thoughts on cashew people. Child, y'all see how he talks? He said, we white people. I don't think he doesn't identify as Mexican. Yeah, he always says I'm white. Yeah, he doesn't say Mexican. But you're right though. He does have it's not an Anglo-Saxon name. Fuentes. It's Latino, it's Spanish. But he thinks he's white. He doesn't think he doesn't identify as Mexican. What? If you told Nick Fuentes he's Mexican, he might like unalive himself. What? Brown? Oh, hell no. He probably like, no, I'd rather be black. I'd rather be black than a Mexican. Okay. Nick will kill himself if you told him he was Mexican. Okay. He thinks he's white. He believes he is full-on white. He is crazy. He is really, really crazy. He is so crazy. All right, you guys. I hope you enjoyed the video, y'all. I hope you enjoyed the live. Megyn Kelly is so fake. She is so fake. She's so fake. She's really fake. I don't know, maybe like next week I'll find the time to like cut up the videos, because tomorrow I got to do a video on Jeffrey Metcalf, because we have to talk about why does he have to GoFundMe? Like, why does he have 2 GoFundMes? She said Nick Down might be Tex-Mex, but we know his mom is white. Oh, his dad is Mexican, his mom is white. So maybe he identified with his mom's side. And maybe he married a Mexican. Maybe like his dad is that kind of Mexican that just hates other Mexicans. Okay, this other Mexican. Okay. Okay, so yeah. It's just like, yeah, it's definitely Hispanic. What white person's last name is Fuentes? It's like white people's name, like Sally Smith, Chad Mitchell. Yeah, he doesn't have an Anglo-Saxon name. But his dad could have been one of those Mexicans that just hate other Mexicans. Like if we have black people who self-hate, you also have Mexicans that self-hate, you know? You know, there's a lot of people who want to be loved by white people, like black people that self-hate. You have Mexicans that self-hate. Like you can find the self-hating people anywhere, you know? Ja. I don't think his mom is white for sure, but he doesn't seem to be into. I think he identifies as white. He said, I don't think he could join a white supremacist group. Like he's in nobody's group. He's all by himself. Charlie Kirk don't want him. Nobody wants him. He's all by himself. It's really sad. He's like, I sacrificed. I'm like, Nick, you never had to say those things, or you chose to say those things. So there you go. You know what I mean? So like, I'm like, his dad probably self-hated as a Mexican. So who knows? Okay. So hold on. It's so crazy. Nick worked with Kanye's presidential campaign. Yeah, Kanye was just using him. I think Kanye was just using him for shock value. I don't think Kanye actually cared about him. They were using each other. Like, you know, Kanye wants to always be like, oh, I'm controversial. I think for myself. I'm never scared. Like, boy, you're scared. They blocked your accounts. You sound stupid. Okay? But I love you guys. Tomorrow we'll do the father. So make sure you come outside. Like around the afternoon, we'll do the dad. Because we'll talk about him showing up at the press conference like he's some KKK trying to scare somebody. And also, I want to know, why does he have why are there 2 GoFundMes? Why does he have the GoFundMe with the most money when he doesn't have full custody? Like he never raised these kids. He never raised the kids full time. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. Child, Kanye has lost so much. His mind, his self-respect, his dignity, his fear of God. Okay, the honor for his mom. What's it called? His career, his children, it's like his masters. He has lost so much. That boy is so damn stupid. Imagine working so hard to be famous just to make yourself miserable. Like, what the, don't you have money? Like, why aren't you happy? But then again, if you don't have God, you can't be happy. If you don't have God, you cannot be happy. He's like, oh, I make Jesus walk, so I'm never going to hell. Yeah, right. Heresy. If you don't have God and you don't respect God, you can never be happy. You have to love God. You have to honor God. It's a real thing. Okay. Thank you, Emily. So love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Come outside. Yeah. Money, ego, drugs, arrogance, right? But you think that you're actually bigger than God. He's insane. Kanye is so pathetic. He is so pathetic. But you know the problem with Kanye, I also feel as though nobody has ever given Kanye a proper spanking. Nobody has spanked him. He's never been spanked. I think his mom, Ms. Donda, she gave him a very liberal, gentle parenting kind of educated, like upbringing. He wasn't spanked. He wasn't spanked. Because when you grow up and your parents spank your little tail, you know what I'm saying? When you grow up, you know how to respect people. You mind the things that come out your mouth. You understand? He was never properly spanked. And also, he's the only child. So he never had like a big brother to whoop his ass. That's the problem. Kanye's out of order. He is so out of order. He is too spoiled. He is too entitled. I'm like, all we need, I even said Jay-Z should go to Japan and find him. And somebody needs to whoop his behind. It's going to help him so much. It's going to help him so much. He's going to come outside. He's going to apologize. But they say the woman, the girl Bianca, they say she ran. They say Bianca ran. She left him. Like when he came outside and he started talking about Rumi. You know, he talked about Sir. He talked about Beyonce's son. They're like, what? They say when she saw those tweets about Beyonce and her children, they say she ran. Bianca left him. She's like, oh, hell no. Yeah, Miss Donda babied him because his dad, yeah, she did too much. Happy Easter, my love. Okay. She really, really created a little narcissist. Kanye's just out of order. My thing is, I don't believe that everything he says is false, but there's a way to talk to people. Just like I said about like Austin and Hunter, right? Even if you want Karmelo to move, I don't even know why he would move in the rain, but there's a way to talk to people. Kanye is the same way. Some things you say are true. We can't even deny it. But there's a way to talk to people. There is a way to convey your message. Because the whole point of communication is to be understood. You want people to receive your message, and that way they can change and make, and do what you want them to do. But he thinks being chaotic, insulting, incendiary, vulgar is the way to get his message across. No. Yeah, he threw all that out the window. He's out of order. How can you take Northwest and put her on a song with Diddy? Are you like in your head, does it work properly? She's a child. If you think Diddy's innocent, that's on you. You go do your song with Diddy. Do your song with Diddy. Why do you want to put a 10-year-old on a song with Diddy? He's in prison. What the heck? They're so why don't North can do songs with other kids? Why do you want North to be on a song with Diddy? You are sick as hell. Yeah. He's really, really crazy. He's really, even the whole black KKK suit thing, like he was looking for a moment and nobody gave it to him. He was looking for a moment. He couldn't even breathe. I don't know if you guys saw the interview with Academic, right? When he had the whole KKK thing, the garb, I was laughing so hard. I'm like, Kanye, you're such a troll. It doesn't work anymore. You are not going to rage bait black people. That's number one. Number two, he was suffocating. Like you could tell he was super hot. Like, what are you even saying? Take that thing off your head and speak like an adult. Like everything is not a joke. So it was really hard to understand what he was trying to convey because the I don't know, the hat thingy, whatever it is, the thing, you couldn't even hear what he was saying. Like it really did, Lonnie. And like you couldn't even be offended. Like, oh, poor man. He's losing his mind. If you want Academic to interview you, like take that thing off and actually speak into the mic so we can hear what you're saying. Like he's so pathetic. I mean, how do you have all this money and you're so miserable like this? This is insanity. And that's why people have to understand, oh, I wish I was rich. I wish I was famous. Be careful what you wish for, because a lot of these celebrities are so miserable. They are so miserable. Imagine being able to buy whatever you want, go wherever you want, have so many friends, and you choose to have nothing but enemies. Nobody wants you. You're like, if you come back to America, you might even get sued. And you ruin yourself all by yourself. Like, nobody even touched you. He's insane. He's mentally ill. And somebody needs to have some kind of like guardianship over him and get him the treatment he needs before one day we wake up and he's unalive himself. I don't put it past him to unalive himself. He has a very, very unstable mind. His mind is seriously unstable. You know? So that's what that is, okay? But we can talk about Kanye later. He's so damn crazy. I'm like, to me, Marlene, you have the right to be upset. You have the right to be frustrated. But I'm like, you know what I'm saying? There's always a way to talk to people. You know, there's a way to talk to people. Just because you're upset doesn't mean that you get to be disrespectful. There's a way to talk to people. And there's a way to talk to your friends. And there's a way to talk to your colleagues. You know, some of these artists, they're your friends, but you talk to them like they're dogs. Even when Virgil was alive, he would talk to him like he was crazy. You know, you talk to Jay-Z like you're crazy. Like, I'm like, these are your friends. Like, these are also your conference. Like, you work with these people. You can't talk to people any kind of way. And he thinks he can talk to people any kind of way. That's out of order. That is so out of order. You have to be mindful how you talk to people. You're a full-blown adult. Have some manners. So that's that, y'all. But if I keep talking to you, I'm not going to go to sleep. I got to go, y'all. I love you. See you tomorrow, okay? Hasta luego. Lonnie. Oh, my gosh, Lonnie. Hasta luego, my people. Child. He needs to humble himself to God, okay? Love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Good night. Good night, y'all. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Love you very much.